Ready? Okay. I now call to order the April 5th, 2023 Special Board of Education meeting and workshop. We will be going into closed session and will return to convene open session at 5 p.m. Okay, good evening. I will now call to order open session. We have been in closed session, and during closed session, no action was taken. With open session called to order, let's please stand for the flag salute. Salute pledge. Indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Agenda item 4 is announcements. Does the board have any announcements regarding upcoming student events, awards, accomplishments they would like to make?
Not on that, but I do have an announcement.
Okay.
I've decided it falls on me to make known what I think is an important development in our ongoing court case of Regino versus Staley. This is a case in which I myself am named as a defendant in my official capacity. When legal action is taken against a school district like ours, we have an insurance policy that covers a portion of the legal defense. The coverage on this Regino lawsuit was $100,000. I'm informed that as of April 1st, we have exceeded that amount. This means it has taken about 2.5 months to spend $100,000 against the plaintiff in support of our position and actions. If Chico Unified allows this case to go to trial, I feel it is likely to cost much, much more and could last for years. I am now of the strong opinion that it is not in the interest of our district or the community to continue to pursue a defense, in this case, against Ms. Regino. It is apparent to me that current laws are ambiguous, to say the least, and we should now make whatever concessions we can to avoid a lengthy trial. We should come to terms with Ms. Regino and find middle ground so that we can put precious school resources where they are needed most. Chapman, Rosedale, Citrus, Hooker Oak, Inspire, etc., etc., etc. What is the point in our continuing to shell out $100,000 paychecks to attorneys and consultants trying to defend a cloak and dagger secrecy policy that keeps parents and families, people we are supposed to be serving and partnering with, in the dark about their own children? School districts up and down the state will be watching the outcome of this case and will benefit from any rulings that come from it. There is no good reason for Chico Unified to be a test case for the legality of these internal procedures on parental secrecy, which I believe have become relatively standard but are not actually codified as law. Additionally, I feel that further advocacy against Ms. Regino is totally inappropriate given the nature of her claims. She wants responsible parents to be notified in the event that their child's school has acted upon a change to that child's gender identity. She objects to an apparent practice of intervening publicly on a child's behalf, altering their identification and treatment by staff and fellow students while at school, but keeping those interventions a secret from the child's parents. I like to think Chico Unified has always had a culture of transparency when it comes to informing responsible parents and legal guardians about what happens with their own children in the classroom. I've always felt this has been the case with my own 4 kids, but now I'm not so sure. We are apparently saying we will not be transparent with parents when it comes to gender transitions and identities. Parents will not be told a thing, even if the entire rest of the school is in on the secret. Needless to say, I see this as morally reprehensible and will oppose any further expenditure of funds toward this cause. Fighting to keep secrets from responsible parents about their own kids is an expensive luxury we shall have to forego as far as I'm concerned. Thank you.
Do we have any other additional announcements? Moving on to item 5, consent calendar. Do we have public comment on consent calendar? No public comment. Would anybody like to pull an item for further discussion on consent? I need to move this away from my face. It's too loud for me. Okay, then seeing no changes desired, I will ask for a motion.
I move approval of the consent calendar.
You need to make sure your microphone's on, please.
I move approval of the consent calendar.
We have a motion,
Second.
seconded by Member Conkin. We'll do a voice vote. Is there any discussion on consent? Okay, well, starting with Member Lando.
Lando, aye.
Tennis, aye.
Dalby, aye.
Robinson, aye.
Conkin, aye.
It passes 5-0. Moving on to item 6.1. We are in a board workshop. This is an informational item for presentation on the multi-tiered system of support, MTSS overview, presented by Tina Keene.
Good evening, board. Good evening, everybody. I'm happy to have the pleasure to introduce the multi-tiered system of supports for tonight. The overview that focuses on what MTSS is as a whole, and then a little more focus on the gifted and talented education piece, or GATE, as we call it, junior high honors and advanced placement, AP, academic programs. We'll also look at counseling and positive behavioral intervention and supports that we have through our MTSS framework. We had 2 board liaisons. Next slide, please. Sorry about that. We've got the clicker now. So our board liaisons on this presentation today were Caitlin Dalby and Tom Lando, so we thank them for their attention to this and good questions that came our way to make a presentation that hopefully answers questions and provides information. I have worked with a great team of people here, Tim Karras, Jen Scala, Christy Bankson, Chase Chevalier, and we have some other guests that will be talking about the programs that I'll be highlighting in this presentation tonight as well. So a little background. As we all know, our community has gone through its share of some interesting things and times. Starting with the Camp Fire, we have experienced some tremendous loss and trauma in our own community. The pandemic shortly followed, which created some enormous challenges, but also highlighted a lot of resilience during the unprecedented times that came with that. In response to the recovery from both of these big things that happened, the multi-tiered system of supports, or MTSS, became the framework in which we support our school communities with the learning recovery and wellness that we knew would come. So based on this need and framework, MTSS framework reflects the 3 goals that we represent in our local control and accountability plan. That's our LCAP. The first one is academic achievement. The second is social emotional well-being, and third is behavioral supports. These are for each and every student in our district. And the actions, services, and expenditures based on data are used to meet our students' needs as we continue to heal with our focus on academic achievement for each and every student. And additionally, we look for every possible way to fund this work, including grants, which continue to come our way in the spirit of solving the learning recovery programs that we have in place. Multi-tiered system of supports, MTSS. This is a definition that encompasses what it is in the spirit of it. It's a district-wide, data-driven framework for improving learning outcomes for every student in our district. It's a layered continuum full of evidence-based practices with intentional design and redesign, if necessary, of services and supports that identify and meet the needs of our students. I know the board has seen this graphic before. We use it quite often. We look at every student every day, and MTSS does provide a whole child framework, as I mentioned, with those 3 pieces. It does align systems and initiatives. A lot of positive things that had been happening for years in Chico Unified are now pulled together and aligned in a more systematic way to work. It does include collaboration and teamwork, and it is proactive and preventative, which is probably my personal favorite part of it. This is a graph that does support all of what we've just said and what the program is designed on, the framework is designed on. And in Tier 1, you see in there all students, that's universal support. Those are the things that we all do to support all of our kids, and that's teachers, it's everybody that works in our schools. We are all Tier 1 teachers, and all of our students have Tier 1 services. Some students may need a little bit more based on data at various times, and those come in the form of what we call Tier 2. And then Tier 3 interventions are used and supports if needed for more support. And again, these come at different times. We never know what things come our way, where there are ups and downs with academics or other pieces that we need some support on for our students. If you are interested to learn more about our MTSS program after tonight, we do have a pretty comprehensive website already on our district website that is continuing to be added to, obviously, as we refine and learn more and more about this. So I wanted to point that out to folks. If they wanted to find out more information, please look onto our website and search MTSS. And tonight, as I mentioned, we do have a lot of our team here, and I'm going to hand this off to Tim Karras to talk about demographics.
Good evening. To build on what Tina mentioned earlier about the increased needs for our Chico Unified students over the past 5 years or so, we have seen an increase in socioeconomically disadvantaged, or another term for that would be unduplicated students. So for over the last 9 years, we've seen a low of 45.1% unduplicated percentage in Chico Unified. So these are students that are foster, homeless English learners, or are receiving free and reduced lunch at school. We are now up to 57.4, down a little bit from our high of above 58% last year. So we've seen a significant increase in students in this category. And across the board, all of our measures on social emotional well-being, academic achievement, behavior, we've seen students that are socioeconomically disadvantaged achieve lower. So what this really points to is an increased need for services for our students. Just to put a little real number on that, about 10% increase, 12% increase that's about 1,200 students. And for reference, you know, our Bidwell Junior High is a little under 1,000. So that's a lot of students bringing with them higher needs to our district. So I just wanted to give a little context to the changing demographics in Chico Unified.
So when we think about MTSS, it is a very large topic, and as evidenced by tonight, all the different staff and some students that we have here to speak, it is a very large topic. And so last year,
Sorry, as you have new speakers come up, can you please introduce yourselves? And so
Absolutely.
the crowd, everybody knows who you all are. Thank you.
yes, sorry about that. I'm Christy Bankson. I am the MTSS coordinator for the district.
And I'm Chase Chevalier. I am working with Christy as a .2 TOSA coordinator with her.
So when we think about MTSS, this very broad topic, last year Chase and I worked with our Ed Services team, some teachers, some administrators, a lot of staff to kind of identify what is going to be our focal point. And so we have a 3-year plan that we've put together, really focusing on these main components of data-based decision-making, tiered interventions and evidence-based practices, professional development and coaching, and a high-quality curriculum and instruction. And you'll see that woven through the presentation this evening. And then the way that we've also set up aligning to our LCAP goals are, you'll hear some academic supports, and things happening at our elementary, junior highs, and high school in terms of advanced placement, the gifted and talented, and honors courses, behavioral and social emotional.
Christy, I hate to be critical, but those bottoms to those backpacks look like the diapers I put on grandchildren. Maybe just, I don't know, something a little different.
We can always look at updating those graphics. Absolutely. Absolutely. Yep. Yep. So with that being said, I'm going to turn it, Chase and I will be back later to talk about how we're looking at all of this data at our school sites and with some of our teams. I'm going to turn it over to Ted Sullivan, who will be introducing our speakers for the gifted and talented education piece.
Hi, good evening. I'm Ted Sullivan. I'm the elementary ed director, and I guess I'm handling Clicker. So one of the first areas we really kind of started looking at a couple years ago related to MTSS, kind of meeting needs of all of our kids at kind of that extended end, if kids are ready for some acceleration, we looked at our GATE program. And we looked at the kids that were going into our GATE program. We did some self-reflection, and we really saw that they were coming from a very small handful of schools. So we kind of looked at our process. We changed it. Before, the GATE process used to be teacher or parent referral, and they would get pulled and assessed. So we did a flip-flop. We actually assess every third grader now in all of our schools. We give them an NNAT3, it's called. It's kind of like an online IQ test, for lack of a better term. And that gives us a starting point to look and see who may be eligible and who may benefit from this opportunity. And we pull them in, and we've seen a pretty significant change with kind of the makeup and composition of kids in our GATE class now. We actually have this year, we actually have kids from all 12 of the elementary schools are in our GATE class with it, by kind of broadening that look and seeing who may benefit from that opportunity. So it serves 4th and 5th grade students over at Parkview, one classroom for each of those grades, and I'm going to invite up Heather Cifuentes, the principal, and Tammy Janos, and they're going to talk a little bit about like what kind of experience the kids are getting when they go into that GATE class.
Good evening, everybody. I'm Heather Cifuentes, principal at Parkview Elementary School, and I have Tammy Janos.
I'm a 5th grade GATE teacher at Parkview.
So we just wanted to share, she's going to give some insight into the classroom. I just want to share a little overview of the program. So the GATE program is really designed to encourage students to grow and accelerate in their academics, as well as their social, emotional, and behaviors are all part. They're still 4th and 5th graders, so that's all included at our school. They are given, though, more opportunities to dive deeper into their standards. We have a big emphasis on project-based learning. They are encouraged to support one another. There's a lot of team building that goes on, and it really is an environment of differentiation. And they are working hard and become part of our school community immediately. It is a really neat thing to have 12 elementary schools represented on August 16th when we start and see the relationships that the kids build immediately. They are accelerating and moving quickly through curriculum and totally engaged every single day. So I'm going to pass it off to Tammy to give you a little more insight to the day-to-day classroom.
Research shows that GATE students have a surprisingly high school dropout rate. And there are many reasons why, but GATE students show characteristics that differ in numerous areas of functioning, including cognitive, physical, and social emotional. GATE's a special opportunity for unique students to find a peer group that can be challenging to find in a typical classroom setting. Meeting the various needs of GATE students when they're in elementary school can help them to create positive feelings about school that they can carry on through their education. GATE students can often feel bored within the traditional classroom and pick up basic learning quickly. This program allows students to move past the basic knowledge and apply, analyze, evaluate, and create. Although there's always a transitional period of adjustment when students come into our GATE classrooms from other schools, students find a safe community of learners within the classrooms. Many students that have struggled in regular classroom settings find themselves challenged and engaged rather than bored. Many behavioral issues that are in the traditional classrooms are often eliminated and reduced because of this. GATE students are often the first to finish in their previous classrooms. The regular curriculum may not have provided them enough challenge. In the GATE classrooms, we're teaching students grade level standards, but we're going much deeper. In our GATE program, we do this all with a focus in the growth mindset, to teach them that they have the ability to continue learning through those challenges. When we look at Bloom's taxonomy, which gives a hierarchy of cognitive levels, from lower level cognition skills at the bottom of the pyramid, which would be recalling facts and basic concepts, and higher level cognitive skills at the top, such as analyzing information, evaluating learning, and creating new and original works. We see that the GATE classes are able to move their way up that pyramid for students to spend their time in the classroom focused on the higher order cognitive skills. This is achieved through projects with content and grade level standards, but with this focus in the top levels of Bloom's taxonomy.
I have questions about the GATE program. Just one, actually. So in my experience as a GATE teacher, when I taught at Marsh, I was a GATE teacher for 3 or 4 years. It was really common to see students that were in that program that experienced high levels of anxiety and stress and perfectionism. And I'm just wondering if that is something that you also have acknowledged and have processes in place to mitigate.
So I think that's part of that growth mindset. Like she mentioned, oftentimes they're familiar with being the first one done. And now you're in the classroom environment where that is, everybody's kind of at that same level. So we work through that social emotional aspect too of it's okay to make mistakes and we're learning, and that we help support strategies within their day to help ease that. And there is a little extra added because they transition to a new school in 4th grade, but for the most part, we are able to provide them the correct tools that they need to work through those and set them up hopefully for success in junior high and high school.
Yeah, and I would add also that we also didn't continue the GATE program at the middle school program. So obviously that was in the past because it's been a little while since I've been there. But I just was curious about that. As we have talked more and more about that social emotional wellness, I'm happy to hear that that is at the forefront of the program. That really should be addressed, at the core of the program, and not just academics, because it was something that was very prevalent. And in the middle school level, when we get to honors, which we'll talk about in a minute, it continues. And so to make sure that for those higher achieving students, as well as any student, that we are addressing those students who tend to overexert themselves, put too much pressure on themselves, or maybe experiencing too much pressure outside of the classroom, and are providing them the tools to mitigate that within themselves so they're not experiencing high levels of anxiety and stress.
I was going to add one more piece that I think our classroom teachers do extremely well is their communication with parents. So, right, as elementary kids, we're all learning what's the best for our kids. So they support parents too with, hey, these are strategies, and we work really collaboratively outside of the classroom as well to make sure that there's cohesiveness for all of their needs.
Great, thank you.
Okay, we're playing the microphone dance here a little bit. I also wanted, just while we're staying on this slide, to point out that all the elementary schools have counseling assistants, and having that resource for those elementary students is really important. So students who are in need of some additional support, they're there for them. So I think we would be remiss, while the title of the original board workshop was about GATE and about AP, we felt like we needed to talk about what we could probably all agree is the most awkward portion of our educational experience, and that's middle school. So we wanted to talk a little bit tonight about specifically that track of junior high honors and accelerated math. We wanted to point out that about 6 or 7 years ago, I believe it's 7 years ago, we made a transition for the metrics for students to move from 5th grade into honors level coursework. And the major shift in the metrics was from just using grades and just using teacher recommendation, as you can see here, that we're really focusing on the SBAC scores, Smarter Balanced Test scores, and our local measurements. So we just wanted to highlight that tonight, even though Originally, it wasn't included because we feel like that's a major transition for those students going from 5th grade all the way up to 9th grade. I would like now to invite our Chico High folks to come on up while I talk about our advanced placement program. As you can see here, it's really important for people to understand that as AP students, when they take a course, not only does it earn them college credit, but it also prepares them for those work skills that they're going to need in college. And I know some of our students will be talking about that rigor here in just a second. Just some really quick data. If you look to the left of the slide, you'll see we have 21 current courses. And if you remember, you already voted in as a board an additional course. So we can't say we're offering it right now, but it will be, there will be enrollment next year. I think it's also important to point out that we had a dip in our enrollment, and we can all blame different things. I think the idea of online AP coursework during the pandemic was difficult for students to capture. Like, how am I going to get help with that? So our numbers went down a little bit. But as you can see, they're skyrocketing back up. As importantly, that pass rate is incredibly exceptional for our students when you look at the state level. We have some kids here, and I'm going to have Principal Doug Williams come on up and introduce them, and they're going to talk a little bit about their experience as an AP student in our program.
Thank you, Mr. Shepard. Hello, I'm Doug Williams, the principal of Chico High School, and which is the beauty of having my AP students here is they speak much better about themselves than I do. So I'm just going to introduce them and have you guys ask them questions as you would need to. I have Ashlyn Fortino as our first student. I have Summer Sun, who's our second student, and I have Jackson Thomason, who's our third student. And I would like them to just come to the microphone, and you guys can ask them whatever questions you would like about our AP classes.
Hello.
Nice to see you back, Summer.
Yes, nice to see you.
Do you each want to share just your brief kind of experience or journey to get to the point where you felt confident to take AP classes and how you're feeling like your success is in those courses? Like, I don't know, 30 seconds? I'm gonna let Summer process that. Summer was a student of mine, as was Jackson.
Yeah, sure. So, like before high school, Jackson and I were both in the GATE program, so that was really cool. And then I took honors classes in middle school, and I know that because you were my teacher in middle school. And that took me to high school. My sophomore year, I took 1 AP class. My junior year, I took 2. And this year, I'm taking 4. And I feel like that actually makes sense because I started off more on the light side, and getting progressively heavier each year has actually helped me manage my course load and also all the other things I do outside of school.
Thank you.
Basically, my experience is very similar to Summer's. Obviously, we both started in the GATE program, and I took honors programs at Marsh Junior High, which was very joyful. As I progressed into high school, my sophomore year I took 1 AP, my junior year I took 4, and this year I'm taking 3. I would say that through the progression, the course load has been significantly more than if I were to not take an APs, but I definitely think that prior schooling prepared me, and that a lot of it was just having the confidence to take those AP classes.
Thank you.
Yeah, my experience for like the course load was basically the same as Summer's in terms of taking like 1, 2, and then 4 this year. But I went to Chico Junior, so I transferred in as a 7th grader. So going in, I took honors classes for English and history, but I did not end up taking the like advanced math. So going into like AP Calc this year, it was a whole different ball game. I had never been in like an accelerated math before. So.
Yep. I have a question for anybody that wants to jump in. It's obvious that it takes a lot of time management and attention to what your goals are. What do you think, and where did it happen? Did you get the most help from the schools to begin to help you organize those thought processes and get yourself in a position where you could handle the kind of AP load that you have now?
I think that it's the most helpful when the teachers are the ones who are the most supportive. So, like for example, in my AP statistics class right now, which is one of my harder AP classes, my teacher is offering to have a full-length practice exam on the weekend. So he's literally offering to take time out of his own weekend to administer a test to us, which I think is really great. So I think that if like more teachers did that and like did that even outside of school, I think that you're gonna find a large group of students who are actually gonna wanna show up on the weekend to take those practice tests and to get the extra help.
I guess for me, I think that something that was really helpful for me in getting motivated to do all this work was my first AP teacher that I had. She was very kind, and she was very not like, oh my God, like you have to do great on this test. She was like, I want to support you because I know you care as an AP student. Like you're putting yourself out here for a reason because you already care. So I think that just having that formative experience at AP is not just about being a smart kid or a good test taker. It's about being articulate and becoming like a more educated person.
I'm so glad you said that. Yeah. Because, sorry, you go ahead first.
It's fine.
No, I was just gonna acknowledge that taking an AP class really is a demonstration of your personal willingness to go on that journey. It's not something that has a firm requirement to get into it, or, maybe parents are pushing for you to go that route too and supporting you in that way, and so maybe they're not. But I think that to stay the course and take the load that you all are talking about doing, you have to really want to be there, and your teacher showing up for you is because you're showing up. It's reciprocal, I guarantee it. So they're excited that you're there and want to put the work in, so they want to be there to put the work in for you. Sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off.
No, you're good. All I was gonna say was that a big draw for me was the idea that you could transfer your credits if you end up passing and like getting a 3 or 4 or 5 on the tests to college credit, and then it can help like accelerate that experience as well as getting your it helps your transcript, which then helps your college experience.
Mm-hmm.
It is. I just am not using it properly, or it's not working. Okay. We're lucky to have a lot of parents of students from elementary and middle school here as well tonight. I was wondering if maybe you could do a little pitch for them. If a middle school student or upper elementary student came to you and said, hey, I'm thinking about doing AP in high school, what would you say to them? What's the experience actually like?
I am a big advocate of AP classes. Although my mom will say that I spend a lot of very late hours studying for them, I feel like that doesn't encompass the actual draw of taking an AP class, which is that you get to explore really specific interests that you would not be able to explore otherwise. So I know Chico High doesn't have AP computer science, but I know a lot of people who would be interested in taking that. And there's really no other class like that in some other high schools. So for example, this year I'm taking AP Environmental Science, and that's another very specific class that I really think that if you start that interest in high school, realizing that you maybe really love that class will help you pursue that major, that career in college. So it can really help introduce new specific interests, especially to young people, if you're 13 or 12, around that age.
And I think that one thing that's if you're in junior high, if you're in elementary school and you're thinking about taking AP, a lot of times I know that I certainly was, you're very uncertain about your future, but being able to take an AP course or just taking these AP courses is honestly a stepping stone into a more, a higher education. So seeking to take these AP courses, even if you're not sure what you want to do or where you want to go in your future, you always have these options now. Versus if you don't take those courses, sometimes your options can become limited. So I definitely just encourage students to take them. Because I think that a lot of times they have a stigma of being too hard or I'm not smart enough for that, but I definitely think that any student is definitely capable. It just takes some work. And obviously, if you can't dedicate the time to that, that's totally understandable. but I think that it's worth trying to fit into your schedule and seeing how it works for you.
And AP classes definitely help you with your time management skills, because I know that like last year I was taking 2 AP classes and I was also on 2 cheer teams at the same time, which was an insane schedule and insane hours for studying and doing homework on top of all of those practices. But it's manageable, and it eventually manifests in having a pretty good schedule, and you have pretty much everything planned out, as well as helping you it kind of leads you into your path for like what's happening next and getting ready for your college applications and just getting everything going. And taking like higher level classes help you for, I guess I'm not really sure because I haven't taken college level classes yet, but it's hopefully going to help transition to where it's not quite as terrible going through to the higher level.
Speaking from experience, you are taking college level classes.
Yes,
Speaking from both as the student of an AP class and as a teacher of an AP class, like you're in it, so you got it.
I
Thank
just want to
you.
give a thank you to the students, but also to Chico Unified, because there's always a balance between making AP classes rigorous, but also making them available to all students. So all the programs that you've seen before are prepping students coming from different schools, honors, GATE, but all AP courses are open within Chico Unified. So it's important to have prerequisites so kids aren't overwhelmed, but it's also equally important to be balanced. There's a duplicity that we have to follow, and a duality in allowing as many kids to take on that challenge that are willing to, but also making sure that they have the academic ability to do it. And I think we're doing a pretty good job of that, and these 3 students are great examples. Thank you for your time.
I have one question on that, or I guess clarification or just emphasis. You saying that it's open to all students, which I'm just confirming that is true, and I love it, because that's the way it's supposed to be. And that from my understanding, sections get added as the interest grows. Is that pretty accurate, or at least in some circumstances that's been accurate?
So that's extremely accurate. So I just sat with my math department chair today, and we looked at, obviously we have what the kids want, but when the numbers crank out, that means they want 12.3 classes or 5.6 classes, and then as adults, we have to step in and think, are we gonna have 5 math 3s and 2 calculus? Are we gonna go with 3 calculus and 4, because FTEs are FTEs, but it starts with what the kids want. And then from there, we try to make it happen.
Mm-hmm. Thank you.
And thank you guys so much for being here. Really appreciate it.
So as our next speakers are coming up, they're going to focus on social emotional learning. It'll be Jen Scala and Joanna Mang, and I just want to encourage people to consider that block schedule having an impact on the ability for AP students to also take drama and also take welding and all those things that they may not have been able to do while they were just in a 6-period day. All right, we're all yours.
Good evening, I'm Jennifer Scala.
And I'm Joanna Meng. We are both special education coordinators.
So tonight we're just going to go through with you social emotional learning, hopefully to clarify some of that. It's can be a little bit different. Let me see, I go that way? Ooh, look at that. Okay, so in around 2018, the California Social Emotional Learning Framework was introduced to schools, and it really was intended to provide that direct instruction and support to students to teach them a few skills necessary for life. Because what we know about students being successful in the workforce is how many soft skills you have in getting along with others and encouraging and growing as a community. So that's what the SEL, or Social Emotional Learning Framework, is intended for. And we also know that when students feel socially and emotionally connected to their school, their academic growth and achievement grows significantly. So there's a lot of evidence as to why we provide direct lessons and activities that help students work together, that help build their sense of community and connection to everybody around them. We also know that our community, our world, has changed significantly post-COVID. The CDC released some very new data for us just in December of 2022. Some of it was a longitudinal study from 2009 to 2019 that showed over 10 years, our students had experienced over 40% increase in those feelings of persistent sadness and hopelessness amongst our high school youth. So that really directly correlates with the number of our students who are having ideation and thoughts of suicide and self-harm. In addition, it's higher for female students, 50% of our female students in high school experiencing feelings of hopelessness, and then 66% of our students who are LGBTQ youth. So the good side of that, however, is that we know when we provide protective factors and we build in those resilient skills, 60% of our students are less likely to engage in those health risky behaviors once they are connected. So the social emotional learning that is woven into everything we do every day throughout schools is really intended to build those protective factors for our students. So here is this year's data, because we're hearing across the board, everybody, that our students are really struggling in our community. And we're not alone. It's not like Chico's having an issue that everybody else isn't. But this is real-time information from our school counselors who, as part of their positions, gather data and monitor what we are doing and whether that's working or not. And this data shows you from August of this year through February. So we cut it off, gathered the data at the beginning of March. What this shows you is that 170 of our students have reached out in crisis to their counselors on campuses. So that is a significant number of our students who are at the highest level of need on campus. The 362 number tells you those are the number of contacts. So when we just count the number of times students come in and identify that they are in immediate crisis, so thoughts of suicide, thoughts of self-harm, 362 contacts up to March 1st for our students. So roughly in the elementary years, you can see it's 1-to-1. So one student coming in having one experience, and we were able to make connection, help them find support, resolution, etc. Unfortunately, what the graph shows you is that as the grades go up, so do the number of contacts for students. So our students who are in distress, who are having these challenges, are having them more frequently than just the one time and being supported. Yes?
So just to clarify, when it says count of contacts, that's not individuals, that's actual number of times that the contact occurred?
We've got both for you. Okay. The bottom line is a student. So Jen walks in the counseling office, I'm counted once, I represent the bottom line. The top line is the number of contacts, so you might see me 5 times. So I've got 5 contacts. So you can see the difference there.
Okay. And another question that I have that, it's not necessarily important, it kind of comes more into play maybe in the next slide. Mm-hmm. Do we know what kind of correlation there is, if any, or maybe based on research exclusively, about the accessibility being represented in the data? So as these counseling sessions have become more accessible, students have been able to engage in them more, leading to more contacts, and so that we have that data.
So that's a good question, and I think we're going to reflect that in the next
Okay,
slide.
thank you.
What this is for you is our counselors are really diligent in gathering specific data, so we can piece apart, this is a contact with a student versus this is a student coming in crisis, which in our world means we are engaging in some level of assessment, and that's can be a little difficult to understand. We're not testing the kids, but we're having those really specific questions asked, we're following a specific protocol, and then making immediate contact with family members, with additional mental health providers, with crisis line. So that's what we're referring to here. That's the level of students that we're connecting to outside care to ensure safety for that night. Okay, our next slide shows you over the course of time exactly what you were referring to, Caitlin. So what we're finding is, I think, impossible to figure out the chicken versus the egg. So we built it, and they are coming. So are they continuing to access services? And is it because we continue to offer more and more that they continue to come forward, or are we responding? I think it's impossible to tell. What we can see from the first graph, and really over the course of all three graphs, is this is 5 years worth of data looking at the number of students who are receiving social emotional contacts with counselors. So this isn't somebody coming in asking for assistance with class changes or challenges with a teacher. This is a student coming in asking for some sort of emotional or social difficulty. So numbers of students is in the first one. You can see that it increases significantly in the past 2 years. Then the total of number of contacts with students. So again, numbers of students, and then you have numbers of contacts right there next to it. And then the number of contacts combining over the course of 5 years.
Yeah, I think it would be good to acknowledge that 2021 to 2022 year is the year that we added so many more counselors.
Yeah, and I think that was the best decision that we could have made, and it is something that we continue to hear in every parent meeting that we are part of. So whether it's LCAP or otherwise, parents, students, they're asking for more social emotional support. And so responding to that and being able to engage in nearly 30,000 contacts with students for social emotional support in a year is huge. And then I want to also just real quickly remind, it may look like we kind of dip for this year, but I want to remind you we still had 3 months left of data for this year that's not reflected in that last data point. So there's really not a dip at this point. Any other questions about our data? So what we're hoping to talk about with you tonight is kind of give you an idea of the counseling history in our district, where we are currently. Our counselors all follow the American School Counselor Association. We've attached the link to their website here. So we follow their standards for preparedness, their ethics, their professional guidelines. We do have multiple tiers within our counseling systems at every single school level. So at the elementary level, we have counseling assistants doing different fun activities with students, everything from award nights to promotions. You'll see character of the month. All of those activities follow into social emotional learning. Clubs, site activities, and programs fall into what we would consider that tier 1, where all students have that support. And then from there, we have additional support that are provided at the tier 2 or the next level. And so that might be friendship clubs, or maybe students are struggling with managing conflicts with their peers or something like that. So there's a special group that's put together for a short amount of time to support those needs. And then we have all the way up through tier 3, which is our most extensive needs. And we're really providing that individual service, and it's intended to be short term.
Okay. Hey. Again, my name is Joanna Meng. I'm one of the special education coordinators for the district. This slide and the following slide look a little wordy. There's a lot on these, and that's because these were developed as a potential pamphlet to give to parents to explain the role of our school counselors and what they do. So that's why there's a lot of content here. Highlighted here on this page are our school counselor qualifications. Our school counselors have master's degrees and a PPS credential, which is pupil services credential, or pupil personnel services credential. And They must also meet California state certification and licensure requirements. They also must fulfill continuing education requirements to maintain their credential. Our school counseling support team does include our school counselors, including our wellness counselors, also includes classified staff, including our targeted case managers and counseling assistants. My favorite quote on this page is in that top right corner, where students who have greater access to school counselors and comprehensive school counseling programs are more likely to succeed academically and behaviorally at school. So this is the second page of that potential parent brochure. And as Jen said, our school counselors are really the key staff members that monitor the implementation of programs that support the whole child in terms of academic success, behavioral success, and social emotional learning. Our school counselors, as Jen said, again, serve students at all 3 tiers of MTSS. So they're providing that tier 1 instruction in social emotional learning, or possibly positive behavior supports through PBIS instruction. They're also providing supports available to all students. And again, this is more so at the secondary level in terms of individual student academic planning, individual student academic goal setting, and then tier 2 supports are going to include some, again, clubs, groups, friendship groups that, again, are operating on a short term. And then our tier 3 is going to be that individual support for our students with most intense needs. So our counselors do small group counseling. They do referrals to long-term support through community providers and community agencies for our students with the greatest needs. They collaborate with families, teachers, administrators, and that happens at all tiers in terms of tier 1 supports available to all students, and then tier 2 supports for some, and then tier 3 for the few. They also look at data to analyze student issues and needs on a site. Each of our school sites is unique with unique challenges, and our school counselors are really key employees to look at the data and identify site-specific needs. Our school counselors don't assign discipline consequences. They're not transporting students to community appointments. They don't provide long-term psychotherapy or clinical therapy, and they don't do formal student testing, like in the same way that our school psychologists would for special education assessment.
I have a question. Yeah. I feel like I have a question for everybody. I'm sorry to hold it up. Do all students have access to all counselors automatically?
Yes, is the short answer. Yes, and that's why we say our counselors are MTSS providers. At tier 1, all of our students have access to our school counselors in some way. Like on an elementary campus, that might look like a school counselor doing classroom lessons, or the counseling assistant under the direction of the school counselor doing a social emotional learning lesson for the classroom. It might look like facilitating recess play or organizing recess games that are, again, available for all of our students to access. It might look like a wellness center that's open for drop-in appointments for any student can drop in, hang out in the wellness center, and the school counselor is facilitating that interaction. So that's more at the elementary level. At the secondary level, junior high and high school, all of our students have an assigned school counselor, typically based on their alphabet last name. And that is designated, it's in Aries, and so if parents are wondering who's the school counselor assigned to my child, they can check that in their student's Aries profile.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Great, thank you.
Before I introduce Jessica Capon to come up, I do want to thank all the folks that have been here presenting information to you tonight. I hope it's informative to the board and to the public that's here behind us. Thank you to the board. You can see we've built quite a comprehensive counseling program that is serving hundreds of students when they need it. So thank you to the board members that were at that time that voted this in, Mr. Lando, Mr. Tennis, Ms. Dalby, and Mrs. Robinson. It has made a significant difference in students' lives, and I sometimes think we will not know the impact, actually, that you have made, the positive impact. So with that, I will introduce Jessica Capon.
Hello there. My name is Jessica Capon, and I'm the assistant principal at Chico Junior, and I also have the privilege of serving as the PBIS coordinator for the district. I usually, as kind of a little disclaimer, I usually use many activities to introduce all these concepts when I'm doing presentations. So just imagine that we were doing lots of interactive things, and just to give you kind of an idea about what PBIS is. With that said, I'm going to be focusing in on many of the essential elements for PBIS. Do I use this little clicker, I guess? Yes? Okay. All right, awesome. So what the first essential element of PBIS is teaching students how we want them to behave, just like we would teach them math, just like we would teach them any other subject matter content. We want our students to come to our school and learn about our expectations for behavior, our rules, all those things. Because let's just face it, everybody comes from a different, diverse background, and so we cannot make the assumption that our students are coming to us knowing all of our rules, that they got sat down at the dinner table and taught our rules before they got to our school. So it really levels the playing field for all of our students from diverse backgrounds and different family situations. So one of the other key aspects, and we talked about social emotional learning, about infused into PBIS, is making sure that our students are available for the lessons, just like we would want them to be available for any other lesson. So are their needs being met? Do they know how to self-regulate in a classroom? Are they able to take those deep breaths when they're feeling not focused, and be able to focus back in on the lesson? When we're teaching expectations about behavior, just like we would with math. And I think that's the important piece here, is just realizing that behavior needs to be taught. So the other thing we want to do is also make sure that our lessons are very diverse, so that all of our students can see in our lessons, like if we're doing a PowerPoint or we're doing a video, they can see themselves in that lesson. Because we have such a broad, diverse amount of students, we want them to be able to go, oh yeah, that's me, and they're showing somebody that looks like me or talks like me, and they can see their backgrounds in our lessons. And this is also something that's set when we look at when we look at PBIS and we reflect on our practices. This is something that we need to reflect on. Are we really encompassing those cultural backgrounds? So another key component is using data to inform our decisions about what behaviors seem to be popping. We can definitely say, hey, the cafeteria is just a mess and all these kids are misbehaving in the cafeteria. But do we really know that? If we don't look at the data and have it be captured in our minors and our majors and the data that we're inputting into EduClimber and or ARIES, we really don't know that that's an actual issue. So when we come together as a team, all of our schools have teams, and our PBIS Tier 1 team looks at that data and says, oh no, the issue is that it's on the playground and they're throwing, dirt at each other. That's the issue we need to think about. And then we reteach those lessons. We put more campus supervisors out there. And then we have clear consequences for students who don't meet our behavioral expectations. That's another essential element. So the other thing is that we have diverse learners, right? So we have kinesthetic learners. We have students who do better audio, visual. We have to make sure our lessons are also approachable for those students. So what do we do if a student's not responding to our Tier 1 stuff, right? So they keep misbehaving. Well, all of our schools have Tier 2 teams. And so our Tier 2 teams, it just we up our intervention strategy. So we look at the student and what are their thresholds that they're meeting. Maybe it's that their attendance is poor. Maybe it's that their academics are falling. Maybe it's that they're way ramping up in all their behaviors and getting lots of referrals. So then we look at those students and we assign interventions that would meet those students' needs. Our Tier 2 teams are generally called SBIT teams. And, do you need me? No, you're good? Okay. So anyway, the other people that are there, so the counselors, the school psychs, they are all helping us to assign these interventions. When we have students who have interventions, we look about 4 to 6 weeks for that intervention to take place, and we want to see if they're responding. They respond, great. If we start a fade plan. If they don't respond, then we might have to up the ante and go to tier 3. Tier 3 actually consists of behavior plans, just like you would see in an IEP. We have student behavior contracts. We have intensive counseling, just like they spoke about with our wellness counselors who are doing therapeutic counseling. And then sometimes we do have to refer out to different agencies or have a behaviorist come in and perhaps go to different alternative education sites as well. That's the last thing we want to do, but it is something that sometimes we have to. But hopefully we've made a huge impact in some of the interventions. And all along the way, we're including our families in these conversations so that they're key players in our interventions, and they are getting the feedback too as to how the student's doing with the interventions taking place. So I would like to introduce Miss Jennifer Scala again. She's going to talk about what do we do when we as the comprehensive site cannot reach a student and have maxed out our intervention possibilities.
Okay, so one of the things that we have heard overwhelmingly at all schools is we have had a significant increase in behavior that is disruptive in some way. And so like Mrs. Capon was saying, we're doing all of these things prior, and there are some students that continue to struggle despite everything that we're doing. This year and ongoing, we have Gina Payton, who has created this really amazing program for us that we're just in the infancy stages of developing. We're currently calling it the Behavior Intervention Team, and so I would really love to talk about that with you. Gina really wishes she could be here. Unfortunately, she's homesick. Rather than me really do no service to explaining what that program is, I'd like to bring Gina back and have her walk through that with you. It's, I think, a really exciting opportunity because it's a lot of coaching and supporting teams to really address these really difficult behaviors rather than putting students away from their general ed peers or away from their home schools and those kinds of things. So I'll bring back Gina and she can explain the program to you. Thank you. Any questions?
Okay, moving along here, we're going to show you quickly how we look at all the data that comes in, how we organize it to serve students.
All right, so we first wanted to touch on some of the overarching theme that you've heard from all of our different speakers. When we think of the different levels that we're servicing and supporting students, we have this tier 1 level, and that's all of our students receiving the core curriculum, the coursework at the various levels, and it's the day-to-day accommodations and supports that teachers are doing in classrooms every single day. As you've also heard, every school has a team that meets very regularly to look at student data, and that might be our SBAC assessments, that might be our local assessments, and looking at that data to determine which students are in need of additional supports. And then that's when we look at the supports we have at our school sites and or in the district to offer that additional support in addition to that tier 1, their classroom or grade level work. And then that team continuously working together to look at the data. Some students even need more specialized, focused instruction. And again, we're looking at what do we have available on our campuses, what do we have available across the school district that we can pull in to really support all of those students. And then if, as was mentioned, sometimes that might be an outside person from our school site, or we might pull in some of our special education teachers and say, you know, do we recommend, or what are our next steps with this student?
You mentioned, you know, that parents are very involved with the communication on what's happening. In my experience, when the the interventions that the school was trying in the beginning don't seem to be clicking, that quite often there's some kind of an emergency at home. Somebody's lost a job, somebody's, you know. Are the parents, do they have available from the school somebody that can help with them to deal with their own at-home crises? Because that's probably what's behind the difficulties the students having at school. What kind of supports for parents are we able to provide?
So I think on our school sites, our administration team helps support parents. I think our targeted case managers are really that connection to support families, given the variety of circumstances that may, be happening. But our targeted case managers are really those who can support families and kind of connect them and with things that we might have available at our school to support. Any additional ones?
I would just add too that having been at a school site, it's a lot of people on that site that kids can go to, or people discover that somebody's having a rough time with something. So it can really come, it's in my experience, come from anybody on the school site, staff-wise, to bring attention to the fact that a student's needing some support, some help, what we can do to go forward with that with the family. So it's really, when we say it takes a village, it really does.
So you've heard this term a couple of times. EduClimber is an online, a platform where we have all of this data. So, as a teacher, we've got the reading platform that our students use. We've got Aries where we have where we take attendance. And last year we started using EduClimber. And what EduClimber does is it takes all of this academic data, local, state assessment data, our social emotional data, and our behavioral data that Jessica touched upon, and it puts it all into this one spot so we can, and when I say we, site teams, Chase and I as MTSS coordinators can look at it and look for what are the patterns that we're seeing. You can pull up a student and see how are they doing academically? Maybe they need some more social emotional support. Maybe they're amazing academically, but are in need of more behavioral support. So it's a platform that really allows us to pull all these different data pieces together in one spot. And so one example would be for those positive behavior interventions and supports. So when Jessica was mentioning entering minors and major incidents, last year Chase and I worked with our MTSS site leads to identify the process, because all of our school sites have different needs and have different processes in place. But all of our sites enter their minor incidents into this platform called EduClimber. And a minor incident are those things that happen, in the classroom, on the playground, that don't make it to at the office level. It's just kind of a little note, this happened today. And so when that data is entered in EduClimber, this is an example from one of our school sites for the month of February, the team can sit down and say, okay, we've been hearing all these things about, issues on the playground. But in February, it looks like the graph to the right is broken down by weekday. So we can say, oh, Thursday was the day that these are minor incidents, these things were happening. And then it will also show, what hour of the day. So this one, I think, is the third one over, is 9 a.m. and 11 a.m. So what's happening at 9 o'clock and 11 o'clock. And then the last one is the location. So in this particular school site, it was in the classroom. So 9 a.m. on a Thursday in the classroom, what can we do? And that would be a conversation that the team can have. They can go back to their staff and say, hey, how can we help problem solve this? How can we put more supports or, change something to see that decrease in the next month? So that's one piece that we've been using EduClimber for. And then the other piece that we've just really started utilizing this year, which is really exciting, I'm going to let Chase explain because he's been spearheading some of this over at his site.
Thanks, thanks, Christy. So one of the beautiful things that's let me adjust this. One of the more beautiful things that's come out of our MTSS initiatives has been the ability for us to collaborate across grade levels. Not a lot of times do you get people from an elementary world, in the middle school world, and the high school world all sitting together to solve problems for kids. And so one of the cool things about the thresholds is I kind of like to think of it as an early warning system. So I teach at Fairview, so that's our alternative education high school. And so a lot of the times kids are coming to us, well, most of the time they're coming credit deficient. And so a lot of the times kids are exhibiting behaviors of good attendance but poor grades. And a lot of the times we want to figure out who those students are as quick as possible. So a threshold, in many ways, basically allows us to set parameters that once a student meets that, so say a student is attending 90% or more of the time, but they are now failing 4 classes, the moment that 3rd or 4th class triggers, it mines the system and sends off an email or notification to counselors and admins so that we are aware very quickly what students are kind of falling through the cracks, because we tend to think of students failing as students that aren't at school, but that's not always the case. And so our thresholds are really cool in that concept because you can apply that to pretty much anything that EduClimber can mine from areas in our other data systems. And so what you guys are looking at right now is kind of based off of what we do at Fairview called the academically disengaged process, where just like I described, a student is coming to school often, but they are failing multiple classes. At Fairview, we use a minor intervention tag in there, so we would input that as a behavior. That's not always the easiest thing to do when you have 38 students and 6 classes at a comprehensive site, so we've kind of adapted that idea, and we're trying to work with the high schools to figure out ways that we can continue to monitor students so they're not falling through the cracks. And one of those things would be, say at PB High School, a student is attending 95% of the class time. We'd set that up so their academic counselor would be notified that we are now failing a class, and so that we're not waiting till progress reports to identify those students and communicate home. We're now able to have that early warning system to really kind of target that, communicate with home, and make sure that students receiving the services they need to be successful at school.
So as always, we've got a lot of great things that we continue to work on in that K-12 system, but we always have additional pieces that we continue to work on. So as we continue to move forward with MTSS in our district, really looking at our SBIT process at our comprehensive high schools, that's going to be a big task for us next year, and we already have a lot of that started, especially with those thresholds and looking at students through EduClimber. Continuing to evaluate, is what we're doing working, and are we supporting the students with what they need in any one or multiple of those areas of academic, behavioral, and social emotional. And as always, receiving and getting feedback from our partners, from our families, because ultimately we are here to support our students and make sure that our students are successful and can be as successful as they can be by the time they leave us in Chico Unified. Thank you so much for your time. I'm going to turn it back over to Tina, and we're happy to answer any questions that you may have.
Thank you again, board members and public, for your attention tonight. We were hoping that we could share some information about the MTSS framework for you. We're happy to continue to talk to it. If anybody in the room has any more questions or wants to know more about something, you know where to find us. And I want to thank the whole team that was here. There were quite a few folks that joined in on this, as you saw, from our students to our counselors that we have over there as well, and our staff here. And thank you again. We love what we do, and we love that it's supporting kids.
I just thought of something. The Fairview person, Mr. Thank you.
Mr. Fairview.
Yeah. How long have you been working with the threshold status, looking at Fairview?
Well, quite some time. The threshold just allowed us to have a mechanism for which to do it, but back in the old days, it was all paper at Fairview. And so we've adapted this process, and again, I'll mention that whole idea of getting all of these minds in a room has really been wonderful to be able to really target and help students out. So that's something we've adapted that Fairview and the alternative education campuses have been doing for quite some time. It's just now we're trying to really streamline it, develop it into something that can actually be working at all school sites.
I do remember back in the days when I was one of those office people running reports before probable failure notices came out. And you could tell immediately, okay, there's a problem, and you identifying them early while they still had time to look at not getting that F or that D- at a probable failure thing was huge, because they don't give up. If they think there's hope, they tend not to give up quite so readily.
I absolutely agree with you. And like the last thing we want students to be doing is falling into a pit that they feel that they cannot crawl out of.
Yes.
And the more that we can do to ensure that everybody, all stakeholders involved, know that that student is struggling, whether it's behavioral, social, emotional, or academic, that's our number one priority.
Thank you.
Oh, sorry, are you adding? Okay.
I just wanted to say a quick housekeeping item for anybody that is wondering that restroom facilities are outside these doors and around to the left. So just wanted people to know that as the evening goes on.
Thank you. That is important information. Does the board have any additional technical questions for clarification purposes?
I don't have questions, but I do have just thank you for bringing all of the alphabet soup things more into focus. It's important to, for me at least as a board member, to understand what's happening below the surface. And I see so many wonderful things to support kids at all level, and I am so thankful that we instituted MTSS. It's going to get us through what we've been through these last few years, and I thank everyone that's working in support of it.
We appreciate it. Thank you very much.
Do we have any public comment for 6.1 multi-tiered system of support MTSS overview?
We do not.
Okay, seeing none, this is informational only and no action is needed. With that, we will move on to item 7. This is our discussion action calendar. The first order of business is 7.1.1, an informational presentation about the facility master plan overview. And we are getting a presentation by Julie Kissel.
Good evening. Thank you for allowing us here tonight to work on the planning for our exciting update of the facilities master plan. Tonight we have Laura Noss with Lionakis Architects here to walk us through the presentation. I'll go ahead and let Laura take over.
Thank you, Julie. Oops, I'm going to make a mess here. Great. Hello, everyone, and thank you for having us here again today. Last month, we presented a very long presentation on the progress on the facilities master plan, and today we're here with several action items. We left you with a little homework at the last meeting, and that was a list of those action items we'd be looking at today: how to address our surplus capacity, interim housing options, our approach to the Inspire campus, school size and capacity issues, the master plan elementary school prioritization process, and what to do with the remaining bond funds of your current available bond.
So item by item, we do have the lead sheets in here. Do you want to introduce them, Julie?
Yeah, just one quick thing I wanted to clarify. We did plan on working through the action items one by one while presenting on each item, if that's allowable.
Yeah, sorry, I'm just processing that request because this is on here as a separate item, informational with the overview, and then the next, which is just informational, the next item on the agenda is discussion action for item 1. So are you envisioning that it will be more cohesive of a conversation and efficient if we just kind of chunk it out and go kind of one piece at a time?
Yes, please.
Okay. Then in that case, I think that do you have some direction?
Well, we do have a speaker who has requested to speak to 7.1.1. So we will need to go to that then when we come back, if we're going to do it separately.
Let me just,
Which is the overview.
apologies. My apologies. Okay, so I would say then, if we're gonna do that, then the way that this reads to me is 7.1.1 is informational and is really just those first 2 slides. And so in that case, we would go through our rules of order, which is to ask if the board has any questions for clarification at this time. Seeing none, I can call for public comment on 7.1.1. We do have one that has signed up, which is Audrey Baki.
Hi, I was a little confused as to how to sign up and make sure I could speak tonight, so I'm kind of just talking about all of the things that are happening.
Sorry, can I just, question of clarification? Is your comment just addressing the facilities master plan?
It's addressing Hooker Oak possibly closing or repurposing.
Would it be okay if we moved you to the Hooker Oak item?
That is totally fine.
Okay.
Like I said, it was confusing
No worries.
today on the Google.
It happens,
Thank you.
We try to be clear, but it just is challenging. So I will definitely call you back up when that item comes up. Thank you. Okay, so since this is informational only, it doesn't look like we have any additional public comment. Now I'm going to introduce item 7.1.2, which is a discussion action item. This is called item number 1, Facilities Master Plan, Identify Elementary Surplus Capacity. And now I will ask you to make your presentation on this item.
Okay, we have put the lead sheets in for reference, and specifically the district, we are looking for a recommendation that the Board of Education designate an elementary campus to be repurposed. So we have some information to share with you before that decision. The first is at our last meeting, we talked about model capacities, and a lot of that was triggered by our discussion around transitional kindergarten and the number of kindergartens and making sure we could have a consistent cohort of students through all their grade levels at their campus. And we developed a small, mid-size, and large scaled campus for each of the district's elementary schools. Those start with either 2, 3, or 4 kindergartens and are agreed upon transitional kindergarten of a capture rate of 65% of those kindergarten classrooms. There are some other nuances regarding special education, 2 at each campus, and some campuses designated for moderate to severe students, but generally these models hold. When we look at the projections for student enrollment between now and 2030, you can look at the bottom line there and see when we apply the model capacity, we generate a capacity of about 6,100 students or spaces for students at the district, which is a surplus capacity of 581. And so when we apply that kind of piece of information, we have a couple, we have options, right? The options are taking those demographic enrollment projections and looking at repurposing that capacity generally. And the ways we can look at repurposing that capacity, we can use it as interim housing, for example. We talked last time a lot about trying to accelerate the improvements at the existing elementary schools. If we can find a location for interim housing of those schools, we can move faster. The second was, is there any district support facilities or underhoused district facilities that could be looked at for that interim capacity? And then the third was a new location for Inspire. All of those things remain on the table, but this is kind of the options for the district to look at its surplus capacity. We have options, though. We can continue in the status quo and address a surplus capacity on a site-by-site basis. And by that, we mean as they come up for renovation, replacement, or improvements, we acknowledge the surplus at that capacity or at that school and keep making them smaller to address that. It changes the model capacity model a little bit, but that's an option that still exists. The other is to repurpose an existing school, reclaiming that capacity at one particular site and redistributing the remaining students in order to make that space available for other uses. And the two that we had identified initially were Citrus and Hooker Oak. So this map, if you recall, is just a bit of a density heat map, if you will. The schools in red are the ones that are currently under their capacity by at least 10% or more. And you can see by their location, it's a pretty dense amount of student capacity in one location. Again, so when we look at that, choosing one of the schools in red as a potential for that repurposing makes a lot of sense with the overlap. Two of those, McManus and Neal Dow, are recently or currently in the process of being made like new. And so those quickly came off the table for this discussion. We also looked, the engineering team, architectural team went out to every campus. This condition assessment map is organized by kind of best condition, and by that I just mean physical condition. As architects, we're not evaluating the educational condition, we're evaluating the physical condition. Marigold, McManus, assuming we're complete with the work there, and Neal Dow are all good to go. Yellow means there's things here and there, right? They might be due for a systems upgrade or something like that. The oranges are all, as you can see, a mix of red, which puts you close to replacement value for the improvements that would be needed, and orange, which is about 75% of replacement value. And then, of course, in red, Citrus and Hooker Oak, the oldest of the district's schools. We did, however, look at other assessment factors, such as the unduplicated student count, the English language learner percentages, as I mentioned, the condition assessment, and how the capacity currently aligns with its current enrollment, and sorted them differently. This particular map sorts them by condition assessment, so from best condition physically to worst condition physically. But we also have sorted by population, the number of students served, and by unduplicated student count or percentages, and by EL percentages on the campus, because all of these factors do matter in your decision making about how to move forward. We did, however, come to a recommendation, and that was to repurpose the Hooker Oak Elementary School site as potential interim housing or other future uses. I mentioned the central dense location. I mentioned the condition assessment at sort of the lowest level of the schools. There would need to be a lot of careful planning between now and whenever this happens. How do you relocate an educational program that's popular and perhaps merge it with another site? That's, again, above my pay grade as an architect, but certainly there's an opportunity there. But also just how to phase in the students from that campus and how they transition. No boundary adjustment would be required, as that's an open enrollment school, and if the program moves and merges, it could remain an open enrollment school, and that the enrollment in the long-range projections is shown as declining. So the board action is to get feedback from the board and to take action on the repurposing of an elementary school campus.
I just want to mention that the Hooker Oak program is a very important program to the district, and that careful consideration and planning will need to take place if the board decides to repurpose the campus buildings. That doesn't mean that the program will be going away. We would be working hard to create a transition plan that's beneficial to students and families and the program.
Yeah, we can ask questions of clarification.
Okay, Julie and Laura, thank you. I too value that Hooker Oak program. That has been, yeah, don't need to say anything other than it's been amazing. Still is. It's not a bin. It is an amazing program. I was sitting in on a committee meeting, and the questions were being asked about, is there a school that's not on the got to do something with it list that could house that program? Because I don't want to see that program disturbed, dismantled, whatever. But if we can take that program in whole and put it on another campus as a separate program, but on a campus, do we have that other campus? This is a loaded question because I know the answer. Where would it go?
We don't have an answer to that question right now. We'll let the board decide on this point, and then we go to work on the how and the when and the where, and we bring it back in the form of draft master plan in early May for the board to evaluate the plan for consideration in the incorporation into the facilities master plan.
So this is an action. Yeah. So if the board said we two things, we want to repurpose Hooker Oak, and we also want to see that program maintained, would that be a direction that would fit your request for direction?
Yes.
I'm going to move. Okay. Will you let us know when it's, okay. She's so good.
Mr. Lando, did you have a question for clarification?
I suspect others will say it better once we get to public comment, so let's do that.
Okay. I have a question for clarification for myself. I feel like it might be beneficial to understand better or to be able to grasp the long-term need to scale back because of our surplus. And if we have a like a cost benefit that goes with that, so that we can understand better why this is a critical decision to make.
So there likely are a number of financial impacts to the district regarding the operation of a school site. However, from my perspective, it removes an elementary campus from our implementation plan. So we're running $60 million a campus around for our elementary school renovations right now. So that would mean that if we did not renovate Hooker Oak campus, that money would flow down to the next campus in line in the implementation plan. So in a way, saving money for the schools that we, are continuing to serve.
So it would consolidate future monies that become available for facilities updates to those other school sites because of the surplus capacity. And then the second point, or the first point technically you made, was that just the long-term costs of maintaining a school would be a savings in that regard. And then the third point that I don't think was addressed yet, that I remember from the presentation last time, I think, and please correct me if I'm wrong, obviously, is that that there would be some benefit for using that for interim housing possibly, because if we can use that while we're rebuilding a whole new school or two or three, that would also be a cost savings, allowing us to use those dollars for even more work to get done on the other schools.
Yes, as Laura mentioned in the presentation, utilizing a surplus campus for interim housing would allow us to move more swiftly through the elementary school renovations, and being able to accomplish them quicker saves money. So that would mean.
Saves money that goes back into the projects that are happening.
Absolutely, gets pushed down to the next project. So we get further in our implementation with those dollars if we can tackle the elementary schools more swiftly, which we're presenting on very shortly on the interim housing item as well.
Are there any other questions for clarification?
Actually, I do now.
Okay,
Thank you. Even if we choose to designate the Hooker Oak site to be repurposed, we still own it, we're still using it for something. How is this not just kicking the can down the road? Or, I mean, is it?
We think that, thank you. We think that we would not be kicking the can down the road. Hooker Oak is a campus that would be very difficult to transform to the standard of that we have been renovating to for equity with our elementary students. And we do not intend to have to spend those kinds of dollars on Hooker Oak. It would be very difficult to do so. So no, I don't believe you're kicking the can down the road.
Does that mean that we should expect not to see Hooker Oak as a site for students at all in the future? I mean, at some point, if we're going to use it for students again, we're going to have to fix it up, right?
Right, so it would need to accommodate the interim housing of students from other elementary schools for a period of time. And then it would be repurposed for something else in the future. As Laura mentioned, it could be district uses, or it could be potential site for Inspire High School in the future.
And I'm not trying to be difficult here. Given any of those, we will still need to make some renovations, right? I mean, if it's in that red category for condition, it's still going to be so. I mean, just taking it, saying we're not going to spend money on it doesn't magically make it fit for some other group of people to use it, right?
Correct. Yeah, so this isn't something that we're asking the board for direction on, but it has been kicked around, the idea that Inspire will need a home in the future. And they do have their own funding source, both through state funding for school construction and Measure K dollars that are allocated to charter schools. So improvements that may be needed if it were to become a high school campus for Inspire, there are funds available for those renovations.
It's a big if. Let me chew on it for a little bit.
I'm not hearing any additional questions for clarification from the board, so at this time, we'll open it up for public comment. Thank you for your presentation. I have a feeling we may have further questions for clarification, so of course, be on the ready. So I'm going to call up, actually before I start calling anybody up, just a reminder about our civility policy and just to make sure that we're being respectful of everybody's place and perspectives, and that this should be a space where we should be able to feel that we can share our perspectives and our experiences and respect those of each other. And so with that, also a reminder that you get 3 minutes for public comment. You will hear a bell at the 30-second mark. I always question myself if it's 30 seconds or not. 30-second mark, that is just your indication that you need to wrap up your statement. And when the second bell goes off, I will interrupt you just by saying thank you. And that is your cue to finish up your sentence and take your leave, and we'll move on to the next person. So that was the longest explanation I've ever given for public comment, but I have a feeling that it's necessary tonight. So we will start with Jessica Hunt on public comment for this item. I just feel like there's probably several people here who are new to giving a public comment, which is why I felt the need to give a little deeper explanation.
We'll call her too.
Yeah, they're on my list. Yeah.
Hi, most of you know me. My name is Jessica Hunt, and I am a proud former Hooker Oak parent. All 3 of my kids were in attendance at Hooker Oak. I'm really concerned about this possible plan of moving Hooker Oak space to another campus. As a former parent of Hooker Oak, when I look back at our time at Hooker Oak, it is with great happiness. I'm not going to lie, leaving Hooker Oak to go to Bidwell was really scary. But there's no doubt in my mind that the open structure program gave my boys a leg up. The key to that program's success is the students, the families, and the highly dedicated staff. The staff at Hooker Oak want to be there. And that family feeling continues long after a family has transitioned to junior high. Open structure is successful because they are together under one roof. Moving the program to another site to share space with a school that is not an open structure opens the door to a whole lot of other issues. And it saddens me to think that the integrity of the program could be put at risk because there's no guarantee that every staff member, and not to mention the highly involved administration, will move with that program to the other site. And rumor has it that HO's current principal is a former Hooker Oak student. How great is that? Has the board talked to the families? Have they talked to the staff? Have you taken a tour of Hooker Oak and seen it in action? If you haven't, I highly suggest you do that before you make your decision. And I'm proud to say there is one person on this board that knows the good things that Hooker Oak has done, and that's Tom Lando, who is my daughter's student teacher at Hooker Oak, and he's seen it in action. And I'm begging you to not make this decision right now. You have to put this off. You have to do more research on what damage could be done to this program, because if you lose this program, you're losing a lot more than a program. You're losing families and students. That's all.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Now we have Audrey Baki.
All right, hello again. I'm Audrey Baki. I'm the parent of 3 current students at Hooker Oak. And I'm here to tell you why you shouldn't repurpose our school and try to move a program. First of all, it's not a program. It's an alternative school of choice. And it offers more than what most neighborhood schools can because of its focus on integrated instruction, looping classes, and thematic learning. The parents of students in Hooker Oak actively chose this school for our children because we knew it would meet our children's needs and would foster the kind of love and passion for learning that traditional schools simply can't. We make the commitment to drive across town in morning school drop-off traffic through multiple neighborhood schools to ensure our kids get a quality education because it's worth it. We are willing to meet the volunteer requirement, some of us volunteering well above that requirement, so that our children can participate in multiple enrichment opportunities and receive the best instructional program they deserve. We do this because we love this school and what it offers our students. You may say that traditional neighborhood schools can offer these same things to our students, but I'm here to tell you it's not the same. Our students thrive in their academic and social emotional learning because of the looping classes that they have. For those who don't know what looping is, it's when the class stays with the same teacher for 2 years in a row. This enables teachers to truly get to know the students, their needs, their wishes, their desires, their challenges, their successes, their family life, their learning preferences, so many things. When teachers have the same students for a second year, they have the opportunity to start real teaching so much sooner because they can skip the typical getting to know you stuff. It means our students ultimately have more time dedicated to teaching and learning. And let's not forget the positive effects that looping has on our social emotional health of our students, which is in dire need right now. A second year with the same teacher gives our students a sense of normalcy, structure, and routine that simply doesn't happen in our traditional schools. When students feel loved and know they can trust their teacher, they are able to better focus on their learning. The traditional schools in our district don't offer as much as the active, hands-on, thematic-based learning that Hooker Oak prides itself on. Traditional schools focus more on math and English because of state testing, which leads to curriculum and teaching that is disjointed and unexciting. At Hooker Oak, kids are actively engaged in their learning through projects, field trips, and instruction that purposefully connects across the subjects. My children come home excited and passionate about what they are learning in school. I know other parents in the district can't say the same thing about their kids' reactions when coming home from the traditional neighborhood schools. I can't tell you how important school choice is for our students in this community. Alternative schools exist because they fill a need that other schools can't. If you take away this amazing school of choice, you are pushing parents to make another choice. Do we stay in Chico Unified, a district that has shown us they don't care about us or our school, as evidenced by the poor planning for our facility updates and desire to close Hooker Oak? Or do we look at charter schools in neighboring districts for enrollment for our kids? Don't force us to make that choice.
Stacy Bono, also please. Before you start, I have to give the little speech that I don't like getting people's names wrong, so please correct me.
It's Bonneau, it's fine.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Sorry.
It's okay. Good evening, my name is Stacy Bonneau. I'm a special education teacher at Hooker Oak, as well as a mother of 3 Hooker Oak alumni. As someone who is involved in many aspects of our school, I would like to share some of the amazing things happening at our campus. Beth Geisey was just named Outstanding Social Studies Educator of the Year for the state of California. She and Katie Yancey brought their fourth grade classes to Sacramento yesterday to tour the Capitol building and visit the California Museum. Our fifth grade teachers are busy planning the annual ship trip. In May, their students will set sail in the San Francisco Bay, visit the Marine Mammal Sanctuary, and tour the Bay Model. This month, all students are participating in the Royal Dance Academy. Tomorrow is their performance. Second graders just presented their Positive Heroes Museum and our NPR. Our principal, Emily Mullins, is an amazing leader, and our school is an example in this district in many ways. We initiated the math pacing guide that is now used by the district. We have implemented the Number Sense math screener that multiple schools are picking up. We have a PBIS platinum status. We have a robust garden where students receive weekly instruction. We have a nature center in the middle of our school. We have a sensory room. We have a wellness team that meets every week and a wellness center available to every student. I encourage you to please visit our campus and see all the good work we are doing and how important it is to our community. My heart is so heavy knowing that all we have worked so hard to build and create is under threat now. And honestly, it doesn't make sense. We're an exemplary school in Chico Unified. We offer an alternative program that keeps students and ADA funding in the district. Closing Hooker Oak will mean more students leaving for charter schools. Yes, our enrollment is down, but that is mostly due to COVID. In 2020, we had 365 students enrolled at Hooker Oak. You're projecting decreasing enrollment based on post-COVID numbers, but as a school of choice, our enrollment is driven by the quality of our program, and we have families, new families interested again. We are on the brink of recovering, and our enrollment will go back up to pre-COVID numbers. It's really the lack of improvement to our facilities that is holding us back. I know there is a plan to merge with another school, but we all know that's not going to resemble the school or program we currently have. You can't just pick Hooker Oak up and put it down somewhere else. If you make this decision, it will have an immediate negative impact on our current enrollment and tie our hands behind our backs. If I were a kindergarten parent, I certainly wouldn't enroll in a school with such an uncertain future. I would choose one of the many charter schools. In 3 or so years, when it's time to move, it's hard to say what our program will look like. I know that closing Hooker Oak checks a lot of boxes in your renovation plan, but it discards a school that has thrived in this community since 1948. I implore you to reconsider your plan to repurpose Hooker Oak and stay with the status quo. Please value Hooker Oak for the amazing school that it has been and will continue to be if you allow it.
Thank you. Do we have additional public comment at this time? Just also a reminder that our public comment policy is 30 minutes. We have a public commenter coming up. Sorry, Julie. It is 30 minutes, so.
I signed up for a speaker card, but I think I signed up under the wrong section.
Okay, can you tell me your name, please?
Yeah, Michelle Palmquist.
I'll check it out.
Okay. Can I start?
Thank you.
Hi, I'm Michelle Palmquist. I have a kindergartner at Hooker Oak and an incoming TKer for next year. In case you don't remember me from the last meeting, I ended up at Hooker Oak by chance, and we choose to stay at Hooker Oak by choice. Last month, I sat through a very long meeting and listened to each person tell you the reasons why their school needs funding and updates. We heard a lot of the same things. It appears that our school and our program are now at risk, not just our buildings, but our whole program. I'm back tonight to share with you what is unique and special about Hooker Oak. I'm sure you know that we're a choice school. No one is zoned to go to Hooker Oak, but each family applies to get in and chooses to be there. We host many families throughout the district. Hooker Oak is a great option for families interested in the charter-like school environment, but we're able to keep them in the district. Our program, I hate talking anyways, I'm sorry. Our program focuses on thematic learning and community involvement. Our units are all broken out with a theme and hands-on learning for each of these units. The kids are never sitting at a desk, but always learning and growing with their own creativity. Our school offers electives for all the grades, music, art, garden, and the kids really love them. Our kids are encouraged to share ideas, and teachers support the creative minds of these young children. I sat in a PTO meeting in October, and one mom expressed that some fifth graders had an idea of doing a holiday store. It was crazy because before I knew it, the PTO ramped up an entirely new event that never existed before just because a few kids mentioned they were interested in selling their own products. I was shocked that kids K through 5th grade had to apply for a space, budget for their supplies, and then execute their ideas. One Saturday morning in December, we had our very first Sprouty business market, and I wish you could have seen the amazing ideas these young entrepreneurs came up with. Hooker Oak encourages parent involvement. It's great for us to get into the classrooms and get to know the kids and the families. I've only been at Hooker Oak for 2 years, but I've already found my people. We have play dates and mom nights outside of school. We're a community, and it feels really good to be a part of it. We also have looping classes. The kids have the same classmates and the same teachers for 2 years, giving students and families a great opportunity to really bond and get to know each other. This really helps the kids feel comfortable and learn to grow. We would love to see some funding come our way, but most importantly, we want to stress the impact of our unique program that offers to this community and our children. Thank you.
Thank you.
Get up here. Hi, I have some friends here. My name's Beth Geisey, and here are a few of my students, Gwen and Evelyn, and Gwen's sister, who is in 2nd grade at Hooker Oak. Good evening, board members. Thank you for having us, and thank you for letting us share our concerns tonight. Hooker Oak has nurtured students, as Stacy said, since 1948, and we are a cornerstone in our community. Our school benefits Chico by providing an alternative, well-rounded education in an enriching, hands-on environment. Because of this style of teaching, as Stacy pointed out, I was, it's a long one here, I was recently honored with the California Council for Social Studies Outstanding Elementary Educator of the Year Award. And And because of that, because of the way we teach, I really think that was a big part of me receiving that award. Keeping our school open is the best way to ensure that the continued success of only one of 2 alternative programs left in this district. Let's talk about what makes Hooker Oak special, shall we? We are an integrated thematic learning community, as others have said. We include opportunities for our learners to choose theme-based projects that tie into our standards and the curriculum. This student-centered approach helps kids develop ownership of their learning, responsibility, and strong time management skills. Through family and community involvement, along with field trips, our students develop a strong sense of their place in our community. Did you know that I have taken this 4th grade class on 17 field trips this year? And I have 3 more to go, and maybe 4 if one comes up that relates to what we are learning about. This is an example of an integrated and thematic learning community, and it is very powerful. At Hooker Oak, we loop, as you've heard, where I get to keep these 2 kids for a whole other year. And hopefully someday I'll get this one in a year and a half or 2 years. So we do loop. I love looping. I love connecting with these kids. I know that I get to just start right off when they are in 5th grade and just hit the ground running, right? Even after 26 years, I still keep in touch with some of my former kids, and I follow their successes, such as we have a Hooker Oak alumni teaching a first-year writing seminar at Northwestern. We have another currently studying at Harvard Divinity School. Another former student who is a Princeton graduate is now running his own company. And my very first class at Hooker Oak, we now have a sweet kid teaching at Chico State, living here in Chico. That is what a lasting impact is. That is exactly an example of a lasting impact. Here, students build confidence, they reach beyond their capabilities, family involvement and community connections are made. My own 3 kids attended Hooker Oak. They're all very successful, living in Philadelphia.
Thank you, that's your time. I know, it's so hard.
What do we say? Do we say thank you? Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I'm seeing no additional public comment. Well, there was one hand, I'm sorry, I didn't see it. I can't see anything. Sorry, thank you. Yeah, I just am, we have, do we have a district person addressing whatever's happening in the back? I have to wait for my timekeeper to come back. Thank you.
And I do want to say thank you for letting us know.
Mhm.
We don't always see everything that happens, especially in the back.
Definitely.
Thank you for letting us know.
Very difficult to see anything beyond the speaker for me. So thank you. Okay, Mr. Hanlon, are you prepared for the next speaker? Okay, thank you, yes.
So thank you for letting me speak tonight. I'm a current parent of one Hooker Oak student. I have 4 older children who went to Hooker Oak as well. In fact, actually, my oldest son was in kindergarten, 1st, 2nd, 3rd, and 4th grade with Beth's oldest daughter, Jennifer Rosovich, who is Educator of the Year this year, was my oldest son's kindergarten teacher who's in attendance here today. These are amazing educators. This isn't a program you can take and put on a different campus. This is a community, it's a home, it's not just a school. I lost my house up in Paradise. Hooker Oak took us in. I never have looked back since then, and I'm supposed to be sending my TK student, who unfortunately, because of IEP limitations, was not able to go to Hooker Oak this year. He is scheduled to go to kindergarten there, and it's scary to think that it's going to close and he's going to have to adjust and be sent somewhere else. I don't know what else to say other than that I'm just so happy to be a part of that community, and I'm happy that I was able to get back to that family, and I'm so thankful every day to be able to traverse the miles to the school through other neighborhood schools to get there to drop my son off. And he loves his school, he loves his teachers, and he's so glad to see everybody every day. The older kids, students, the younger students that are there. My goddaughter goes to school there. We are a family and a community, not just a school. So I hope that you take the chance to do a walkthrough of our school and to see the amazing program that these amazing people have built for us. Please.
Thank you. All right. There is still time left. I'm just making sure that there's no additional comments. Okay.
I sent my public comment in via email, but is there anything we can do for historical preservation for the school? It's old. That's all I got.
Hi, my name's Tracy Dukowski. I already sent you guys a letter. I am a teacher at Hooker Oak. I have a TK student and 2 more that hopefully will be coming through the program. After hearing all the comments tonight, personally, I ask you guys not to take action, because if you take action to repurpose us, where are we gonna go? There's no plan right now. I would rather see a plan that shows we stay together as a program, because we are a family. And I worry that if you make the decision tonight, then it's gonna be, well, where are we gonna put them? We'll be scattered and just thrown anywhere that has space. Because looking at your numbers, who has space for our entire program? Who?
At this point, I don't see anybody. So please, do more research. Figure out what is your plan to do with us before you make the decision to get rid of our building for us. Thank you.
Are there any additional public comments? Okay, thank you. I know I'm very stoic, but I do always appreciate our public commenters. It's my job to keep a poker face, I think. But I could smile. Okay, so that being said, sorry, I'm getting a little antsy. Let's move to the portion where we call for a motion, but before I actually am calling for a motion, Julie Kissel was approaching the podium, and I just wasn't sure if there was additional things that you had to say. Okay, and like I said, there will likely be additional questions. So we do have a discussion portion once there's a motion on the table.
May I ask an additional question for clarification before we move on to
Absolutely, I think that that's appropriate. We could definitely ask continual questions for clarification from staff.
I appreciate one of the last speakers, because I did see the email about the historic preservation question, and I didn't bring it up. I apologize for that. And perhaps this is for Ms. Kissel. I'm not sure who else might be able to answer it. Have we examined the possibility of historic preservation or any sort of historic status for the building? And if not, what's the process for finding out if it's eligible for such status?
I don't have an answer for that question. It, as far as I know, has not been identified as a historical building for our town and a community. We can research and get back to you on that information on how that is achieved and what the criteria is for that.
Thank you, I would appreciate that. I'm sorry that I didn't bring it up earlier. I don't mean to do a gotcha. I just let it slip my mind, and I apologize to all of you for that.
I have a question for Ms. Kissel. The Inspire High School idea, populating Hooker Oak, from whence does that idea originate? And do we have any idea if they have an opinion about Hooker Oak School and whether they would like to be there?
The first question is how did that originate? So Inspire School of Arts and Sciences is currently housed on the Chico High School campus. It has been for the last 10 years, I believe, under a facilities use agreement with Chico Unified School District. That facility does not meet the needs of Inspire. It lacks student dining, it lacks storage, it lacks many student privacy issues in counseling and administrative services to the students. The district had decided, and the board approved, its use of portion of our property out on Bruce Road at our future Canyon View High School site. And Inspire had plans and specifications developed and approved by the state of California to build their future school on that property. However, there is not enough funding available for them to implement their plan. And it does not appear that they will have enough money with the combined resources that they have to implement that plan anytime in the foreseeable future. Chico High School, in the meanwhile, has facilities needs and a master plan of its own, which intrudes on the property that Inspire is currently housed on. So it is in Chico High School's interest, Chico Unified's interest, and Inspire's interest to find an alternative location for them to be housed in the long term. So that's how the conversation was generated.
Would they like to go to Hooker Oak School?
I don't know if they would like to go to Hooker Oak School or not. We have not had that conversation with them yet.
Would anyone from Inspire like to speak at this time?
Madam President, I believe that question is on the agenda in 2 more things, so we'll be able to deal with that question of what to do with Inspire in a couple minutes.
I just thought I'd offer, since we're making a decision that could affect them, if they had anything to say. It sounds like they don't.
It's on the agenda.
I'm sorry, Matt, was the second part of your question?
You've given me enough information, thanks.
Okay, thank you.
I have a question about how essential it is to, or what is the level of essentialism, that's probably not a word, is it to make this decision right now tonight? Rather than if we were to ask you to go back to bring more information to us in the future, in a near future meeting.
It's always, of course, possible for us to take your questions and bring back further information. We are in the middle of planning our facilities master plan to bring back to the board in early May for consideration and approval. So if this decision is put off until a later date and we're sent to do more homework and come back, it just means that that date will be extended. That will bring us into the summer break where we don't have as much staff and public participation, so likely it will push everything into the fall.
Would this affect drastically any of the further action items that we have on the agenda for facilities master planning tonight?
Some of them, yes. The prioritization of the elementary campuses for renovation will be affected. You'll just be having more schools to prioritize.
I'd like to get clarity. When is Inspire going to opine whether they want to go to Hooker Oak School or not?
We do have an item, Matt, on the agenda tonight regarding Inspire's ability to build permanent structures on the Chico High School campus or not. So that could be an opportunity for Inspire to weigh in on this topic if you wanted to wait until then.
I personally would like to do that. This very much affects them, and you know, I respect the staff recommendations. I think that you're dealing with real dollars and cents. If you say that we've got too many elementary schools in the middle of the town and we're over capacity and can't afford to fix every school to the degree that it needs to, I'm inclined to think that you're probably speaking truth. But it's not fun to stand out here all alone, you know, as being the person who, you know, didn't go to Hooker Oak. I'm not feeling it the way that these parents are because I haven't experienced it the way that they have. And I need to know who, I need to know who's in favor of closing this in our community. And since Inspire High School seems to be a potential beneficiary to that, I think that they should state an opinion. So I'd like to hear that, yeah, before I vote on it.
I have a little concern about putting Inspire in that sort of position. So I just want to ask Inspire to come up here and state that they would like to take your school is not very fair at this time. I think that what it would be fair, sorry, I would like you to please allow us to have our question and answer time and deliberation. Yeah, I think that I have questions still, but I don't know that they can be answered in this space right now.
I'm sorry. May I?
Actually, Ms. Robinson had her hand up
Go for
first.
it. Okay, put me in line.
Well, I would, is now a time when I can attempt a motion?
No, ma'am. Because we still have board members who have questions of our staff. So I've not called for a motion yet.
Okay.
So my question is actually not a question for staff, so much as it's a question for you.
Who's you?
You.
Oh, I'm not taking questions at this time.
Okay.
Yeah, thank you.
Well,
I'll take questions once there's a motion on the table. And I have not called. Do you have a question for staff or clarification?
I guess where I'd like to see more clarity is, and maybe this would involve just making a motion to suspend action on this, is wanting more information about maintaining the integrity of the open structure program and what that's going to look like if moved to an alternative location. And are they going to be considered a separate entity at the school location? I feel like that would provide more clarity for my decision in the
So the
matter.
question for staff is, would we be able to ask for a draft plan for transition, more clarity on some of these questions? It sounds like there's a lot more questions from the board that probably are going to require a bit of research to bring back for not just the board, but also the whole community. Is that something that is something that, there's more information that could be provided if we can give that direction? Yeah.
Yes, the facilities department doesn't make educational decisions and implementation for the education side. So we will partner with Ed Services to discuss different options of the how and the when and the where and report back to the board. We could do that, yes.
Are there any more questions for staff?
Julie, you mentioned our delaying a decision, pushing back other decisions and processing into next year if we delay a decision on that. Is the question that was just asked for more information part of what would create that delay?
Yes.
Okay, I call a motion.
may I?
Yes.
Thank you. Because we all seem to want a little more clarification about this, I recognize that on the current agenda, this is broken down into 6 different action items. I would like to move that we temporarily suspend the rules, hear all of the presentations on each of these items, and then address them in the order presented for motions, so that we kind of have a bigger picture of exactly what might go where. What was our action on them?
Additional discussion? So sorry, let me repeat that. The motion is to suspend the rules and move through all of our items without taking action to hear the full scale of what's being asked of us for decisions this evening. We will take all the public comment on each item and then revisit them for action after we go through those.
After 717.
Okay, after 7.7, thank you. And we have a second from Member Conkin. Any other input from the board before I call the vote? Okay, seeing none, we'll do a voice vote again because it's been a while. So I'm going to start with Member Tennis.
Tennis, aye.
Dalby, aye.
Robinson, aye.
Conkin, aye.
Lando, aye.
Okay, and with that, I'm actually going to ask for a brief 10-minute break. And then we'll come back and we'll move through that presentation. And those of you who gave public comment about Hooker Oak, we have had public comment for that item. So, we will take our public comment for the additional items after the presentations. Thank you. I call the meeting back to order. We were on a brief recess. Okay, just so we're clear, we're going through the entire presentation at this time, and then we will come back to 7.1.3.
Great. We'll make some apology because the order assumed some action was being made on the previous items, so there may be some assumptions in the ask that we have. Interim housing was brought up a number of times as one of the motivations for some of the recommendations. We have the opportunity, as we look at renovating the elementary schools, to renovate them in multiple phases. We're about to embark on that at McManus Elementary School, and it's probably going to take about 2.5 years to get through that because of the moving of students from newly renovated spaces and out of those spaces. We've investigated briefly the ability to build on existing adjacent land, i.e. build on the fields, while the remaining school remains operational, as a way to shorten the timeline. We heard loud and clear throughout our community meetings that the work that's been done has been great, but it hasn't happened quickly enough. And we discussed that last month as well to some length, and wanted to bring back recommendations that would accelerate any kind of renovation or replacement. And then the other was to use alternative housing or interim housing to make that happen. So replace or renovate, if you recall, we had 4 schools we called the quadruplets, Parkview, Rosedale, Sierra View, and Chapman, because they are similar existing buildings around the same era, the same bones, if you will. And so in the category of replace or renovate, again, taking 2 to 3 years to renovate in phases, 1 to 2 years to work on available land with maybe one building that needs to wait, and the other is to relocate students together to an alternative location. So our recommendation for interim housing was to replace versus renovate Chapman, Parkview, Rosedale, and Sierra View, and utilize surplus capacity at Hooker Oak for interim housing, and/or building on that surplus property or the field space where it's available to accelerate even potentially 2 schools at once, to move in parallel and together. And the other was to renovate Citrus and using the surplus capacity at Hooker Oak for that renovation as well.
I have a question. When you say and/or, the or build on surplus property for all or most of the campus buildings, do we or do you already have an idea of which campuses those would be where that could take place on site without extending the project time too much?
We've done some preliminary test and fit, and Rosedale, Parkview, and Chapman can get most of the way there. There might be a kindergarten building or a small building that would have to wait, and Rosedale has that opportunity too. It's just going to be in maybe quicker phases to make that happen. Again, the master plan just sets out a framework, but early test and fits would indicate that. Obviously, if we went to denser buildings or two-story buildings, you could do it more quickly, but we're using a traditional campus style similar to the work you have or the buildings you have here in campus. Sierra View, Chapman, Parkview, and Rosedale are the 4 we're recommending for replacement versus that 2 to 3 or more year renovation of existing buildings. And that, if you recall, is because the cost of renovation of those facilities, because of the code mandates, is starting to approach the cost of replacement, and with the extension of the schedule, starts to bump it over that replacement value.
I just want to ask, I don't think that was her question, if I interpreted it
sorry.
right. Yeah, no,
Okay.
I think her question was a repeat of what the answer was to my question, which
Oh,
is
I'm
which
sorry.
campuses have the space to build on site while maintaining the students on site.
So all 4 campuses have the space. I won't say they're all equal in terms of how that space meets the future needs of the school. So I would say that all 4 of them can do most of that work on the fields. There might be one building that would have to be phased after some of the campus buildings are brought down. There are other factors, like I said, density of the campus and other things.
So what I'm hearing is that without interim housing, that those campuses, if we were going to be building them in a shorter period of time, the buildings would have to be built on already vacant land. And so that really restricts the planning or the planning options for those campuses, as far as entry and parking and
All of those
street-facing type situations and everything.
You can also build interim housing, like an interim portable campus, if you will. But I have one of those projects right now going on, and that's about $6 million of investment that isn't going to the permanent solution, is just going to a temporary solution. Your numbers might be different, but it is something that does take away from the ultimate and permanent solution.
Yeah, I don't know if it would be helpful. It would be a big ask up front for all schools, but to just take one of those schools as an example and say, with option 1A, by building surplus occupancy on site, to then bulldoze the current building and rebuild there or close to there or over that footprint somewhat, it would be this. To just completely build the new school on that vacant land on that site, which would be 1B, would basically be this cost and this timeline, versus, option 2, which is to relocate that school for the 18 months to an alternative off-campus site. Those sounds like the 3 options that we really are facing for each of these schools that are basically these 6 schools that are on this list, if we're, taking it all into consideration.
Yep. So would you like us to?
I think it would, I personally feel like it's asking too much to do that for each site, but it may be helpful to see an example to understand the numbers that are attached to those decisions, because it's timeline-wise, right? How long are we disrupting a school for, as in terms of construction or moving them or, temporary housing, as well as the cost, the probable cost differences associated with those options.
What we were asking for tonight was the opportunity to utilize any and all of these options in the development of the long-range master plan. So having these options in our toolbox, then we're talking about the exact work that you're describing. We'd be digging into each campus and further exploring how can the renovations occur, where are the footprints of the new buildings to occur, what can be done within what timelines. When we bring it back to you in May for review, you would see which options were applied to which schools and why. So tonight we were asking for the opportunity to use any and all of the options provided in our development of the master planning.
And we could potentially approve all of these options if they are available or come available, without the assumption that we would actually vacate a campus. We could say, if there is a campus that becomes vacant, that would be a big if. So don't get upset about that. But if, then the board has already approved that as a potential option, and therefore here are the details I just asked for.
Correct.
Okay. Thank you. So the last item we were talking about is not dependent on this one, but that one is that that option wouldn't pan out if we said, oh, no, just option 1 and 2, not option 3. Okay. It's very complex.
Shall we keep going?
Are there any other questions about this item?
Yes, of staff. So if what I'm getting, the answer to Caitlin's question is, if we give you a framework, a global framework within which to do the next step of planning, that frees you to have to keep coming back to us for approving the next look. And what it, if we say, okay, take these 4 schools, our 4 that are the top ranked, and do what you can to give us a plan to get them built within the 18 months, which is preferable. That saves us money and doesn't disrupt the programs for as long. That would be a parameter within which you could work and come back to us in May.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Shall we move on?
Please.
The next one is the approach to Inspire. The board has been asked by Inspire if they will allow the construction of their permanent school at Chico High School in order to facilitate planning for their facility. The ask is for the board to give direction on that. Julie mentioned this earlier, but as a reminder, that area circled in red where the pointer is located is where the current Inspire campus is on Chico's campus, and the building you see there in orange hatched is the future master plan for Chico High School. So it is the first domino, if you will, to any kind of implementation of the master plan at Chico High School.
Is Mr. Williams still here?
He is not.
Okay, I'll just throw the question out there and anybody can answer that feels like it. We have been investing a lot of grant money and bond money and stuff in doing something that has brought us some amazing CTE programs. I've been visiting. Unbelievable what our kids now have available in the way of CTE options. I've also visited at Chico High, where some of those CTE programs, both present and existing and planned, are just kind of 2/3 implemented because they don't have the facility that would make the program like, you know, some others that I visited recently. So what this area could be used for if Inspire isn't there is the build-out of the buildings that are necessary to enhance the CTE programs at Chico High that are desperately waiting for space. Yes. I see your head nodding, Julie.
Yes, so we've had many discussions with Chico High School regarding the housing of their CTE programs. Off the top of my head, the medical program is one that is undersized, and they are not able to purchase the specialized equipment for instruction because they have nowhere to put it. So that's one program. Also, the sports medicine program, the ag and natural resources program, and several of the digital arts programs that are career and technical education at Chico High would be part of our planning for the Chico High School campus, in hopes that we could leverage our bond dollars with state CTE grants in the future to expand those facilities and provide adequate education space for those programs.
Would that also open up for improvements for our special education program at Chico High?
Not under the career and technical education grant program, but yes, the special ed program would be reviewed and accommodated as part of the implementation of their master plan.
I think my question was just if we know yet, or if this is a question that comes up down the line, if expanding space for our CTE program out into that area where Inspire currently is housed opens up housing or ability to improve, because is it my understanding that our special education housing at Chico High is a little bit not the most ideal or a little tight?
Yes. In the J and K buildings, the two-story buildings, there's 2 classrooms that were specially constructed for special ed. But as you know, the program has grown over the years. Right now, the SH program is currently housed in the IT building, and I had a phone call about that earlier this week. We're meeting in early May to discuss accommodating, especially one student that needs a lot of special equipment. That equipment is large, and it's hard to accommodate in the space. So we'll be brainstorming on how to accommodate that program in early May.
And
can't wait until the master plan.
Yeah, and yeah, right. You have to master plan decisions have to be made, and so is it also? So it's also my understanding that Inspire is seeking direction essentially from decisions that this board makes, and what you're asking us to do here is to determine if Inspire would be allowed to move forward with building a permanent school site on the Chico High campus.
Yes, that's what we're asking.
Okay. And if we made that decision, or when we make that decision, one way or the other, that will then give Inspire some guidance to move in a direction.
Well, they will know that how that direction is provided. They could either start their planning, putting their resources together and their funding resources together to build at Chico High School, or knowing that they need to find an alternate location to put those resources into.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions? Okay, I think we can move on.
The next piece is the impacts on school size. Confirming the special education assumptions we heard from your special education team, but specifically focused on transitional kindergarten at the right sizing of the school sites, and especially at Shasta Elementary School. So confirmation, special education at the elementary school will have 2 special education rooms at each elementary school, and the campus and 8 campuses will have additional space for the Mod Severe programs, and that's what we're planning around right now for the master plan. When we look back at the model right sizing loading scenarios, you could see that each of the campuses has transitional kindergarten indicated, 1 less typically than the kindergarten for that 65% capture rate we were looking at. The issue is, if you recall from our last meeting, we did a very complicated map of Shasta Elementary School, but it doesn't have space to add the transitional kindergarten that it needs for either its current population or a projected population there. So we have two options at Shasta. The first is to not add transitional kindergarten and let that campus rise to the large model of 672 students, which is a little higher than where it is, but the numbers align with that. And the other is to add the TK, which would, in order to maintain that cohort through the entire time, would mean a smaller campus or a smaller population at Shasta. So we're asking the board specifically on the issue of Shasta, whether we want to go forward with a TK program there and understanding its impacts on model capacity.
I think we can move on.
Okay. And then this just shows in red what they currently have at the site, so you can see they're already pushing on the large size. It's just that transitional kindergarten piece. The prioritization. The board saw at our last meeting the implementation plan from the 2019 master plan. That, if you recall, was focused a lot on growth and dealing with growth, especially at the elementary school level. As you've heard over the course of these last two meetings, things have changed demographically, and so we're looking for changes there's likely going to be changes in the implementation plan for the facilities master plan. So this is the facilities master plan 2019 implementation schedule, and that red arrow is right where we are right now, which is McManus is going out to bid as the bar 2 above that arrow, and the implementation plan had listed Hooker Oak as the next facility to be handled. I will point out for the next item, since we're not taking action on these, there isn't enough current bond money to do the Hooker Oak campus, even if it was up in line. So we'll be asking you for different feedback on the remaining bond dollars, but you can see why the timeliness of this issue is important to the board. We did want to bring back the prioritization categories that we showed earlier. This happens to be the one sorted by condition assessment, but we can go back to the ones sorted otherwise if appropriate.
Just to clarify what you just said, the previous board that approved this facilities master plan timeline had prioritized based on need?
On handling growth, yeah.
Growth.
Mhm.
Okay. Projected growth.
Projected growth.
And some of those things, some of those
Many of those
projections.
things have changed.
Many of those
Yeah.
projections have changed, okay. Thank you.
Keep going.
Are there any questions about prioritization?
The last issue is the one I just hinted at, and that is understanding that there is some remaining bond dollars currently, and as we
gotta figure that out. You awake? I am.
There's about $50 million remaining in the bond dollars right now.
50?
5-0, and the board has asked for, I mentioned that Hooker Oak, next up on the implementation plan, there aren't enough dollars to tackle that or any of the priority elementary schools, and so the board asked that we bring back recommendations. Those recommendations are to complete safety and security initiatives. Many of those are in process across the district, but there's still remaining initiatives there. You saw the student student and staff surveys in our last meeting. Our restrooms always rise to the top in terms of what's needed on campuses. So that recommendation that if we're going to wait some period of time to tackle schools, can we at least go in and do some upgrades to restrooms? Implementing transitional kindergarten at campuses that are not slated for replacement. Can we begin the process of transitional kindergarten expansion on those campuses? Addressing smaller renovation projects, up to the board. We mentioned citrus, and we can talk about the reasons for that, but we wouldn't be investing that 60, 70, 80 million dollars at the citrus campus. And then we would recommend we defer the next phases of implementation, as I mentioned, to a future bond with perhaps allocating some funding to planning and design of those next up facilities.
So,
sorry, go ahead.
sorry, Caitlin. We would just be asking the board, similar to the other item, to evaluate those recommended options and provide direction on whether we could use any and all of those as recommendations for utilizing the remaining $50 million of Measure E funds.
Would this be something similar to when we had a menu to choose from with the ESSER dollars and said, here's this chunk of money, here's the estimated cost to do these items, as a board, we need to pick and choose, from that menu list of items, what to utilize those funds for? Or are you asking us
I
just to
wasn't
say
exactly asking
yes or
for
no?
it that way. I was more of a yes or no, allowing our master planners to assist us in the allocation of those funds into all of those important items, given the constraint of the $50 million. How far could we get on implementing those recommended priorities for those remaining dollars?
But it seems like we would need to know what the priorities of these 5 items are as a board, right? If you were gonna go that route rather than giving us a cost assessment to basically, like I had mentioned, because it's 50 million is a fixed amount. We can't just say, yes, please do all of those things, because there's not enough money to do all of those things. And so you will have to bring it back to us to determine which of those items gets done with that 50 million, right?
Yes, in the draft master plan, it would be brought back to you.
Okay. And so today would be, this action would be just about saying yes to explore all of those options, or no, take this off the table kind of
Correct.
thing? Okay. Interesting, okay.
And that is it.
Thank you. It was very helpful to hear it all at the same time. All right, so that is my cue, actually, to pull it back around. I'm going to ask for any other further questions for clarification on the presentation. I'm sure that it will also come back with further questions of clarification if we hear any more, as we hear additional public comment. Ms. Robinson?
Yes, thank you. At one point during discussions, presentations, there was mention of if Inspire accepts an offer to move to the Hooker Oak campus, they have the ability, because it's one of our facilities and our land, to utilize money that is not available for them out at Canyon View. Did I hear something wrong?
Only partially. The Prop $51 that Inspire has been lucky to be approved, the grant dollars, do need to be utilized on a Field Act site, which would mean they need to be on a Chico Unified site or an approved by the California Department of Ed as a school site. Both Canyon View and any of our campuses are.
Meet that criteria.
Yes, ma'am.
Any upgrades that Inspire made to, theoretically, Hooker Oak would need to be that, what you just said,
Yes.
i.e. more expensive, right?
Yes, but they don't have the dollars to fund them without it, so.
Okay, hearing no further questions from the board, I need actually some input, how we want to do public comment. Do we want to go item by item or just go through them all at the same time? I'm stuttering. Okay, I think that what I had originally said is that we would just hear the whole presentation, open up for additional public comment beyond the Hooker Oak discussion, because we did hear the public comment for that. And so I'm going to go through our list for action item request number 2, which is 7.1. Interim housing option approval. And then see if there's any remaining, 7.1.6, 7.1.7, and some of those folks have spoken already, but I can also ask for additional public comment in this time. So for the sake of brevity, unless the board decides to move against me and roll me back, I would like to set this at a limit of 30 minutes, just like any other item, and go with who has already pre-signed up for public comment. I have Olivia Phillips that signed up for the item 7.1.3 interim housing option approval. Is Olivia here to speak? Yeah, I did the wrong one. Oh, did you speak already? No. Okay. Okay. And then Beth spoke at the last for Hooker Oak. No, sorry. Very clever. Very clever. You must work with students with those smart workarounds. Emily, I'm going to say it wrong. Weisner? Weisner? And then Michelle Palmquist spoke. And those were all our signups. So are there any additional folks who signed up on those items to speak to facility master plan update action items? Now is your time to step to the microphone. Okay, seeing none. At this time, I think I am looking for a motion of some sort on how to proceed for taking action. Sure, Mr. Lando.
Fault, sorry guys. I'm going to annoy everybody, probably Julie the most. Sorry, Julie. But this is a big discussion. There's 7 action items here with a lot of different moving pieces. I would like to move that we schedule a special meeting to address only the facilities master plan topic, and that we invite both representatives from the elementary schools and Inspire, as well as someone to talk about, maybe one of our bond advisors, to talk about planning for future funding. So we can have all this facility stuff in just one place and not have to worry about it while we're trying to get through a bunch of other things as well. I think that's, that's a motion, special meeting for these 7 items.
I'm going to second your motion for discussion. So I just seconded it.
Oh,
I second it. Dalby seconds the motion. And I don't know that yet I have a specific way I want to vote, but I think I want to just hear some information from staff about how that might look timeline-wise and availability on the calendar. So we do have another board meeting scheduled for mid-April. I don't have the date in front of me. And then the 15th? I thought it was the 15th, but doesn't sound right. Thank you. For April 19th, I don't know yet really all of that agenda looks like, or if there would be even time to just put it there, or to maybe pick and choose actions to take tonight that we may feel more prepared to take, and then the lengthier ones to then ask to be brought back at the next board meeting if there's time to allow for that, or if it would make more sense to have a special meeting and what time frame the staff would need or would request for that. Your microphone, okay.
The April 19th board meeting is a packed one as well.
Okay.
So I think we'd be back in the same situation if we added this to that. So we would be looking at, the 12th is next week, so that's probably a little too soon. Although we do have all the information ready to go, or the 26th if we wanted to do it in April.
Would we be able to fit anywhere from 1 to 3 items about facilities onto that meeting if we were to take some action on some of the items tonight and ask to postpone action on a few of the others? I'd have no idea how that would go or if the board would even agree with that, but just curious if that would be possible or if that really is just too packed to consider for.
On the April 19th?
Mm-hmm.
This is obviously, this is a big agenda item, and we do have a full agenda, but it depends on if the board wants to start early and be committed to staying late again, we can do that.
An alternative would be to find a special date to do a standalone special meeting as Mr. Lando has requested.
Correct.
Any other discussion or questions from the rest of the board?
Discussion.
Sure.
These are all tough decisions. However, staff has given us decisions that have parameters so that they can come back and work within the decisions that they have brought to us tonight and come back more ready for the next step of final approvals, which is what we need to do to keep our timelines going so that if we decide to try and go for funding, obviously we can't do this without funding. Means we have to go back to the public for another bond. There are timelines for doing that, which are pushing us out into 2024. I feel we ought to be ready tonight to make some decisions within the parameters that we've been presented. I think it's time we fish or, so that people know what the heck they need to do moving forward. And that's my position.
I agree with that.
Julie, from the questions that have come up, particularly surrounding the Hooker Oak decision and or that process, how much time would you need or your staff need to be able to respond to some of those more direct questions about what does a plan for the Hooker Oak program look like if the board were to take action on that campus? For example, I know that was one thing, I'm pretty sure I saw you jotting down notes on some of the questions we feel like we need some more information about. I'm sure there are at least some board members who feel like there's, and definitely what we've heard from public comment tonight, that there are some questions surrounding that particular action item that do need just a little bit more context for what the next steps or what that decision will look like moving forward, because it does feel fairly intangible right now, if that makes sense.
So I don't think there's any doubt in the Chico community about the value of the open structure educational program that's provided here in Chico. I heard a lot of fantastic people up here talking about the teachers and the curriculum, and there's no doubt that that's all very, very true. I can only stand up here in front of you and say that the district would make the best choices possible about where to place that important program for its future viability for families and for students and for the teachers and principal and staff at the school. I don't know how long it would take to bring back a plan because the plan isn't up to me to decide. We would need to work with Ed Services to discuss, how that would happen. I do know that everyone that has discussed this topic has mirrored that same sentiment that I just stated about it being an important program. I think we heard at the last meeting from several of the representatives from all of those elementary schools that are still needing upgrades. Some of them said, well, just tear our school down. Let's, tear it down and build us something new. That it really speaks to the condition of some of these schools. In bringing that item to the board for discussion, I had asked the master planners to help us to come up with a way to spend the bond dollars more swiftly, to support our promise to the voters, the taxpayers of the community, and our ability to implement facilities upgrades for all of our students and have equity district-wide for all of our elementary school students so that all the students have the same opportunity to learn in a new, clean environment. So I'm the culprit. I asked them to come up with a way that we could implement these projects in a swifter way so that we're impacting more students in our district faster. So that's where the idea came from.
Mm-hmm.
May not be a question for you, Julie, I'm sorry. We've been talking a lot about the timeline for a new bond. Does anybody know when the next hard deadline is in terms of, when would we have to have a master plan that we all felt comfortable with that was approved in order to go out for a bond in '24? I see our financial whiz kid is not here.
Yes, Jacqueline is not with us tonight, and she would have the answer to that. I know that our goal was to go out in November of 2024, but backtracking that to when we would have to have a decision, I do believe we should have a strong master facility plan before we go out so the public knows how we are going to spend our dollars. And so that's kind of why Julie is pushing now for us to have that plan, but I do not know what
Yes,
that hard
and
deadline is.
Look, we need that plan, and I'm definitely in favor of every student in an equitable and excellent facility. But we are talking about closing a school. That's big. People are upset about it, and they should be, at least concerned. I don't think it's too much to ask that we take a completely separate meeting to really get into this and have a plan. Hey, where are they going to go? Because the concern is real. We say, hey, this place is surplus, and we'll decide what to do with the kids later. That, if those were, my kid, I would be really upset with that plan. I think we need to have a good plan, and to do that, we need to have a time to sit down and just talk facilities. I wouldn't. I guess what I'm saying is the idea that we would ask the public to trust us with another bond without really planning on what we're doing with the money we have currently. That strikes me as a hard sell.
the questions that I had written down earlier, that I would feel more comfortable making a decision on this request for action are the question that came up about historic preservation. I think it would be nice to have an answer about that, just to explore that option, or that, what that means, what that even means. What guarantee can we make that a new site for Hooker Oak will be sustained? I think that that would be very important to be able to express out front for the Hooker Oak community, that to demonstrate that there is a deep desire to sustain the program of Hooker Oak, and that will lead to developing a robust plan to essentially look at other school sites to transition to adopt that model onto an entire campus possibly, or what does that even look like? What is even a framework of that plan look like? I don't think that it's reasonable to say, can you come up with a plan for that in 3 weeks? But at least some ability to allow us to visualize how that transition might look. Which leads to another question: what would be the soonest the transition would or could take place? What does the timeline look like when we do something like that? I think those are answers that our families really need before I personally feel comfortable taking a stance one way or another. So I don't exactly feel like we need to wait to take action on all 7 items. I think that there are a few that we could take action on tonight. I don't know if there's any other thoughts or feelings about that from the rest of the board or from Julie.
So I feel like I need to speak up here. Can you go back to slide 8? Because it did say, and I feel like we maybe glossed over this a little bit, stay status quo and address surplus capacity site by site as the modernizations, and we know that's going to take longer and cost more, but that is an option. And then the other option was to repurpose.
I don't think that there's enough, this is my personal opinion, I don't think that there's enough information for us to choose between those 2 items, those 2 choices, without knowing the questions that I've posed tonight between the cost variations between if you do a site, when I asked for a sample school site, if we took Parkview, for example, and if we did Parkview's renovation this way versus this way versus this way, what are the cost differentials? What's the timeline differentials? I know that information will be forthcoming, but I don't know that I feel like I'm making an informed decision without at least seeing an example of how the status quo versus utilizing a separate campus could really benefit the community as a whole when it comes to utilizing these public funds to upgrade our school facilities for several schools that are very much in need. I just think that the community would have more confidence in us in making that decision if we're feeling a little bit more informed based on those questions. So my question originally was, what kind of timeline could we bring some of these choices back, this discussion back at a special meeting April 26th, for example, or would that be too soon? Would it need to be could it be the May workshop or between those? I need some sense from the staff what that looks like. Or I should say we probably need some sense what that looks like.
I think we're going to need at least 2 or 3 weeks to do that. And part of it is going to be working with our facility master plan part, and part of it is working with our ed services to look at what the program transition could possibly look like.
Mm-hmm. And I know that there's some, staffing things happening this month that might also extend that. Some key staff that I think might be going on a vacation or something along those lines. And so I want to make sure that we're being mindful of a timeline, but also making sure that we're getting the answers that we need to make an informed decision. Julie, do you have a sense of that? And maybe the rest of the board will vote this down anyway, but I just need a better idea of what timeline we should be aiming for.
I would say a minimum of 3 weeks
Okay.
from now.
Which would put us at April 26th.
So I was just checking. The May board workshop is grading philosophy practices, homework philosophy, policies, and local assessments. So there's always the possibility, if the board wants to make a switch and postpone that to later, they could do that as well. That'd be the May 3rd board workshop. Because now that you remind me, I do recall that we may have somebody out of the country. A key person, Julie.
I feel confident that we could be ready for a May 3rd date.
I would really much appreciate any other input from the board regarding the concept of making some decisions tonight and postponing the others, but, because these are all separate action items.
Decisions tonight, or the majority of decisions tonight, and maybe revisiting Hooker Oak. I know it kind of makes it complicated with this slide, but if we can at all.
Yeah, I like that. I think we could probably, and I mean, this is just, we could probably move on items like 2, 3, and, well, sorry, not 2, 3, and 7, the other ones, 4, 5, and 7, without kicking too many hornets' nests at once.
So, sorry, say that again, 7.
4, 5, and 7, I think.
You're talking the item number, the agenda item numbers?
Yeah.
So 7.1.
7.1.4, 7.1.5, and 7.1.7. The questions of whether Inspire can build permanently, whether we put TK at Shasta, and what to do with the remaining bond funds that aren't enough to redo a school with. Those 3, I think, probably we can dispatch fairly quickly. Maybe I'm wrong.
And I was also thinking 7.1.3, which is the interim housing option approval, which is just asking if that option were available to have a separate interim housing site, that we approve the use of that site. And that's just if, that's not dependent on us actually having an interim housing site.
Right.
Okay. So 7.1.3, 7.1.4, 0.5 and 0.7.
So, given that, can I amend my motion?
Yes, please.
Oh, good. I would like to amend the motion such that we move item 712 and 716 to the May 3rd special meeting workshop.
712 is.
He wants to just move those 2 items and take action on the other 4 items tonight.
Yeah.
712.
716, the list of prioritization. When we're surplusing, if any, we don't know how to.
Which one is Inspire?
7.1.4 is Inspire.
Is that on the take care of it tonight list?
Yes. Okay. So to repeat, in fewer words probably, the motion is to postpone action on items 7.1.2 and 7.1.6 until the May, I didn't write the date down, May 3rd? The May 3rd meeting. And then take action on the other 4 items this evening.
Second.
I think Caitlin had all these.
I think that that's totally appropriate. So I think we'll just call that a new motion instead of we'll just call it.
Fair.
Yeah, okay.
Okay.
Thank you. You rescinded your original motion, made a new motion.
Just
and
did it.
Yep, Member
Any
Conkin
discussion?
seconded it.
Let's do this.
All right. Okay, so we'll do a voice vote, starting with Member Robinson.
Robinson, aye.
Conkin, aye.
Lando, aye.
Tennis, nay.
Dalby, aye. Okay, so that motion passes 4-1, and we will move on, item 7.1.3, which is, reread this. Action on item number 2, facilities master plan. Let me rephrase, so clarification, we just moved to the Hooker Oak decision to be made for May 3rd. So I just wanted to reiterate that for everybody in the audience, because I'm gonna start going hyperspeed. Facilities master plan interim housing option is 7.1.3, and so I'm gonna call for a motion.
Okay. I move that we adopt the recommendation to okay all possible options for further study in the draft plan.
I'll second that.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Are we clear on our motion?
No.
Okay, the motion is to accept the
Trying to find the item.
Okay.
Item 7.1.
1.3.
They're not marked easily on here.
Oh, that was a great slide that was on there. I liked that slide that was on there. Who moved that?
Someone's moving.
That, because that's it right there,
Right.
Eileen, on the screen.
So the motion is to approve all 3 options as potential options when developing the master plan.
You can,
Yeah.
you can renovate in a school in multiple phases, you can build a new one.
Got it.
So we have a motion and a second. All right, this time I'll just call for a voice vote. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed?
Neither. Point of process.
Oh, thank you, sorry, dang it. Just kidding, we're gonna start with Member Conkin.
Aye.
Aye. Lando.
Tennis eye.
Dalby, aye.
Robinson, aye.
All right, moving on to 7, we good? Unanimous that time, all right. 7.1.4, this is the decision about Inspire, permanent build of Inspire School of Arts and Sciences at Chico High. This action that's being asked of us tonight is to determine whether or not we approve Inspire to build permanent housing on the Chico High campus. Do I have a motion?
Yep. Someone else can move. I've been hogging the microphone.
He has been hogging the microphone.
Go for it, Eileen.
That's okay. I move that we deny Inspire continuing to occupy the land at Chico High beyond their, let's see, has we extended their agreement one more year? What's the
Just
deadline?
point of clarification, the request was to take action on whether or not we will allow them to build permanent facilities.
Yes, that's.
Keep it simple, is that,
I'm-
you're moving to,
I say, I'm moving that answer is no.
okay. So,
Simple?
yes, so to decline the request to
Yes.
build permanent structures, permanent housing for Inspire on the Chico High campus.
Yes.
Is there a second?
I'll second that.
Do we have discussion?
Briefly, I will say that I think that Inspire is a special institution for Chico. It occupies a unique and generally positive niche. And so I'm going to vote with Ms. Robinson on this. I don't think that Chico High is a good place for Inspire to be long-term. But I do wish them all the best.
In a similar vein, I remain optimistic we can find a long-term or permanent home for Inspire, but it's not on the Chico High campus.
I'd agree. I think that Inspire also feels like they have outgrown their space at the Chico High campus, and I think it would benefit everybody if Inspire, and when Inspire, and I think that we all are invested in seeing Inspire succeed and thrive with their own site, and we will continue to hopefully work with them in exploring options. Any other input? Can I move the vote for voice vote? Were we unanimous last time? Okay. So the motion is to,
Do we have any speakers?
We already asked for public comment.
Oh, okay.
I did it all at once.
Okay.
So do we have, sorry, now you threw me off.
We're
No,
voting.
I know. Okay, I was repeating the motion. So the motion is to decline Inspire's request to put permanent housing on the Chico High campus. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? None. It's unanimous. That's a big decision, you guys. Okay, 7.1.5 is the direction on impacts to elementary school size capacity. The decision that is being asked of us to make at this time is whether or not Shasta Elementary School will have a TK program. Do we have a motion?
I'll make a motion that Shasta not have a TK program.
I'll second that motion.
Okay. Further discussion?
Just that I will be voting the opposite way, and that I would like to see TK on every campus. I think it makes sense to keep families in the same space, and to keep all of our schools with equitable programming. So.
Yeah. I definitely have been torn on this one and flip-flopped a bit in my own head about the pros and cons and the long-term impacts, and what would be required if we did make sure that TK was on every campus, including Shasta. And I think that what really impacted my decision that I'll be making is the input that we got from the folks from Shasta at the last meeting when we had this discussion, and the sense that I got from them, because I definitely was leaning the other way, and the sense that I got from them was that they would prefer to stay status quo and not have TK on their campus was the impression that I got. And so Shasta folks, if I'm wrong, I apologize if that is the sense that I got. So if there's no further discussion, I'll move the vote.
That's my same impression I got, both from when they spoke at our last meeting and community members.
I have spoken to members who feel both ways about it, and I think this is one that a lot of people are split on.
Yeah.
'Cause, I mean, people with more than one student who already have a student there who have a TK eligible kid are excited about the idea.
Yes, and I would say that was my trepidation too, is that, if I had two children and one was already at Shasta and I had a TKer coming in, I would really want them there. But there are some great alternative sites that are relatively close. We'll make do with what we have and revisit this probably in the future as our population continues to fluctuate. Okay, so were we ready to vote?
Mhm.
Was it unanimous last time? I lost track. No? Oh. Yes, it was. Last time it was unanimous. The one before that you voted against, I think. Oh, that doesn't make sense either.
Yeah, we were unanimous on the last one.
On Inspire?
On Inspire. We were unanimous. Sorry, everybody. Losing steam. All right, so we were unanimous last time, so all those in favor of approving no TK be at Shasta, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed?
Nay.
Thank you. We have 4-1 with Lando declining. Next item is 7.1.7. That is the designation of remaining bond funds. And just for my clarification, what you're asking of us right now is just whether or not we approve exploration of any and all of these options with those remaining bond dollars.
Yes.
Got it. Another option would be to say, no, / bullet number 3. Okay. Do we have a motion?
I move we give them all the options.
I'll second that motion.
We have a motion by member Tennis and a second by member Robinson. Our mics are kind of cutting in and out. I apologize for that. I can attest that his mic was on, but it was not working. Okay. The last bit was, let's discussion on this?
Yes, please.
Yes.
Briefly, we've heard repeatedly from different school sites about roof leaks And I don't know if that counts as possibly smaller renovation repairs, but I'd like to have some kind of idea about, yeah, I know, how much that would cost and where we're at in terms of which roofs need the most attention right away. If we could add that to the list, then I'd be happy to vote with this.
Or when it comes to prioritization, if we say we need to endure some of the roof leaks for a little bit longer because they're gonna get a whole new school, for example.
I just want to make sure it's in the discussion. We're talking
Sure,
about how to
okay.
spend the money, that's all.
Gotcha. Yes, thank you.
Right, so roof replacements are typically on the deferred maintenance list. So school sites scheduled replacements. That isn't typically done through bond dollars and facility master plan. That doesn't mean it can't be identified as a topic for discussion to investigate which roofs are experiencing significant leaking, and we could bring that back as a recommendation for implementation with these remaining bond dollars. But typically, that is not the way replacement of roofs are tackled.
What pool of money does usually fund those projects?
Routine restricted maintenance dollars. So that's 3%, a minimum of 3% of the general fund needs to be allocated to routine restricted maintenance annually for those types of projects.
Are there any other pools of funding that come in that are not those two bonds and the 3% maintenance fund?
Not
for
that I'm
facilities?
aware
Okay.
of. No, not that I'm aware of.
I don't remember every budget income line item, sorry. Okay, any other questions for clarification? No. We were not unanimous last time, so I'll call the vote, starting with Member Conkin. Oh, sorry.
Could you clarify exactly what we're voting on? Is that to add our RM
The motion.
projects?
We're giving Julie Kissel and her awesome team the option to go through and look at all these possible uses.
The ones
and then
that
come back
we've
and
had
make
present-
and then come back and make specific recommendations to
Right,
us on
but
which ones they want
only
to
what's
do.
up here on the screen?
Yes, so if
Okay.
you hated one of those options up there, you might vote against this motion.
Now I'm clear.
Okay. Member Conkin.
Conkin, aye.
Robinson, aye.
Oh, Dalby, aye. We're going backwards.
Tennis eye.
Lando, aye.
All right.
Thank
Yep,
you.
same. Thank you. That was unanimous? All right. And so with that, it concludes our facilities master plan decisions to make this evening. I appreciate everybody's patience through that entire process. It was a massive undertaking just now in my poor tired brain. We're going to move on to item 7.2.1, which is a discussion action on resolution number 1600-23, a resolution calling for school and family partnerships. And I'll open it to staff for presentation.
Sorry. Okay, we're bringing forward that was come to us by board member Tennis a few weeks back about possibly, we're doing the resolution one, correct?
Yes.
Yes, thank you. So came to us with a nearby district that came through with a resolution, and he asked us to take a look at that resolution to see if we could come forward with a resolution to the board. So we're coming through with resolution number 1600-23. It's a resolution to affirm the commitment of Chico Unified School District to a strong school and family partnership fundamental to the education of students.
I think I'm going to add here that we had a lot of input.
And I'm green. Okay, there we go. We had a lot of input from the board over the past year, really encouraging us to reach out to families, to hold meetings, to listen to different groups. And Jay will have to clarify, but I think we've had over 20 meetings with different members of our community this year, really trying to make sure that we're listening to all segments of our community. And of course, we're also now getting into LCAP season, which is yet another opportunity to hear from our families on our Chico Unified goals.
So this reaffirms that.
A point of order, I guess, a procedural question, point of order. I feel that between this agenda item and the next one, item number 6, that generally speaking, our constituents are here with the same issues in mind. I don't particularly like the draft resolution, and I've heard from parents that don't really like the draft resolution either. And we wrote this draft resolution for them, kind of, and the ones I'm hearing from don't particularly like it. Have we had much positive feedback on the draft that you're aware of, Madam Superintendent?
I'm not aware of much feedback on it, one way or the other. The intent was really to demonstrate that, at least as a staff and as a district, we value our partnerships with parents and we strive to have those. Whether or not that does that, I think, is up to the individual reader. And whether or not there is one issue, I would ask that we look at the district as a whole and all of the outreach that we have done. But that said, it is a board resolution. It is completely up to the board. You can table this, you can change it, you can discard it, you could, I mean.
I'd like to, bear with me for a second. I'm trying to maybe tighten the meeting up a little bit if I can. Is there anyone out there in the audience who has reviewed the draft resolution and is in favor of it?
Maybe those are 2 questions.
Is there anyone out there who's reviewed the resolution, the draft resolution? Okay. You can put your hands down, thank you. So I don't know if I need to ask for a waiver of the rules for this. There were speaker cards presented for the resolution, and I think those people want to be heard tonight. I think they might like to be heard on the next agenda item, just the same as they might have liked to have been heard on the resolution. So I move for a waiver of the rules. You help me out here, Madam President, because you've sat through those CSBA meetings about how to do all this. I think we should just erase agenda item number 6, or amalgamate it, if you will, in with number 7, to the extent that we allow those speakers, that 30 minutes allotted time, if you will, to comment under item 7. And I think that'll just shorten the meeting up and put our focus on where I think it kind of is.
So would that mean pull this item? We will not be discussing or voting on this item this evening, but take the speaker time allotted to this, which would be 30 minutes, and add that to the next agenda item.
That is my suggestion, yes.
I'll second that motion.
Well, we have a discussion time because we have a motion and a second. I just to 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. So there are 9 speaker cards submitted for this item. And for the next item, $35, with a little bit of overlap. There are some, actually many that overlap from both. So just for awareness of how many speaker cards there are sign-ups for the next item as well. So I think it probably will bump us up somewhere near 40 or slightly over 40 speakers in total. However, my other question would probably be, well, I guess if this were to come back, those speakers that signed up for this item just wouldn't be heard tonight on this item. They would be speaking to, if they signed up for the next item, they'd be speaking toward that item.
They want to.
I'm suggesting as part of my motion that we give them a chance to speak on the next item.
Yes.
You know,
Yes.
basically doubling the amount of time allotted.
Well, many of them are also signed up on the next item.
Well, then I'm just going to go out on a limb here and suggest that they'll be content to only speak on the one item.
Thank you, that's what I was
Yeah.
kind of addressing, was that some of those folks may not feel content about that. So I
Otherwise,
just-
they'd be speaking twice on the same item. Does anyone here, I mean, are we gonna, people, does anybody have an opportunity to comment on my proposal that we basically get rid of item number 6 and move all the speakers down to item number 7? Or am I basically proposing that we overrule any objection with this?
Procedurally, you've complicated it. And so I'm just processing. Did you have input, Mr. Lando? Okay, looked like you were gonna mute yourself.
I mean, I just feel like, I'm now speaking to the audience, if no one favors the resolution, I'm proposing we pull the resolution and move give all the speakers who are in that category the opportunity to speak on item number 7, below that, which is the actual policy that many of you are interested in commenting on. So yeah,
Okay, so really the motion is just to pull the item.
The motion's to pull the
no,
item.
and move all the speakers to the following item.
Sure.
So instead of, we're not doubling the ones that signed up. We're allowing the ones that signed up for this item to then go first on the next item, just so I'm clear.
Sure. I guess raise your hand if you want to speak on the resolution, which nobody likes, but you don't want to speak on the policy change.
I think you need to ask if people need to speak twice, right? We're essentially saying, don't let them speak twice. Right, they only get once. So I think you need to ask if someone needs to speak.
I'll just withdraw my motion.
Madam,
Yes.
I move that we table the resolution 1600-23 to a future meeting.
Do you have any other direction for staff with that?
No, because if it,
Hold on, sorry. I'll second it for discussion. I just didn't know if you had any further clarification for why we are tabling it.
well, I'm tabling it because I believe there were two different intents in bringing forward the resolution 1600-23, because it restates 40 years worth of policy on the behalf of Chico Unified School District, and I don't want to see that get mixed up with the issues of the next item.
Okay, I understand.
So if we table this to another meeting, we would be tabling all of the speakers with it as well.
Yes. That doesn't, however, prevent the speakers that were signed up for speaking at the end of the other one, because you can
Sure.
speak.
So my, just for clarity, I think that there's nothing wrong with this resolution. I think it's a nice resolution. I don't quite understand what prompted the need for this resolution, because there was no board member request to agendize an item that we took action on. I don't remember, did we take action on that like in a board member request to agendize an item? Okay, Mr. Tennis just came to staff and said, can you write this resolution?
Actually, this was something that I put on to reinforce what we have been working on at the direction of the board.
Okay.
Based off a resolution in another neighboring district.
Okay. Okay, so the motion is to table this item to a future date.
I didn't have a date certain because I can't see what our agendas look like over the next number of months, and it looks like we're very full. So I did not intend to table to, a date certain. at the end of every meeting, board members are asked about things they want to agendize. If they get to a point where a board member wants to say, okay, let's agendize Resolution 1600-23, then it's appropriate to bring it back at that time.
Or we can add it to the LCAP discussion, because it also ties in very nicely to our LCAP
I was gonna say that
presentation.
also. So so the motion is to table this to an undetermined future date.
Yes.
Okay. And there's a second.
I'd like to offer a friendly amendment. Would you be willing to allow the parents to, in some way, or other people besides the district, to supply a draft, their version of a resolution? So we have a draft resolution before us, right?
No, I understand what you're asking.
I don't think that,
our process.
I don't think that that's a friendly amendment necessarily. That is.
I'm asking her, she would decide if it was a friendly amendment, right?
Yeah, I don't consider that a friendly amendment. I also don't consider it in order as a parliamentary thing that, you know, members of the public can write us letters, you know, can petition for things we brought forward, and then that's up to the board to decide.
And we do have a history of that. We've had resolutions submitted in the past. I believe we had some during COVID that were attached as public comment to our agenda, and then were discussed by the board. So there is a process to do that.
And following that past procedure from the recent past, what came of that typically seems it had been board direction or request at least to agendize an item to incorporate aspects of those draft resolutions, or to even request to work with staff to draft a resolution. And we could do that at a future date during the board member request to agendize an item.
All right, how about a alternative draft provided by a board member, such as myself?
You have the right to do that at the end of every meeting.
As a part of the agenda item, though, this would be something that would be in the agenda packet, something that was a viable option, you know, under that action item to vote for my resolution.
Mr. Tennis, that would be part of what you would do when you say you want to agendize an item. You do the topic, you do the stuff, and then, you know, if it's approved, it gets done.
But this is an item that's already going to be on the agenda. So no, I wouldn't bring this up for a new agenda item. This would be, whenever this is rescheduled, I'm asking, you know, can I supply my own draft agenda that would be supplied alongside the district agenda? Is there a history of that?
You've done that.
So again, that could be something that is submitted, or look at whatever, when we have that agenda item come up again, modifications that you would want to make to the existing resolution, and submit those as well.
All right.
So there's a couple of ways to do it.
Thank you.
Okay, I'm gonna move forward with a vote. I'm gonna start. Dalby, aye.
Recognized for 10 seconds.
He's out of order.
Yeah. Sit down. No, sorry.
Thank you. We're ready to vote?
Yeah.
I think we have a motion on the floor, is that correct?
And the motion is,
To table this to a future meeting.
can you just do that? Are you allowed to just say, oh, it was on the agenda, it's an action item?
Yes.
Do you need to ask for like some kind of rule waiver or something like that?
No. It
The
is
board could vote to table an item.
it's an appropriate parliamentary procedure to table an item.
And so people who came and signed up to speak on this item, they will not have the opportunity to speak on the next one? We're
Not-
basically telling them that they just came here for nothing?
They can speak on the next one. They can,
I'm not making the motion at this point. I think we should move forward. I withdrew it. I think we should
Okay,
talk about it.
let's go ahead and get back on track here, and take a vote on the motion that is on the floor.
Dalby, aye.
Robinson, aye.
Conkin, aye.
Lando, aye.
Tennis, nay.
Okay. So we're going to move on to item number 7.3.1. This is the discussion action on CUSD Board Policy number 5145.3, non-discrimination and harassment.
Okay, I'm going to go ahead and kick this off, and if we can get the PowerPoint presentation up here. I'm going to ask everybody to bear with me. I am getting over a cold, so my voice kind of comes and goes, so I may sound like a teenage boy at times, but I'll get through this. District staff, clearly now, we've heard from hundreds of people on Board Policy 5145.3, which is non-discrimination and harassment, and in particular, how it applies to transgender and gender nonconforming students. And really at the core of this issue is philosophical differences between student privacy rights and increased parental inclusion. So it's very clear that there is a division in our community, and in fact, there's a division in our nation over this issue. So for Chico Unified over the past few months, we've listened and we've identified 3 possible options for consideration by the board, and I recognize there may be many other options as well. So one option would be to retain the existing board policy and administrative regulation 5145.3. Another option would be to adopt a brand-new board policy and administrative regulation to go with it, focused on student privacy rights. A third option would be adopt a new board policy and administrative regulation focused on increased parental inclusion. And I believe there's also a fourth option, and that's wait for either case law or the judge in our current matter or legislative action to take school districts off the hook of getting sued on a decision, because it's going to continue to happen school district after school district. And then we heard earlier, it's costing hundreds of thousands of dollars that ultimately come away from our schools and our students. So I know we all know there's strong emotions surrounding this topic. So we're going to go through, first I'm going to just start with some definitions. So if we can go to that. We'll go back one. So board policies cover all aspects of our district. We have board policies for business and facilities, for education. And if you click down at the bottom there, you can see they start with the zeros, the 1000s, and go all the way through the 9000s. So there are lots and lots of board policies. And the board policies keep us in alignment with law. They keep us in alignment with California Department of Education guidelines. They keep us in alignment with ever-changing case law. So when we go down to, next slide, please. There we go. What is board policy? Board policy is determined by the board, and it is the what we do and the why we do it, where our administrative regulations are set by staff, and that is the process that follows once the board sets a policy. So I included just a very small example there, and we don't need to click on it, but we have a board policy on work permits, and basically it says the board believes that our students should have the right to apply for jobs and work even while they're students. And then in the administrative regulation, it goes into the steps that we have to do to be legally compliant in allowing our students to have work permits. So just wanted to clarify for everyone the difference between board policy and administrative regulations. So for Chico Unified, there's 90 mandated policies for all districts, probably over that by now. And for Chico Unified, we have over 350 board policies. So with ever-changing laws, with ever-changing cases going to court, and setting precedents with guidance from our state changing. We don't have the ability to in-house to stay current on all of those legal implications for all 350 board policies. So we contract with the California School Boards Association, or CSBA, and their legal team to draft board policies and draft administrative regulations. And I will tell you, the vast majority of districts in California use CSBA because it is the School Boards Association to draft school board policies. So in Chico Unified, our process is when we get policies from CSBA, we bring those forward to the board. The board revises them as necessary and then approves the board policies. And it's usually at least typically at least 2 board meetings where the public has the opportunity to have input before they're adopted. Once they're adopted, the staff goes back and looks at the associated regulations, the administrative regulations that go with that board policy, and we make sure they align with the direction we are given by the board, and then have policy or have procedures that follow that. So again, that's our process for going through this.
I just want to take on to the next slide. In reviewing the board policy in AR 5145.3, Educational Services team received input from the following educational partners. Again, we've heard from a lot of parents at previous board meetings. We've received emails from parents. We've seen the public input on our board meetings, so we've taken every one of those comments into consideration. We've talked to students, and we've heard students at board meetings. We've talked to students at LCAP meetings. We've listened to community members that have spoke here at the board meetings and also looked at their public input. John has done a great job with meeting with classified. Mr. Shepard here has done a great job of meeting with classified staff, including counseling assistants and office assistants. We've met with certificated staff, including counselors and teachers. We've met with all the elementary counselors, and we've had meetings with our secondary counselors, our counseling DLC, our district leadership council for counselors. We've met with all of our district leadership council teachers at the elementary level and the secondary level to get input from them. We've met with our elementary principals and assistant principals, and we've met, again, John has done a lot of this legwork, so I want to make sure he's put a lot of time in meet with all these groups. He's met with all the site principals and assistant principals from the secondary schools, and he's also talked with all of us at services and all the different departments inside the district office. So we got a lot of input moving forward with these the board policy and administrative regulations. We can go to the next one.
And this is really just a visual of what I already talked about with just some options that we were able to come up with looking and listening to what we're seeing from our community.
And the first one is to retain the current board policy and administrative regulations on board policies, the 5145.3. The reason, again, we're looking at bringing 2 different two board policies, because at 51.45.3 does not specifically, the board policies have why most of the people are here tonight on the process of transgender. So what we brought, which again, and then AR, the administrative regulation, which really doesn't even address it until page 4 of that AR. So what we're bringing to you guys tonight is 2 different board policies that just goes along with just that situation of transgender. So we wanted just to have, we've heard from all those different community members and staff, and we wanted to bring you 2 different options to take a look at, so make it its own board policy and its own AR to you guys tonight as an option. Okay, here we have the links of, if we want to pull up the first, our current board policy. Again, it's a short board policy, and again, it does not address transgender itself as, okay. Then the administrative, if you can link on the next one. And again, if you scroll through it, and I'm not going to read through every one of it, but again, it doesn't address it until we get to page 4. right there. Again, so again, if we brought the other two to you, would specifically deal with that, or we can, again, we're asking the board tonight if we wanted to stick with our current board policy and our current AR, or the two options for point 4. I'm just going to go with point 4, so I don't say all of it again, but it's point 4, we'd give you an option where it's just as a new board policy and a new AR. And I'm going to have John kind of go over that.
Okay, so what I really want to focus again, and this is mainly for audience members, just to be sure we understand, we're talking about board policy, the what and the why, and then the administrative regulation, AR, which is probably how I'll refer to these as we go, as the process. It's really important that people distinguish those two definitions as we're working our way through these, because as was described earlier, if and when the board makes decisions, adopts board policy, then we go back as a team and develop AR that appropriately identifies process. All right, so I want to make sure we clarify that for tonight. So we're going to start with what we've deemed the student privacy right, board policy, and administrative regulation. So what I'm going to try to do tonight is really call your attention to specific language within those to adequately define the differences between the 4 documents that I'm going to describe. So starting with the board policy 5145.4, student privacy rights, and you'll see in the first paragraph, gender status, shared by a student 11 years of age or under, will not be disclosed without student permission. So that's the key language in that first paragraph. However, we want to be sure, anytime we're dealing with kids, that if there's as we have with all of our trained professionals, and I think it's important to point out right now that going back to the the MTSS presentation, when you saw all the credentials that our counselors need to provide, that when they're in a position to have these conversations with students, it's really important to remember that we still have the California Child Abuse Reporting Act in place, all right, as we're going through these. So I want to make sure I highlighted that. So that's the board policy. These policies are linked, and the ARs are linked in the presentation if anybody needs to look them up. Okay, so administrative regulation that would then support, and I want to reiterate, I'm going to keep saying it, that these ARs would be developed, based on what the board decides. Okay. So the key language here, that the staff shall in the following order. And it's really important that this order is followed, because in number 1, you're going to see that the staff will initiate the completion of our gender intake form. All right. Now, that gender intake form is a document that essentially will guide the conversation with staff and the student. We know that gender intake form will change based on direction. Okay, so I want to make sure we understand that's a guiding document to facilitate the conversation between the student and the staff member. All right. So,
Mr. Shepard?
Yep.
Is that gender intake form brand new, or has it been in circulation for a while? I seem to recall seeing a version of that from 2022.
Yes. Yeah. Staff have been using it to guide that conversation.
Okay, thank you.
Mm-hmm. So I think it's important to highlight in this paragraph that, and this is going to become more important when we talk about the other direction the board can take, that the conversation will include a discussion with the student to share the student's gender status to the student's parent and guardian. So that would still be a requirement within that process. So the staff member would have a conversation with the student about disclosing with parents and guardians. So it's important to highlight in number 2 that if the student grants consent, right then, as soon as that student grants consent, that the communication will be suspended and then include the parent and the guardian. Okay. Any questions so far? All right. And finally, under that administrative regulation number 3, I think it's really important to highlight that this whole section, should the student decline to grant consent for disclosure, the staff person still has an obligation to determine why not? What's going on? What are the reasons for the students declining that consent? And really, if you look at the last couple of bullets, the focus there is ensuring that, that the student will be safe from self-harm. Okay, student privacy, BP, and AR. All right. We're going to shift gears here to another direction the board can take, and this has been labeled increased parental inclusion. Again, I want to reiterate multiple opportunities for input from the varying groups that Mr. Marchant referred to. And the key language here, it's bolded and italicized, that the information will be disclosed to the student, parent, and guardian. It's not an option. And then, again, and you can stay there just to highlight that if any time the staff member feels like there's a reason to consider the reporting act, that the staff member can do that. All right. And we're going to shift now to the increased parental inclusion AR. And I want to reiterate the importance of the language here. Initiate the completion of, with the assistance of the student, so the student's involved, again, that district gender intake form, and that there's a discussion of the plan, not an option for a plan. So it's very clear that there will be a plan to disclose to parents and guardians. All right. And then as soon as that conversation is held, the staff member will suspend communication until that conversation with the parents takes place, except where a situation where suspending it could cause harm to that student in any mental or physical safety or well-being. All right, and then number 3, under, thank you for going to the next slide, is very similar to the student privacy AR. What you'll see here, though, is there's an additional number 4. We want to be really clear about a timeline for staff when that communication will be initiated. So I'll give an example. It's a Friday afternoon. A student comes in, talks with a staff member, that within 3 school days, there'll be initiation of communication with the parent and guardian. If this BP and AR are adopted, then a staff member would have 3 days to initiate communication. I think we would all agree that that kind of conversation should not happen over the phone. So we'd want that conversation to take place in person, but the initiation to set the meeting, to have the conversation, needs to happen within 3 school days. We'd also want to be really sure that the initiation of the communication is documented, so the staff member is protected for those timelines. So that's my walkthrough, and I know we have another conversation about next steps.
What about, can you go back to the part about 12 and older, please?
These 2 BPs and ARs are strictly about 11 and younger.
So what is the situation then with parent information or parent secrecy with regard to students 12 and older?
So our current BP and AR are very clear that 12 and under, they are protected.
12 and...
Or 12 and over, sorry.
How's that? Can you explain that, please?
Well, we have federal law, we have Ed Code, and I'm not being facetious. That's what's guiding our.
What are the federal laws that say that parents can't be informed that their student is in a similar way to what we're talking about for 11 and under?
I'm going to defer to Mr. Gant to be sure we get the exact language, because I don't want to mislead anybody.
Yeah, I want to learn about that law.
Yeah.
So we do have FERPA, the Federal Educational Records Protection Act, which has limitations of disclosure of private educational information. We also have the
From parents?
California Education Code, which limits the disclosure of information shared with counselors for students who are 12 and older if they don't grant consent. And we have numerous other areas in both, particularly state law, that do allow students that are 12 and older to withhold consent for their private educational information to parents. So that's the theory or the philosophy in developing at least a potential for dividing the student population based on those students who would be under the age of 12 versus those that would be 12 and older, which is that it is at least theoretically possible that you can derive legislative intent from these other similar statutes that would indicate an intent by the legislature to view students that are 11 and under to be more vulnerable, less mature, and therefore more in need of perhaps parental input than those that are 12 and older.
So FERPA, I'm pretty sure, would not preclude the school district from informing a parent that we were going to start treating a child according to a different gender identity. Do you disagree with that? You think that FERPA does preclude the school district from telling parents about how their student is being treated in class?
If the question is, does it appear that the law provides students, particularly those that are 12 and older, greater protection and privacy over their educational privacy, I would say that I think that it clearly does in several areas.
But every teacher should share with the parent how their child is treated in class. I feel like maybe you're telling me that FERPA precludes teachers from telling parents, responsible parents of their minor children, how their child is addressed and treated in class. And I just don't agree with that.
I think what staff tried to do here in developing at least an option for the board was to provide an option, and not necessarily recommend, but to provide an option that the board could consider that may be legally defensible, although I would say that there is significant uncertainty on that point. And that the division between students that are 12 and older versus those that might be 11 and younger is a division that has been recognized in other similar areas of law, and that therefore that could be a defensible distinction to make. That it would be harder to defend the disclosure of information for students that are 12 and older that they have asked to have privacy over.
So this is not really a clear legal mandate. This is actually your counsel. This is legal counsel that we're being given here based on, it's risk management. It's saying you are of the opinion that this is a safer course from a lawsuit or litigation standpoint than a clear law.
I would say that it's an option the board can consider that may be more legally defensible. We don't know yet because we simply do not have statutes or case law directly on point, as the superintendent indicated. What I believe staff tried to do was to present an option for board consideration on the request of the board to bring back options to look at. And so it is in fact another conversation as to whether there's any guarantee that even the approach with 11 and under students would be legally defensible.
So are there any lawsuits that you're aware of where a school district or a teacher has been sued because they shared information with a responsible parent about how their child was treated in class?
Well, I think there are many lawsuits over the disclosure of educational information in violation of, for example, FERPA or other laws. As far as the issue, if the question relates specifically to transgender privacy, there is very limited case law on that particular limited issue. But we do have a wealth of case law, both at the federal and state level, that indicates that, that there is a zone of privacy surrounding the issue of transgender status and gender issues, that, that both the federal government in its enforcement and the state in its enforcement view the privacy of students who have identified as a gender that is different from that they were assigned at birth or based on their birth certificate, that they view those issues as being covered by discrimination laws. We have statutes that confirm that. And we have a number of cases that came up in the employment area that have clearly identified a zone of privacy and protection around gender issues. What we don't have, to my knowledge, is a specific case on point, as you describe, where there was a disclosure over a student's objection of their transgender status to a parent that resulted in a lawsuit that has led to a reported case at this point. I suspect that those are issues yet to come because these are fairly new issues. So do I suspect that if that were to occur that there would be lawsuits? I believe that there would. In fact, I can state quite firmly, based on what I've read from groups that support those who identify as transgender, that they feel strongly that the privacy interest that's been identified over transgender identification extends to students at school.
It just seems that the way a child is treated publicly in class, is certainly something that you would think it would be their responsible legal guardian or their parents' right to understand from a teacher or from an administrator how this child is being treated. And to keep parents in the dark seems very deceptive on the part of the school district. So I can't imagine any improvement to this administrative regulation or board policy that would lay out a plan and codify, for our purposes, a plan for keeping and training the school communities to keep secrets from individual parents that pertain to their children. And I'm not convinced by any legal evidence that you've presented, Mr. Gant, or anyone else, that there is a lawsuit waiting to happen pertaining to this.
Any questions from, we're done.
Do you have additional questions for clarification on the presentation from the board?
Okay, thank you.
I have teacher ears, I can hear a lot. Not always, but sometimes. Okay, that moves us to the next step in our order, which is public comment. So I have taken just, I think, a benign request, really, to look at the speaker list from the previous item that we did table, just to honor people who are here to speak, and added them to the list. I think I counted twice, but I still could have counted wrong. I think it's 39 on the list. And so we're at 9:30, and our rules are to allow for 30 minutes of public comment on an agenda item, with our public commenters speaking at 3 minutes apiece. And so with that, same spiel as earlier, please do respect the comments made by your fellow community members. And we will open the floor, starting with, and just a reminder of the 30-second bell. We will start the public comment period, with Jackson Strasbow. I'm so sorry if I butcher names. I'm so sorry.
Good evening. I am a current Chico Unified School District student. I'm also a transgender male. I came out when I was 9 years old. The best decision for me was to have my name and gender changed within the school system without the notification of my parents. 5 years later, I still go by these names and pronouns. But me doing this was never influenced by my teachers. I was never forced into being trans. The secrecy policy allowed me to come to my parents on my own time. I'm lucky to have extremely supportive parents. Many students who are/were in my situation are not as lucky. This secrecy policy helps protect many students who could not tell their parents. These students keep secrets because they are afraid. They're afraid of parents like many here in Chico who do not support their child. People come up here and ask, why would my child not want to tell me that they are trans before telling their school? And let me tell you, it's because you follow up statements like these with vile hate speech. If you want to take action against policy 5145.3, then you should think about real children like me who are affected by your decision. We deserve protection too, and we deserve to feel safe in our schools. You are not protecting children. You're putting children in danger. By keeping the secrecy policy in place, you help the 45% of LGBTQ youth in California from becoming part of the 14% that did attempt suicide. Please allow our schools to become and remain a safe space for queer and trans children. I request from the bottom of my heart, no action be made on board policy 5145.3. Thank you.
Thank you. Next up, I'll call Adrian Gianola. Adrian, who's a student. It's gotten really late, so I apologize for just the longevity of this. For folks who have been waiting to speak and maybe couldn't hold out as late as it's gotten. Okay. Next up, we have Lorraine Johnson.
Hello, my name is Lorraine Johnson. I'm a parent of 2 students in the Chico Unified School District, and I'm coming here tonight because I am concerned. I'm not concerned for my own 2 children or for the children of people here tonight. I'm here for the kids who don't have parents here tonight. Every parent here is concerned about the welfare of their own children and has proven it by their willingness to get involved in their child's educational process by coming here. Your kids are not the kids that this policy is for. This policy was written for the kids who come home to be yelled at, belittled, or bullied by their own parents. They're kids who don't know if their parents will still love them if they come out to them. They're kids who may well find themselves homeless if they come out to their parents. The kids this was written for find their main source of stability and adult support from the school system. Whether we like it or not, there's a lot of kids out there who fit this profile. And social services is woefully underfunded, understaffed, and under-equipped to help them all. This leads me to my next concern. There's a great deal of confusion around the different types of transitions for a transgender individual. There are 2 important transition types. The first is social transition. In social transition, the trans individual may begin by asking for different pronouns and a different name to be used. They may also begin dressing or wearing their hair in a way that more closely resembles the gender that they identify with. None of these changes are medical, permanent, or non-reversible in nature. Let me repeat that. Social transition is not medical, permanent, or irreversible. The second type of transition, medical, involves the taking of puberty blocker and hormonal medications. This is not the type of transition that the school has anything to do with whatsoever. You have heard other experts better qualified than myself speak about the very real dangers that transgender youth face from society, their peers, and in some cases, even their parents. These kids have no other caring adults to protect them, guide them, and care for them other than through the school system. It is their last chance at finding the one adult that resilience research has taught us can make or break a child's life. Please don't take that adult from them by forcing them to notify a child's parents about their gender identity without that child's consent. That consent is important. If your child is unwilling to share with you what their gender identity is, I would suggest that you think about why that is. Children are unlikely to refuse to give consent for a counselor to speak to their parents without legitimate reason. While it is true that the brain doesn't finish forming until 25 or so, we wouldn't expect a kid who loves baseball to decide they don't love baseball till they're 25 years old.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I'm going to call up Sean Mossman. Sean Mossman.
Thank you. It seems to me that what the board needs to decide is what the position they're going to take concerning this idea of secrecy. Up front, you insisted that there was no secrecy policy. The superintendent sent out an email insisting that there was no secrecy policy. And yet we can see it is abundantly clear that we were lied to then, that there is in fact secrecy policy and guidelines in place that are practiced and have been for years. My daughter has been violated and compromised in this school system. Girls and boys were violated and compromised today in this school system. And now you're talking about excluding parents from their most natural right. Our Constitution guarantees that those rights that are given by nature and nature's God are to be protected.
Please have order.
Please have order. The rudeness and the mocking, I was sat quietly and I listened to you respectfully, and I expect the same. The idea of parental secrecy is kind of silly, because the parent's going to find out. What position do you want to be in when the parent finds out that you have lied to them and deceived them and manipulated their child without their knowledge, that you have undermined their authority, that you have increased the animosity between that child and their parent? You've increased the animosity between that parent and you. You have created an animosity and an adversarial relationship with that parent. And I've heard over and over as I sat down there through this whole meeting that it is the desire of this school district to work in partnership with parents. The parent's going to find out. Now, there's a case right now that's already costing hundreds of thousands of dollars. It may cost millions of dollars. You want to have a difficult conversation with a parent up front? Or do you want to deal with a really pissed off, angry parent because you went behind their back for perhaps months and months before they finally find out what you've been doing behind their back? You violated their rights, you violated their trust, you violated their family, you violated their children. The most basic of rights as parents. I understand there's cases, there's difficult cases. There are in every facet of life. And I'm not against any trans student. I saw a flyer that said we need to protect trans students, trans children. I'm here tonight not because these children are trans, but because they're children. And men protect children. As a man, I'm a little ashamed that we've got mama bear after mama bear coming up, and you husbands and fathers stand back there behind your wives and let them fight this battle for you. There's a battle to be fought when you hear from parents.
Up next, I'll call Aurora Regino. Just to acknowledge that you had signed up for the previous item, but I moved all of those to under this item.
Thank you, I appreciate it. Hi, for those that don't know me, my name is Aurora Regino, and I am the mother that filed the lawsuit in federal court against Chico Unified for transitioning my daughter without my knowledge. I'm here today to tell my story so parents and the public know what is going on in our schools. Last year, my 11-year-old daughter was in elementary school here at Chico Unified, and her elementary school transitioned her from female to male behind my back. Shortly before this happened, my father had recently passed away, and I was diagnosed with breast cancer. My daughter was distressed and began questioning her sexuality, so she decided to reach out to a wellness counselor at her elementary school. The day my daughter shared with her guidance counselor that she felt like a boy, the counselor immediately affirmed this new identity. From then on, the counselor continued to have one-on-one meetings with my daughter without my knowledge. During one of those one-on-one meetings, my daughter told the counselor she wanted to tell me about her new identity. The counselor ignored her requests and did nothing to support her in letting me know what was going on at school. Throughout her transition, my daughter changed very quickly, was bullied, and as a result, was very unhappy. And because her school kept this transition a secret from me, she was on her own. I'm a busy working mother just like the rest of you. Before this happened to our family, I would have not believed this was going on in our schools, especially at the elementary level. I want everyone to know I want everyone to understand that I want a space for our LGBTQ and trans community members to feel safe and supported. But the policy currently in place at Chico Unified has been damaging to our family. And I am not up here talking about what could happen if you continue this policy. I am up here telling you what did happen to our family. This was a time when she needed me the most, and you kept it a secret from me. I understand that you are trying to find ways to create a safe environment for all children within our district, but keeping secrets from parents is not the way to do it. Treating every parent as a potential threat to their kids is wrong. I know it's easy to make up a narrative when it comes to my case. I know it's easy for people to judge and say my daughter must have not felt safe or supported, and that's the reason for her telling her counselor. But regardless of what people say, I love my children, and there isn't anything they could ever do to change that. It wouldn't have mattered to me whether my daughter continued to identify as a male. I would love her the same. It's a slippery slope to allow any adult in our schools to keep secrets from parents for any reason. The actions the school board district took to immediately exclude me from supporting my daughter was very damaging to her and our family. She was very young and didn't understand what being transgender really meant or the obstacles she would face going through a transition. The school transitioned her and left her to figure it out on her own. It seems to me the district is getting it wrong on both sides. You don't know how to handle these very serious and sensitive situations because once you transitioned her, you left her to handle it all by herself, the bullying and the staff even outing her. Thank you.
Olivia Phillips.
Good evening. As an educator, I believe it is my duty to educate based on the whole child approach. This approach values the development of every aspect of a child and understands that a student's education and life outcomes are dependent upon their access to safe and welcoming learning environments and rich learning experiences inside and outside of the school setting. In order to reach their full potential, all students need to feel safe and valued as individuals. For this to happen, we as educators and service providers need to cultivate an environment where students feel trust, safety, and acceptance necessary to be unapologetically themselves without repercussions or backlash. As professionals working within the public school setting, we are automatically considered mandated reporters. For those who are unfamiliar with this term, this means we are required by California state law to report if we suspect or know a child is being abused, neglected, or whether a child intends to hurt themselves or others. Those are the only acceptable and required reasons for breaching a student's right to privacy. Everything else outside of the safety of the child should remain confidential, especially a student's identity. According to an article from 2021 by the UCLA School of Law Williams Institute, 30% of trans youth have attempted suicide in just this past year. I repeat, 30% of trans youth have attempted suicide in just that past year. Exposing an individual's sexual orientation and or gender identity before they're ready, otherwise known as outing, is a known risk factor for self-harm and suicide. People who are outed feel blindsided and forced to reveal a deeply personal part of their identity without their consent and under someone else's terms, which is why it is vital for us to focus on nurturing the whole child with unconditional acceptance and empowering them with the knowledge that they have the right to choose if, when, and how much they want to reveal about their identity. This is why we need to protect our youth and continue to support the confidentiality of gender questioning, nonconforming, and trans youth in our district. I'll end by quoting a thought-provoking statement I came across online. If your kid comes out at school but not to you, don't ask, why didn't the school tell me? Ask, why didn't my kid feel like they could tell me? Thank you.
Tom Giorso.
Hello there. I'm here today as a future teacher, a current educator, and a human being to voice my deep concern for this prospective legislation. When I chose the vocation of educator, when I decided that I would commit my life to this field, I chose to do so because of an alarming trend I myself had seen during my time in public education here in the North State. Far too many kids with different socioeconomic situations, racial and cultural backgrounds, and different gender and sexuality identities did not fit whatever ascribed norm was in place at the time. And far too often those kids ended up falling through the cracks. I'm sick of seeing bright and talented kids who have so much to offer their community pushed down because of how they dress or identify. I'm sick of seeing kids and even peers discriminated against and assaulted because they look or act differently. Quite frankly, I'm sick of discrimination against my queer and transgender friends. Forcing staff members to inform on students compromises everything beneficial about having school mental health support for those who would be discriminated against. This sets an extremely dangerous precedent for access to these resources by our most vulnerable students, who, in case you all missed the data from the beginning of the night, are unequivocally LGBTQ+ students. We need to ask ourselves what comes next. Should staff inform family on other hot-button issues like religious choice, on student relationships? Revoking any sense of privacy for our students is only going to discourage them from seeking help, as it would for every single person in this room. What is left for these kids when suicide rates are skyrocketing and when they're taking a risk just stepping foot on school grounds? Yeah, I brought it up. Look deep inside yourself and ask, is this issue really about parental information, or is it about stopping something that we all already know is coming? To deny the rights of trans people is to deny the rights of human beings. And as a wise man once said, you better start swimming or you'll sink like a stone.
Loretta Ann Torres. I said Loretta Ann Torres. I think that they're coming. It's okay, your time doesn't start until you approach the microphone.
Okay. I'm Loretta Ann Torres. I'm a grandmother. I'm 80 years old. I love my grandchildren. I have 2 of them in your school system at this time. And I have some comments. Last month you heard from a very caring mother who'd gone the extra mile to ease her 9-year-old child through this very confusing time. The most important statement she made last month was, with the school's help. Either she was informed or she did the informing when issues arose with her child. Parental information, this is all we really are asking for. Your schools and teachers have taken it upon themselves to purposely skip parents in this issue. The state would like school board members like you to think it's okay because they passed AB 1266 in 2014. No, it's being massaged into leading school boards to interfere with parental rights. There are only 1% to 2% of transgender adults in our nation who are influencing and confusing our children. I know you worry about bullying of transgender youth. We all should. We all do. There are scary things out there in this big world, and you want all of your children to feel safe. But to leave the majority of your students who are not in distress in order to shield the few is wrong. If you're thinking, but there's more than 1% to 2% of transgender students in our schools, I believe you're fooling yourselves, because studies have shown that more than 70% of children go back to their original sex when experiencing gender dysphoria. Studies are also showing that the incidence of suicide in transgender youth goes down when parents are their guiding support. Here's an idea. Set up and encourage parental support groups for parents of children who are going through gender confusion. Places where parents can come together to talk about how they can support their kids through this very chaotic time. I truly believe that the state of California is using this transgender issue to come between parents and their children. Don't let this happen. Change your policy. Parental participation and no secrets from parents is the best way to go.
Silas Zelny.
Good evening, members of the Chico Unified School District Board. My name is Silas Zelny, and I'm here today as a member of the Chico community and a transgender person. I am here to express my opinion on item BPAR 5145.3 and argue for increased privacy rights for transgender students. As a transgender adult, and I apologize, I'm going to talk about some hard subjects. As a transgender adult, I have personally experienced discrimination, isolation, shame, abuse, and sexual assault due to my gender nonconforming nature as early as 9 years old. Unfortunately, my story is not unique. Transgender adolescents experience home violence and sexual assault at nearly twice the likelihood than cisgender children, according to the American Academy of Pediatrics in 2021. It is common for transgender individuals to experience harm at home and seek a found family elsewhere while hiding and not fully understanding their identity. Even children in good or normal families can face these challenges. As administrators responsible for writing policy, you cannot assume what happens behind closed doors in a student's home is safe for them. However, you can determine what is safe on school grounds. In the non-discrimination policy, the district prohibits unlawful discrimination and provides detailed descriptions of what constitutes discrimination. For example, the policy even addresses discrimination based on the texture of a student's hair. This demonstrates the district's commitment to accommodating the diverse needs of its students. However, the current policy does not adequately address the privacy rights of transgender students. Disclosing their identity to their parents may pose a risk to their emotional well-being at home and can reasonably affect the student's educational performance and ability to succeed. At worst, disclosing their identity when they are not ready can pose a higher risk for potential physical abuse and sexual harm than for cisgender students. I urge the board to expand the non-discrimination policy to add the safety needs of this minority group. All subgroups of students, including transgender students, should feel safe, supported, engaged, and meaningfully challenged in the district schools. To prioritize parental involvement without considering the unique needs of students with alternative gender identities would be to ignore the factors that contribute to the discrimination and harm of this minority. Therefore, I urge the board to seek policy that supports the student's right to privacy and support the student's power in deciding if it is safe to be out to their parents. It would be beneficial for the district to draft policies and workflows that support transgender students, such as preparing documents and policies for secure document storage that allow students to decide whether to disclose their identities to their families or not. For appropriate parental involvement, the district can draft policy to support the student's decision for guided parental involvement only if the transgender student provides explicit and verified consent to share their identity. In conclusion, I hope the board recognizes the importance of increased privacy rights for transgender students in the district schools. By doing so, Chico Unified can better achieve its goals of increasing parental involvement and improving school climate for all of its student subgroups. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. I have Office of Congressman Doug LaMalfa. I am going to preface this with a request for the audience to please stay in order.
Thank you. Thank you, board members, for allowing me to address you here tonight. This is a grave situation we're facing here. And how we've gotten to a place where we can interpret state policy as such in Chico, California, that keeping secrets from parents about their children's involvement at school, about their children's decisions that are so grave. Remember, these are minors who are making lifetime, life-changing decisions. In a particular case that we know about here, after just a few minutes of time with a counselor. And so you want to talk about privacy, as we just heard about? When, after a short counseling session, the child was marched, allegedly, right out into the classroom and said, this child has decided to transition to a different sex with a new name. And this is what parents who have, whether they're holding down 2 jobs or a single parent, or the other struggles that we're facing, especially these days, have to contemplate. That's what's going on with our kids at school, is that we don't have a right to hear and know ahead of time what my child might be thinking when basically coerced by nonstop assault on media, on the internet, with somehow thinking that your choices are fluid. No, it's either XX or it's XY. The proof is in the DNA. All right? Now, we can
Please retain order, folks.
we can contemplate these things as adults, but for the school to be helping to coerce children as minors who have so many other lifetime decisions they have to make after they're 18 years old. Key decisions that are not allowed to make until they're 18 years old, in some cases 21 years old. And we want this to happen at a ripe young age of 11, 12, 10, 9. Schools have really overstepped their bounds, overstepped their responsibilities when they're doing this, when they're contemplating this, when they're pushing it upon. And you're breaking the trust that you have with parents here in Chico and all over the state. So I stand with folks like Aurora Regino and all the Aurora Reginos and her daughter all over this state and all over this country. And so we will.
That's the end of your time. Thank you.
Okay. I didn't see a timer.
Michelle Cooper is the next speaker.
I did not see a timer.
We don't.
Therefore, there's ramifications, fiscal ramifications on it.
Calm down.
I've called the next speaker as Michelle Cooper, please. Michelle Cooper.
There's no doubt that the current policy needs to be changed. You've been hearing for 3 months now from parents who are opposed to the secrecy policy that you have in place, a policy that was developed on guidance and not law. I personally have talked to people from all sides of the aisle, which includes teachers and therapists, who agree that keeping parents in the dark is wrong. Telling kids to lie to their parents is wrong. and the age of the child does not matter. Any child under the age of 18 deserves and is entitled to the protection that only their parents can give them. I cannot support a policy that includes language that would remove a parent from any conversation. For me, the answer is simple. Adopt a policy that does not exclude parents, period. For some, however, this has become an issue of spreading false narratives, that all parents are abusive, that no parent will accept their child, that only adults who are not their parents can understand them. These accusations are not only false, but are dangerous. Since when has it become okay for adults to tell children to keep secrets from their parents? If you're doing that, you're doing something wrong. I think this topic is far too important to be placed at the end of an agenda on a late school night. Like the resolution item, this should be tabled for a special meeting. Invite presenters to give insight as to what the laws really are, why this issue is so important to parents, and hear and have discussion that is meaningful. If you are under the spotlight here, locally and nationally, and you need to get this right. And further, I want to add that the reason that we are awarded the freedom to speak here tonight is because of our U.S. Constitution and the brave men and women who fight for our freedoms. I am a mother of a military veteran, and he attended Pleasant Valley. I'm very proud of my children. While it's voluntary to participate in the flag salute, I find it rude and offensive when board members and others here tonight show complete disrespect for it. Thank you.
So that is the end of our 30 minutes, time allotted for public comment.
How many speakers are left on the list?
Please extend it. You extended it in the meeting?
I'm going to move to extend the time to hear all speakers.
Thank you.
I'll second that.
Okay. We'll do a roll call vote, starting with me. Dalby, aye. Let me just repeat. We are moving to suspend the rules to hear all speakers at the 3 minutes. However, I will not be asking for additional public comment at the end. It's who submitted a speaker card that I have on my list right here. That's for clarification. So the motion is to suspend the rules to hear all the speakers.
That are on the list.
That are on the list.
Thank you.
Yes. And we have a motion and a second. And I vote aye.
Robinson, aye, if the speaker's already on the list.
Conkin, aye.
Lando, aye.
Tennis, aye.
All right. Our next speaker is Deanna Lindstrom.
Thank you, board members. When my children started school, never in my life did I think I would be fighting the school.
Yes? Yes, it is. This person has spoken here almost every meeting.
Thank you. When my children started school, never in my life did I think I would be fighting the school district to keep me informed of what my children may be experiencing during their time at school. Let me be clear that this isn't a transgender or coming out issue. This is simply about keeping parents in the dark. We have had our fair share of experiences. From my children needing an x-ray, being stabbed, being bullied, being punished, being pulled out of class for a social emotional learning council session, and being given surveys and not being allowed to do his schoolwork unless he answers those surveys. This is just a small list of what we have dealt with the district keeping parents in the dark. Before I was placed in foster homes, I was in a family that sexually abused me mentally and physically. You know what I was always told? Don't tell anyone. Here you are saying you won't tell parents when it comes to issues a child may be experiencing, and take it upon yourselves to make judgment calls. I have worked extremely hard to not repeat family history, and here you have labeled me as an abusive and neglectful parent, that I am guilty until proven innocent, and that I cannot be trusted. Based on my past, I have taught my children that I love them and support them no matter what, that we are a team and we will get through anything together. I have taught my children that anyone who tells them it is okay to keep secrets from me or their dad, they are the enemy, and that they have something nefarious to hide themselves. If I am deemed fit to love, care, support, be financially responsible, and house my children, then I am deemed fit to care for my children regarding any issue that may arise while at school. The ones wanting to keep secrets, regardless of what it entails, are the ones that cannot be trusted. Thank you.
The next person I'm calling up is Brandy McCann. Brandy McCann. Thank you. No, you're okay, and you are another rollover from the previous item. I wanted to give you the opportunity to speak. Yeah.
Okay. Let me know when I can start. Right now? Okay. My name's Brandy McCann. Thank you for having me. I have 2 children that attend schools here. I want to talk about this resolution. I do not think, as it stands, it's functioning properly to meet the expectations of parents. It's vague. Your primary focus as educators should be education. When you say that you will serve families within the parameters of state and federal law, why are you not providing information for families that they may need regarding which state and federal laws you have left out of this resolution? When you say you will uphold this partnership between teachers, students, and parents by providing opportunities to communicate and participate in the education of their children, do you mean fundraisers, drivers for field trips, or when our children are the problem? It's really vague, as vague as the terrorist threat emails parents received just recently, without any follow-up of whether our kids were safe to return to school. I want to say this on a positive note, since we're appreciating educators soon, anyways, always. The teachers who helped provide my children the most excellent education were the ones who took the time to communicate with myself and partnered with me regarding any areas my children may have been struggling with, and were able to provide each other insight on home and school and collaborate ideas and plans for the success of my children. You know, I would like to know what the opportunities that you're going to be providing for parents is. I want to know what that's going to look like. What instances will you not include parents in accordance to the law as listed in that resolution? And information in the current resolution for parents is vague. It provides loopholes, and a lot is left unsaid. And I understand that educators and staff all play a role in our children's lives. Let's not use those very same folks to bring divisiveness into the homes between children and their parents. We, the parents, want to support our children, schools, the staff, and the children in our communities. Please reflect before you appease either side. If educators truly feel that us parents are unsafe, then we will see shortly the road going forward. Please create a resolution that reflects the expectations of parents and not only guidance that you interpret as law. Thank you.
Virginia Thomas. Oh, sorry, Virginia Thomas Melly.
My name's actually Maddie Hinckley. I am reading on behalf of Virginia because she couldn't be here tonight because she has COVID. So Virginia is a 7th and 8th grade teacher at Marsh Junior High School and proud to be an educator within Chico Unified School District. The following is her message. I know those of you who are demanding the revocation of our school district's policies regarding children's privacy at school think you are protecting children, but the statistics don't lie. According to the Trevor Project, fewer than 1 in 3 transgender and non-binary youth found their home to be gender affirming. Nearly 1 in 5 transgender and non-binary youth attempted suicide, and LGBTQ youth who found their school to be LGBTQ affirming reported lower rates of attempting suicide. You are demanding children not be who they are, while schools are trying to keep them alive. Do you fear your child being indoctrinated at school, or do you fear that your child or schoolmates of a child you know may be transgender? Being transgender is not a flaw. It is not a pathology. It is a fact of the world. Trans people's existence has never been safe or celebrated in recent history in this country because of fear and bigotry. But in many societies before ours, trans people were accepted and celebrated. Supported trans children can grow up into happy trans adults. Do you fear this so-called social engineering, or do you fear being out of touch, both with the times and with your own child? If you fear your children would keep this from you, focus on healing your relationship with them. Build trust with them. Don't scapegoat some of the most vulnerable by attacking their right to privacy. Trans children are not the boogeyman. They are young people learning about themselves, how they might live happily in this world, who should be able to be seen fully as who they know themselves to be. They are working to form positive self-images around their identity and grow their self-advocacy. Substitute any other protected group for the word trans in the statements you're hearing tonight, and you reveal the cracks in these anti-transgender arguments. The tone and logic is the same as racist, sexist, segregationist, and separationist propaganda. A radical sect that does not represent the majority of the country is waging a two-pronged attack to legislate trans youth out of existence and dismantle public education. This is the civil rights issue of our time. Those of you who are opposing our school's current policy will one day wake up and realize that your stance is no different than white parents fighting school integration during the civil rights era. To not see these issues as being similar and these oppressions as intertwined is to be lost in your own fear and hatred. Thank you.
Suzanne King.
To the board, thank you for allowing me to speak tonight. To everyone here and listening from home, while I teach in front of a group of 30-plus students 5 times a day, tonight is definitely outside of my comfort zone. Thank you for listening to what I have to say with openness and kindness. For the rest of my message, I will be speaking to the students of Chico Unified. My name is Suzanne King, and I use the pronoun she, her. I've been teaching for 16 years, the past 6 as a science teacher at Marsh Junior High School. I have focused my adult life, my meaning, on teaching middle schoolers because it's a tough time for many students. As if puberty weren't enough, middle school students can be mean. Heck, humans can be mean. But you, students, are surrounded by teachers, admin, campus supervisors, counselors, and other students who have your back. Seek them out, support one another, spread positivity and acceptance, and make your campuses better. To all students listening, no matter your level of academic achievement, your gender, your race, your age, your sexuality, your social status, or any other piece of your identity, my message is this: I care about you. Your teachers care. While we may get caught up in the subject that we teach, know that most of us teach because we enjoy helping students grow and develop into good people. Science is just a vessel through which I teach. I care more about your whole being than just teaching you about photosynthesis. I care about how you feel. I care that you experience success inside and outside of the classroom. I care that you learn to work hard and give your best effort, always. I care that you are proud of who you are. I care that you know that you're not alone. I care that you feel supported. I will not coerce you. I will listen to you. I care that you are free to be the person that you are, without judgment, without outside pressure to be something that you are not. And that is why I will continue to show up for my job, for my students day after day. I care about you. Come and find me if you need an ear to listen, a high five or a hug, or someone to help with your math homework. And if you aren't on Marsh campus, find another teacher that cares about you. We are on every campus in the district, and we will continue to support you because you are awesome exactly the way that you are. Thank you.
Thank you. Next up is Rob Berry.
I suppose it's my turn now to be heckled, so here we go. I guess I could talk to you as a former teacher, a former board member, and a parent, but I think there's plenty of emotions that you've heard in testimony tonight, so tonight I'm going to talk to you as an attorney. The question that Mr. Tennis asked was about case law and how this comes down in terms of case law and statutes. My message to you is that you are wading into extremely risky territory legally, and that if you're looking to avoid lawsuits and litigation, the more that you involve yourself in trying to resolve this dilemma, the deeper you're going to be in your own legal risk. So let me give you an example. In your own administrative regulations, you have taken basically the Title IX concept, turned it into an anti-harassment policy, and then defined what harassment is under penalty of disciplinary action for parents, staff, students, and administrators. And you list the kinds of things that constitute harassment. The number one thing on your list is refusing to use the pronouns dictated by a child who identifies with a gender different than their natal sex. That becomes grounds for disciplinary action in this school district. That is compelled speech. It is exactly against the First Amendment, and you are subject to constitutional challenge the first time that you try to discipline a teacher for refusing to use the pronouns dictated by a student. So that's just one example. I'm not going to talk to you about Title IX and what the confusion of natal gender has done to the intention of Title IX, which is to create an equal playing field for girls and boys, sports, and now by confusing gender, you are now putting boys on the playing field and in the locker rooms of girls. That was never the intention of Title IX. And you also have the degendering cases. I think the one thing that I want to bring to your attention is a District 1 case that has to do with social transition. And in that case, the court found that social transition is a mental health intervention. And as such, it is required to be subject to the diagnostic procedure, which hits 5 diagnostic points before any intervention is possible. Also, you've talked about the over 12 age. There is an enumerated list of rights of 12-year-olds. There are things like abortion, birth control pills, and so forth and so on. It's an enumerated list. You get down to the bottom of the list, and it deals with the very vague issue of professionals.
That's your time, thank you.
Thank you.
Up next is Julie Anderson Nelson.
Good evening. My name is Julie Anderson Nilsson. I am a retired CUSD teacher and community member. I've been here before. I want to thank and honor the youth that are here tonight. Their voices are the ones we need to listen to. My 3 children, now adults, attended CUSD schools, and my youngest daughter, as I've mentioned in the past, is transgender. She is not gender nonconforming. She wholeheartedly lives as a female and identifies as a female. She grew up in a gender-affirming family. It's important for me to express again that CUSD was supportive and communicative during the years of my daughter's attendance at CUSD schools and during her social transition. I trust CUSD. The current school board policy 5145.3 that follows our state law, AB 1266, that was implemented 10 years ago, is thorough and protects trans and non-binary students' right to privacy. Educators and counselors are already mandated reporters. The policy also prevents them from being outed without their consent and allows school employees to help and protect them without negative consequences. It's working. The gender intake form is already in action. The policy's intent is to protect students. It does not take away parents' rights. As a parent of a transgender female, I never experienced any of my rights taken away from me or denied me. I am requesting that no action be made on the current board policy. It's clear that an important next step for our community is continued education. With education comes understanding, and with understanding comes compassion and reason. In raising a transgender child, I cannot communicate how much I've learned and am still learning about being transgender. So much of our lives is gendered, dominated by male, female, blue, pink, the binary of gender. It's ingrained in us since birth. To be transgender or gender nonconforming and experience living in a body that is not the gender you identify with, not the gender that everyone is convinced you are and should be, is complicated. It's confusing and it's scary. We need to listen to them. This period of time reveals that we, especially us cisgender, need more information, more training, and how to be better at listening. It's our duty as humans to ensure our youth who are transgender or gender nonconforming are not discriminated against, but rather receive the support they need to live full, healthy lives. Thank you.
Rylan Morabito. Rylan?
Hi, my name is Rylan, and I'm here as a parent of an 11-year-old at Parkview Elementary, a graduate of the Chico Unified School District, and a transgender community member. For some of you sitting board members, I have been your neighbor. I have made you coffee at the coffee shop my partner and I opened in 2018. I was able to find success and happiness in Chico as a direct result of my identity and privacy being honored and respected by my teachers and peers. With that in mind, I'm strongly calling for no action on Chico Board Policy 5145.3. I believe in every child's right to privacy and validation from their school system. A child questioning their identity is significantly more likely to survive with a strong support system in place. Outing them without their consent can and will put young questioning kids in harm's way. Unfortunately, for many transgender individuals, the support we need and thrive on doesn't exist within our own homes. Speaking personally, that pain is something I will never be able to overcome. As the trans child of a parent who is here tonight speaking loudly in favor of the opposing stance, I knew exactly why I needed to keep my identity private while growing up. That parent's present here tonight is proof that I was right to conceal my identity and protect myself. I am alive and thriving today, not due to parental support, but because my friends became my family, and out of necessity, some of my family became strangers. I am alive today because I was given the opportunity to figure out my identity on my own terms and come out when I was no longer dependent on unsupportive family and parents. To parents who don't believe in their child's right to privacy on this matter, I challenge you to look within. If your child is hiding who they are from you, it is a reflection of you, not them. It is certainly not a fault of the school, but rather a fracture in your own home. I encourage you to sincerely ask yourself why your child might not feel safe with you. Queer individuals often leave us too soon and in tragically predictable ways due to a lack of familial support, unconditional love, and validation. And make no mistake, someone you love is trans or queer. The last thing we need is to put more queer or questioning kids in unsafe environments where they'll be harmed by others or will harm themselves. A trans kid is better than a dead kid. It is not too late. It is not too late for you to learn how to love your child the way they deserve to be loved. I implore you to learn before it's too late. Please, Chico Unified School District, vote no action and let your love and dedication for the students be louder than the bigots. Thank you.
James Bishop.
I wanted to bring up something that I think we could all work together toward, and that is stopping misdiagnosis. To start, I'd like to talk about Tavistock. So Tavistock is a century-old psych hospital in the United Kingdom. Around 2020, they set up JIDS services, which is to treat gender dysphoria. And they began recommending puberty blockers and hormones. This was set up originally as what they called an experimental service. Marcus Evans was a Tavistock director, and his wife joined JIDS and worked in that service. They became concerned about the changing diagnostic culture. What they said was that it used to be a very discussion and debate-oriented culture where there'd be a lot of pushback and in order to get the best diagnosis for children. And Dr. Evans said that this changed to, quote, shutting down any dissent or wish to examine what was going on beneath the surface of a child's diagnosis. Why would they do that? Well, Dr. Evans goes on to say, there was a politicization of the whole area, an unusually close relationship with stakeholders like mermaids and gender intelligence, and a breakdown of the traditional boundary between donors and the clinical practice. It produced what he described as not a clinical environment that I would want to work in. Meanwhile, Michael Biggs, an Oxford sociologist, who was a well-known ally of the gay and lesbian community at Harvard, heard that Tavistock had done research, including effects on puberty blockers. So he requested copies of these reports and these studies, and he didn't get a response, so he became a little suspicious, and he filed a FOIA. And he received these documents, and he found that the results of their studies had been that they found that actually some of the girls were worse off, and the boys were not better off, and so they never published them. Now, he said, this is not really unusual to not publish studies that don't support what you're doing, but what he did think was scandalous was the continuation of the clinical practices that were leading to misdiagnosis and the effort to make it national policy. So meanwhile, while all of this is going on over the past 2 decades, there were 1,000 lawsuits against Tavistock out of 6,000 patients. That's quite a high ratio. And that they were not properly assessed and it led to grave harm to them, was their claim. And so these facts, among many others, were presented to the High Court in UK. And to quote Marcus Evans again, quote, when you read the evidence against Tavistock, there's no comparison. We're talking about people of very high profiles in the profession giving their considered opinion backed up by a wealth of research against, on the other side, basically political belief. The court shut down Tavistock. You can read in the Times London, which is a left-wing publication, this entire ordeal. And so the question I have is Stonewall playing a similar or analogous role to what the stakeholders did there? If they're not, then I'd ask them to join us in trying to stop this misdiagnosis because it's greatly confusing this issue. I think we could all agree.
That's your time, thank you. Kirsten Southam. I might have said your name wrong, sorry.
Hi, hello board and administration. My name is Kirsten Schultz Southam. I was born in Chico. 4 generations of Schultz kids have graduated from Chico schools. I worked during college as a yard duty at Chico Junior, where my mom worked. I was an aide at Loma Vista. I began teaching elementary school in 1992 for Chico Unified, and I retired last June. When I dropped my first son off to kindergarten on his first day of school, I had a knot in my stomach worrying about if he'd love school, but also wondering if his teacher would care for him like I did. It also made me realize just how much parents entrusted me when I taught their children each day. That feeling of being an extension of their family and making sure to protect their child like they were my own while teaching them. It changed me that day. I was always conscientious, but it made me even more aware. During my teaching day, I would often pause and remind kids to be kids, to release the stress they may be feeling from friends, home, whatever, to let learning be fun, let the grown-ups handle the hard stuff. There was nothing for them to worry about. Life is hard enough, but being a kid should be easy. Or we should at least help make it easier during the school day. Children's world are like the legs on a chair. One leg is them, one is their family, one is their friends, one is school. That's it, that's all they worry about. If you pull away one leg with worry or fear, their seat will be unsteady. 2 legs and they will fall. We need to carry the big loads for them. School should always be a steady leg, one that provides knowledge and nurturing, helps them make friends to play with at recess and lunch. When life is hard, sometimes at home, we reach out to the parents to be a team to steady all 4 legs on the chair. I know many of you up front, Jay and Jim, you coached my boys when they were young. And I know you all began your careers teaching and caring for little people. I challenge you to please remember to let kids be kids. Keep the grown-up stuff for them to decide when they graduate from Chico schools. Be an advocate for the kids and the parents. Let the teachers teach the fundamental subjects by making learning fun without outside distractions, and make sure to teach PE every day, because I always did. Therefore, I'm asking that we do not keep secrets about minor children from their parents, and I thank you all for your time.
Kathy Dahlstrom.
Hi, my name is Kathy Dahlstrom. I am a therapist who specializes in working with transgender kids. I have a unique experience, I think, here because I have seen hundreds of transgender kids and their families. And if you know a trans youth or a young adult from the area that has gone to therapy, there's a good chance they saw me. Now, I'm not going to speak tonight to safety because I feel like that's been fairly well covered. I'm going to speak to something that no one has brought up and how much this hurts supportive families too. I have heard hundreds of coming out stories where a child went to their parent and their imperfect parent responded lovingly but imperfectly, and that experience has been a bond between the two of them for the rest of their life. And being trans is hard, as you can see. You know, the emotion here is because it's a hard life. It's not hard because there's something hard about being trans, but because of the society we live in. So, when you force a kid to come out to their family and you take away that feeling of control, you have robbed every family of the opportunity to have this beautiful experience that they could have that will be powerful for their children for the rest of their lives. I'm not up here because up here because parents aren't important. I'm not up here because families aren't important. I'm up here precisely because families are important and parents are important. Speaking to you as someone who's spoken to hundreds of them, and that is not an exaggeration. They are so important that you need to not interrupt this precious moment and let the children come out to their parents about something very personal about them and who they are when they are ready for it, instead of robbing the opportunity for everyone. And that's all I want to say, except you guys, I really feel for you, and I'm really sorry you're hearing some of this really hard stuff.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Dr. Christine Leisner.
Greetings. I'm a human sexuality researcher and educator. You know that. I'm also a parent. I want to speak tonight about the anti-discrimination policy about transgender kids. First, I would like to communicate that all major professional entities that work with children's physical and mental health support gender-affirming services in medical care, schools, homes, and the community, including the right to privacy. This includes the American Medical Association, the American Psychological Association, the American Academy of Pediatrics. According to the recent publication from the American Academy of Pediatrics, prominent pediatricians state that, quote, children who are pre-puberty and assert an identity as transgender or gender diverse know their gender as clearly and as consistently as their developmentally equivalent peers who identify as cisgender and benefit from the same level of social acceptance. This means that children as young as 3 who understand themselves to be transgender are the same as those who are cisgender and recognize themselves to be a boy or a girl. A recent study published by the Journal of Pediatrics in 2022 followed over 317 transgender youth over time with an average age of 8 at the beginning of the study. They found that 94% still identified as transgender 5 years later. This longitudinal research, unique in its design, demonstrates that transgender youth who socially transitioned at early ages continue to identify that way years later. This is important because a new report from the Trevor Project that was just put out in March highlights that 11% of transgender and gender expansive youth come out before the age of 13. Only 1 in 3 transgender and gender expansive youth have gender-affirming home environments. This means that 66% do not have gender-affirming home environments. Not having a gender-affirming home environment is damaging for youth, mentally, emotionally, and physically. Research shows that families reject their children because of their gender identities, and these kids are much higher likelihood of becoming homeless and committing suicide due to this rejection. The American Academy of Pediatrics states research increasingly, quote, suggests that familial acceptance or rejection ultimately has little influence on the gender identity of youth. However, it may profoundly affect young people's ability to openly discuss or disclose concerns about their identity. This is why all students, no matter their age, deserve the right to privacy. This need for autonomy to decide when and how to communicate information about themselves to their parents is for their own safety. This is also why the ACLU, the California Department of Education, the U.S. Department of Education, and the White House have all put statements out about the importance of transgender youth and individuals' right to privacy. Keep the policy intact the way it is. Don't mess with the age. This policy is supported by the most updated science on transgender youth. The best way to move forward.
That's your time. Thank you. Lyle Hayden. Lyle. Yeah, Lyle Hayden.
I wasn't sure if I got onto the ticket, so thank you. I just want to talk about sort of, if I could adjust that. Since this is a school meeting, let's do a little history lesson. Is anyone familiar with a moral panic? Maybe the satanic panic of the 80s? There's a pretty direct line between that and these folks in the back over here. A moral panic relies on exaggerated and lurid stories of members of a social fringe corrupting or harming youth, and members of the in-group punishing them and making their lives worse and persecuting them. This has happened throughout history a bunch of times. There's been witch hunts, there's been Red Scares, and now there's these people.
Alicia Trider.
Hello, board. As an educator and parent here in Chico, I am really disappointed in the actions of Matt Tennis and Rebecca Conkin for creating such divisiveness in our community in regards to our students' right to privacy and safety. If a student has sought out a safe adult at school to talk to about their gender identity, that's usually because they can't find a safe adult at home to do so with. In Butte County, we have the 6th Street Center for Youth that provides services to homeless and runaway youths. Apparently, we have so many homeless youth in Butte County that we need a service organization to support them. That's the first horrifying fact. Second, according to the 6th Street website, California has the highest number of homeless youth in the country. 40% of all homeless and runaway youth identify as lesbian, bisexual, gay, transgender, or queer, with family rejection being a contributing factor to their homelessness. This means that we have children coming out to their parents as gay or transgender, and then those parents are throwing their own children out onto the streets. What kind of a monster does that to their own flesh and blood? What kind of indoctrination are these parents going through to learn to hate and reject their own children? Policy 5145.3 protects children from these parents who put their conservative religious ideologies and political agendas before their own children's safety and well-being. It is these parents who were the catalyst for the creation of this policy. If you want this policy to go away, then you need to address those problematic parents and not be those problematic parents. If you want your children to talk to you about their gender identity, then start the conversation with them and create a safe space where they know they can trust you and be honest with you. Claiming that you don't believe in gender identity and refusing to think beyond the gender binary will push your children away from you because they're smart and they're curious and they know how to find information if they need it. So they will turn to their teachers and their friends or strangers on the internet for the information they can't get from you. Again, I want to reiterate that our children's privacy and safety are not up for debate. I don't support any changes to the current policy as it stands. And I would also like to point out a problem with 5145.4, the increased parental rights. You didn't talk about what would happen if required parental disclosure leads to child abuse at home, or to suicidal children whose parents won't accept them when they find out about their gender identity or their questioning, or force them into conversion therapy or whatever. That's not addressed in the new policy, and that's another reason why I don't support it. Thank you.
Thank you. Carrie Kruger.
This is simple. Individuals that manipulate the conversation regarding schools secretly transitioning children by diverting attention to trans ideology and trans rights do so for political gain and personal validation. This is simple. This conversation is about whether this school district will recognize and honor constitutionally protected and God-given parental rights and authority. Can I call point of order? I can't even talk because there's
Please
so much
continue.
mocking. This conversation is about whether the school district will recognize and honor constitutionally protected and God-given parental rights and authority, or continue to disrupt the parent-child relationship, causing irreparable harm. This is simple. You are gambling with losing federal funding, and as a community, we will not stand by and allow you to undermine parents. There is a counter movement taking place in this city, this state, and all over this country. Schools are being created as we speak to give parents options. We will do what is necessary to support these families who will pull their children and seek alternative education, because that's what community looks like. It takes a village, and we are ready. We aren't backing down. This is simple. You won't come between us and our children.
Morgan Dietz.
You said it right.
I have been Morgan Dietz for the last 20 years, but when I was a Chico Unified student from K-12, I was known as Morgan Verzi. I believe it was 1990, I was 8 years old. I started dressing like a boy. I was pretty cute. Plaid, collared shirts, neckties, had my hair cut so I fit in with all the other little boys. I had a less than idyllic childhood and had a lot of things going on. And when I was in 3rd grade, it was obvious by the way I was expressing myself. And Chico Unified cared a lot, and I really appreciated it. What they did was contact my parents and say that they noticed something was different about me, confirmed with them that things were going on at home, and offered counseling. The counseling I received was basically space to share what I wanted to share. There were no suggestions offered. It was just space offered for me to talk about anything I wanted to and to process however I wanted. And that was very freeing for me, freeing so I could process and grow and develop to what I am today, a fiercely independent and critically thinking woman. And as such, I'm here and I'm seeing signs back here. There's signs that say, let kids be kids, trust kids, mind your own business. What are the other ones? They're all pretty good. Protect kids. That kids are truthful. I agree with them all. But the debate that I'm hearing is that it's either one side or the other can only be correct. And it even seems like what is being debated is not even what is on the agenda. It seems like the debate is either we respect parents or we respect trans kids. And again, as a fiercely critical thinker, I encourage you to think that through, to know, maybe I would like to challenge you to know that there's more than just either or options. I think these all can be right and all people can be respected and loved because of how I was raised in the Chico Unified School District. I call myself the World is a Rainbow Generation, and that is a song by Greg and Steve that I hope many of you know, the Greg and Steve guys. They're still my faves. But this song that guided me and still does and has inspired a deep love of all people, of all kinds. Oh.
I'm sorry, that's your time.
Okay. Listen to it.
Nicole Nava.
So I just walk up here, and I'm sorry, it's going to be hard for me to get through this, so I hope you can bear with me. Apologies. As you can probably tell, I apparently am a bigot. That is how my child feels. I've always respected my child's desire to keep things private. And if I truly was who my child thought, I would have capitalized on things over time. I'm sorry again. This bigot loves her child dearly, and this child was raised in a home that felt great love. I'm sorry. This bigot recognized their child's marriage, a very dear, special grandchild. We were not invited to the wedding because there was an elopement, and I understand they really wanted the privacy, and due to the sensitive things, I'm sure there was a lot considered, and apparently maybe the feeling that I'm a bigot, and so I shouldn't have been there, and I'll never see my child be married. I'm trying to speak about how bigoted this household was. We were very accepting, and I want to say to all the children that I love all of you, and I do not want you to feel afraid of parents. It breaks my heart that we are here in this type of space where we are assumed to be horrible people.
Please.
Oh my God. Oh, oh my.
Please come to order. Please come to order.
Please, I've been nothing but respectful and listened to all of you during your time. And I'm just asking for some respect.
Please come to order.
I
You all can
don't
address
think
whatever you want outside those doors. Please come to order right now.
When I walked in these doors, I hadn't even spoken to anyone yet and tried to take my seat, and a gentleman verbally attacked me. And I'm sorry. And then he proceeded to do it to somebody else just sitting there. And this is what happens. And I want to understand, we're so nice, and we just sit here and take it. And yeah, I don't even know what to say. I'm crushed, and I have to go home to my husband, the Mexican bigot, and describe that this is.
I'm sorry, that's your time.
Yeah, I would have liked to have had my other opportunity too.
You'll have an opportunity when it comes back up on the
I did promise
agenda.
that I would ask if my friend Paula could really. Paula is.
Your time is up.
I understand. I'm referring to.
Is this Paula Hare? I'm sorry, is this Paula Hare? I have Paula on the list to speak. Yes, yes. Thank you. Up next is Lindsay Briggs.
My name is Dr. Lindsay Briggs. I'm a local educator, a mom of children who love me.
Hold on, I'm sorry. Is your microphone working? It doesn't sound like it to me.
Hi.
Thank you.
Hi. Okay. My name is Dr. Lindsay Briggs. I'm a local educator, a mom of children who love me, a queer woman, and I am an exhausted to the bone activist. I am sick and tired of waking up every morning awaiting to see what fresh hell awaits me and my community. I brace myself to read the latest ridiculous lie that some ignorant group is spreading about the people that I love. I look at my calendar and see what stinking meeting I have to show up to in order to make sure that some hysterical group of paranoid citizens doesn't legislate my rights away. Y'all, I am tired. As a college human sexuality professor, I have the joy of receiving the battered and bruised young adults who make it through a school system that's been warped by well-meaning but completely out-of-touch citizens who have butchered our education system because they're afraid of a changing society. I listen compassionately as students tell me the horrifying things that they've lived through by being bullied from closed-minded children to the realization that their parents are low-key bigots. They've grown up in homes with toxic messages about the people who are different from them. Whew, the stories they tell me about y'all, yikes is all I can say. Lastly, I'm here to make a couple of plain, very straightforward statements. Trans people exist. Get over it. No one can make somebody trans. It's ludicrous I even have to say that. Contrary to our absolutely bonkers congressman, some people are not born male or female. That's a biological fact. I'm sorry, many of you, including our congressman, did not learn that in school. That's embarrassing. Everyone deserves the right to privacy. Yes, even children. They are not an extension of their parents' bodies. They are whole human beings, all on their own. No one is telling your children to keep secrets from you. If your children is keeping a secret from you, there is definitely a reason. School should be a place of unconditional love, support, and safety for all kids. If you don't like what public education teaches, absolutely, you're invited to go elsewhere. Find a private school that aligns with your values. The United States was founded on the basis of separation of church and state. You have every right to believe whatever you want according to your religious beliefs. However, your religious beliefs have no place in dictating policy. Any arguments based on your personally held beliefs have no place in our public schools. Again, refer to my previous point about moving your child to a private place. Finally, I urge you to keep the policy as it is, which is in accordance with State Assembly Bill AB 1266. Thank you.
Up next is Andrea Mox.
Good evening. My name is Andrea Mox, and I am the Executive Director for Stonewall Alliance of Chico. I'm here today in reference to Agenda Item 7.3.1. For more than 30 years, Stonewall has provided LGBTQ-focused services, advocacy, training, and support to North State schools, youth, and families. The following statistics from a 2022 Trevor Project survey of California LGBTQ youth demonstrates why Stonewall is sadly busier than ever. 70% of LGBTQ youth experience discrimination based on sexual orientation or gender identity. Only 30% of LGBTQ youth identified home as an LGBTQ affirming place for them. Fortunately, 50% of LGBTQ youth identified school as an LGBTQ affirming space for them. And 54% of California transgender and non-binary youth seriously considered attempting suicide in the past year. LGBTQ youth are not inherently prone to suicide risk because of their sexual orientation or gender identity, but rather they are placed at risk because of how they are mistreated and stigmatized in society. Social stigma is real, and sometimes it feeds into family dynamics. Some kids aren't ready to face their parents or guardians with their deeply personal information just yet, knowing that they could risk their life support system in doing so. All right, I came out when I was 35, and you know, I was a successful IT manager at Chico State. I owned a home, I had 2 kids, and I was still terrified to come out to my parents, who were actually open and very liberal. As open as they were, after I came out, it still took them a month before they could speak to me. I experienced fear, guilt, and self-questioning during that long month, and it was gut-wrenching to think I might lose my parents and their love and their support. Imagine trying to navigate this situation as a school-aged child whose parents are not supportive. The truth is that some kids aren't sure that their families will be ready and willing to support them, and forced outing to parents could be devastating. Stonewall and schools are there to fill gaps for kids who may not have a safe family, or while they build their personal skills to advocate for themselves to their families. Stonewall finds that neither of the proposed policy changes are acceptable. The school district should strive to be a place that affirms the safety and confidentiality of transgender and gender nonconforming students. Knowingly changing this board policy, which could be a life or death decision for a Chico Unified student and their family, is reprehensible. We recommend no change to board policy 5145.3. Thank you.
Erin Whitney.
Hello, good evening, and thank you for allowing us all to speak our minds. My name is Erin Whitney. I'm a community member, parent, and professor of education at Chico State, and I am in support of retaining the current policy 5145.3 and in protection of student privacy. And I want to speak a little bit about the perspective of teachers. As a teacher educator, this is really important to me. I co-facilitated a workshop just last week with teachers in conjunction with Stonewall on supporting transgender youth. And a comment that came up on behalf of teachers was, I'm trying to support all of my students, but I'm so afraid of doing or saying the wrong thing. And these are committed educators who've been tasked by their school districts to establish, maintain, and monitor inclusive learning environments that are healthy and safe to enable all students to learn. And that comes directly from the California teaching performance expectations that beginning teachers are required to demonstrate mastery of. Now, my concern if a parental inclusion policy is enacted, aside from the risks to students, I believe it could create more fear for teachers, as they're placed in positions of having to police gender in the classroom. For example, if a kindergartner named Michael chooses to wear princess dresses in the play area, does the teacher have to call the parent, or can they encourage all children to explore gender through play and imagination? This is an example of typical behavior that teachers know does not necessarily indicate a child is transgender, but is experimenting with gender expression and roles, as they should be. So what if Michael, the student, then asks to be called Michelle, but says, please don't tell my mom, she'll be mad at me? If the parental inclusion policy is in place, the teacher would then be required to disregard the privacy request of the child, which could result in negative consequences for the child at home, as well as shutting down any further conversation between teacher and student. It also puts the teacher in a position of having to choose whether to follow the parent's rules or state law on gender-based harassment. Ultimately, the teacher must follow the law, but to avoid conflict, they may just put the dress-up clothes away, which thereby has a negative impact on the whole classroom community. I had a little more here, but I heard the bell, and I know people are tired. I just want to say I support student privacy policy. It protects trans kids, allows teachers to create and support inclusive learning environments, and it enables staff to communicate with families as children are ready. Thank you.
Sierra Hall. Y'all gotta do jumping jacks to keep the lights on. Oh, it's past time. They're shutting us down. There we go. That's usually true. Sorry if it didn't work.
All right. Hi, my name is Sierra Hall. Thanks for letting us speak a little longer today. First of all, I just wanted to say I'm a concerned community member. I'm a protective big sibling. And I just wanted to say that all students in the Chico Unified School District deserve dignity and privacy. Students should have the freedom to express themselves without fear of being spied on. Most importantly, LGBTQ+ students have the right to come out on their own terms. Parents, have a conversation with your child at home. Get to know them one-on-one. If you have to get information about your own child through the school, you should consider whether you've created a safe space for your child to be their authentic self at home. I'm requesting no action be made on Chico Board Policy 51453. Protect trans kids. Trans rights are human rights. Thank you very much.
Dr. Tom Mount.
Well, I think it's clear that there are two highly motivated constituencies represented in the audience tonight, both of whom have legitimate concerns. On the one hand are those who want to ensure that trans and gender nonconforming students are not harassed or bullied in any way and treated with the same dignity and honor as other students. I would hope that no one in this audience would disagree with that goal. Understandably, this group is happy with the way the policy currently reads and sees no need to alter it in any material way. In fact, they're afraid that changing the policy might expose these vulnerable students to harassment and harm, and again, I think their fears are legitimate. On the other hand, are parents and others who are deeply concerned about the district's current policy, which effectively usurps a parent's right to be involved in this area, which is so central to their child's well-being. They take their parental responsibilities very seriously and can't help but feel disenfranchised by the district, whose policy essentially drives a wedge between parent and child at the very moment when the child is most in need of loving nurture and wise guidance. Understandably, this group is unhappy with the current policy and is asking that the board revise it in a way that continues to safeguard students, but also encourages parental involvement. I think there's a way around this impasse, and it was suggested by Paul Gant, the district's legal counsel. At the board's February 15th meeting, Mr. Gant proposed 4 possible courses of action that the board might take in moving ahead. The third of these was to revise the current policy, making it the normative practice for district personnel to inform students, to inform parents of their child's gender-related struggles unless there are compelling reasons not to do so, as in the case where a history of child abuse in the home, for example, might put the child at risk. I respectfully ask that the board discuss and adopt this approach, which would continue to afford protections for vulnerable students, but with the added benefit of re-enfranchising the parents of the district. You don't want to be in an adversarial role with the parents. And up to this point, that is pretty much the position you have taken. In a recent court filing, the district argued that parents have no legally recognized right to be informed of their child's gender issues. Guys, this can be fixed.
That's your time. Thank you.
Thank you.
Eric Nilsson.
Good evening, Eric Nilsson. My wife, Julie, who spoke earlier, and I have 3 children, all who attended CUSD schools. I'm also a retired principal of Inspire School of Arts and Sciences and was an administrator and teacher at CUSD. As an ally and advocate for the LGBTQ community, I urge CUSD board to leave the current policy in place. Current policy, in concert with California law AB 1266, provides protection to LGBTQ students, protection from discrimination, harassment, and bullying. AB 1266 was not written to deprive parents of their rights. It was written to provide a necessary layer of protection when kids don't feel safe. It has been law for a decade now and has worked well in cases where a young person who is transgender and/or gender nonconforming is trying to find their way in an often hostile environment where they feel threatened simply for being themselves. Efforts to deny them this protective layer are based in large part in fear of the unknown. But that fear pales in comparison to the fear of being criticized, dismissed, rejected, and hurt, emotionally and physically, simply because of who you are. I am a straight, cisgender, white male born and raised in the Midwest. I understand this fear of the unknown. When my daughter, who is transgender, began her transition at the age of 3, I might add, I was scared for her and for myself. What did this mean? What would it look like? How was she going to be treated when she went shopping in a dress? How would that reflect on me? Following my daughter's lead, my wife and I began to educate ourselves to understand our daughter's experience, to be there for what many don't understand is a sometimes indescribable challenge to be your authentic self in the face of a harsh and judgmental world. That education came from compassionate organizations like Stonewall Chico, the UCSF Gender Clinic, Gender Spectrum, and local members of the LGBTQ community. I am deeply, deeply grateful to everyone who supported our daughter and our family. The courage and integrity of the LGBTQ community is a beacon for us all, for justice and kindness, truth and love, all antidotes to that fear of the unknown that I experienced. What we need is continued and deliberate education. Stonewall Chico, along with the Chico State Pride Student Organization and the Queer Resource Center at Butte College, are leading the work in our community, building compassion and deepening understanding. This is the direction we need, not divisive litigation. As parents, our most critical job is to provide an environment at home where our children feel that they can be who they are without fear of judgment or reprisal or rejection. Our job is to understand them and support them in their identity. Our job is to confront our own fear and move to empathy and support. In some homes, this doesn't happen. In fact, there is rejection and reprisal and judgment.
Thank you.
And
That's your time. Thank you. Canyon Williams.
Hi, my name's Canyon. I've been living in Chico for coming up on 10 years here. My parents are both educators. My mom is a special education teacher, and my dad was an elementary school principal and then later an assistant superintendent. So there's a lot of nights growing up when I was waiting for my dad to get home from really late board meetings. I relate to what you guys are going through, and I appreciate the work that you're putting in to make the right choice for our kids. I know that we're all here, all of us, because we care a lot about children and we want the best for them going forward. I know that's what we're working together to accomplish, and I appreciate it. Thank you. As a trans adult, I am happy to say that being trans is legitimately one of my favorite things about life. I am so privileged to be a part of a community made up of some of the most kind, supportive, perseverant, resourceful, creative, and inspiring human beings that I've ever known. Being trans doesn't make my life difficult or scary. In fact, I think my day-to-day would look really familiar to everyone here. I go to work, I pay my bills, I chat with my neighbors, I love spending time with my friends and my dog. You know I have to mention my dog. I'm just like you, and so are the LGBTQ plus kids whose rights we're discussing today. There is nothing wrong with these young people wanting to explore who they are and who they could be. The thing that makes trans life dangerous is people who are afraid of us because we're different and who dedicate their time and energy to trying to stop us from existing. We're not going to stop existing. You can't stop kids from being trans by putting obstacles in their way. By choosing to not support your children, you can make their lives harder. You can cause them a lot of pain. You can alienate and destroy your own relationships with them and the adults that they will become, but you cannot change who someone is. California state law protects minors' rights to privacy. It is so important to make sure that LGBTQ plus youth have control over their own journey with identity and disclosure. Forcing them to come out before they're ready can put them in incredibly unsafe situations. I think we've seen plenty of evidence that there are adults who have no problem causing harm to kids they don't properly understand. It's our job to make sure that all the children in our community, trans, cis, gay, straight, are safe and supported. Protecting their privacy is a huge part of that. To the LGBTQ people here today, we see you, we love you, we want you here. I am so sorry you have to deal with this struggle, and I'm here to tell you that your community has your back. Stay strong. There's a whole world of beauty and freedom waiting for you on the other side of all of this. Trans rights forever. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Mona Kazemi.
Good evening, and thank you for allowing us all the chance to speak. My name is Mona. I am the board secretary for Stonewall Alliance of Chico. I wanted to start by sharing some of the most recent data that I found on kidsdata.org, which is Butte County specific. 20% of children have 2 or more ACEs, which is adverse childhood experiences, which is a problem. Children with reports of abuse or neglect are 50% higher than the statewide average in Butte County, which unfortunately illustrates that not all parents in Butte County are responsible parents. Meanwhile, 60% of LGBTQ plus students reported being bullied at school. And then specifically within Chico Unified School District, 52.3% of LGBTQ plus students seriously considered suicide. And instead of using this time to figure out better ways to further support and help children, we have to be here at 11-something just to demand a most basic right for them. The right to express themselves in a confidential manner and their right to safety. I encourage you to think about the potential consequences if action were taken to reverse this right. LGBTQ+ children might be forcefully outed to their families when they may not be in a safe environment. Those serious thoughts that I referenced earlier may become serious actions. Those safe adults in schools whom they might consider speaking with at such a critical point in their life may get taken away from them, and they may choose not to seek support at all when they need it the most. It's time we do more to support LGBTQ+ children instead of taking away the very, very bare minimum. In addition, and in closing, I encourage this governing body to look at federal and state law and adhere to statutes and guidances set forth by California Ed Code, Title IX, the First Amendment of the U.S. Constitution, and specifically California Assembly Bill 1266, which, as referenced on the California Department of Education's website, establishes that, and this is a quote from their website, the right of transgender students to keep their transgender status private is grounded in California's anti-discrimination laws as well as federal and state laws. I urge you all to do the right thing this evening and protect the lives of children within the Chico Unified School District by maintaining students' privacy. Thank you so much.
Squeaky St. Francis.
I will speak loud for those who cannot speak. I am a proud he, she, they, them, whatever. I am a boyfriend to a beautiful woman. I am a girlfriend to a handsome trans man. And I am also a girlfriend to an incredibly beautiful woman. Growing up in this town, my mother always told me to love myself for who I am, not what I am not. Not all of us can be as lucky and have a supporter like that. In fact, I knew friends in school who would bring an entire change of clothes with them so they could dress the way that they felt inside and be free of persecution that they would feel at home or the sideways glances. One of the first things we learn in a healthy family is trust, and unfortunately, some parents don't trust their children when they say, "This is me," and they make that decision for them. That may make the child fearful from the people that claim to be trying to protect them. These children may see the hate and prejudice at home for people just like them and feel the only place they can truly be themselves is at school. Every child needs to control when they out themselves. I never had to out myself. Everyone always knew that I was just different. I was just Joey. But if you take away this ability, this control from these children to out themselves, you are forcefully putting them into a possibly violent household where their parents could kick them out, force them into conversion camps, or relinquish their parental rights and put them into the system. And God forbid, they might consider suicide. Changing this policy would create a very slippery slope. And Texas just recently passed bills that require every citizen, apparently, to report that if a child is getting any kind of trans-affirming care, those parents and or doctors can be arrested. And it's creating political refugees already. And we cannot stand by and let this happen in Chico.
That's your time.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Connor Wenzel.
Thank you for the time to speak. My name is Connor Wenzel. I've been here before, and I'm come here as a trans community member in regards to agenda item 7.3.1, the non-discrimination harassment policy. You should all of you should have already read the written comment I submitted. It, like the 27 other, when I counted this afternoon, comments submitted stated the request for no action concerning trans or gender nonconforming students' rights to privacy. I don't want to share more facts or figures with you because if you can't see all the supporting information as to why this should be a no action, then you're never going to choose to do so. I instead would like to ask you to imagine what it would feel like to have this experience go through your brain as somebody that has not even come out to anybody, may not have even said it verbally, that's trans or gender nonconforming identity. I worry everyone will know my secret. Have everyone using a nickname that I hate, no matter how much I tell them the important people in my life that I don't like it all the time. I worry everyone will know my secret. I wish you could tell me, I wish I could tell someone what my name is, but I worry everyone will know my secret. What if the only clothes I get to wear are the colors that I don't like and the style that make me uncomfortable to wear, which happens every day? And I worry everyone will know my secret. I want to wear what my classmates are wearing, but I worry everyone will know my secret. I want to understand why my classmates want me to act just like them and why I'm constantly afraid of them teasing and harassing me because I don't, which happens all the time. I worry everyone will know my secret. I want to be able to play with a group of kids that I like to be around, but I worry everyone will know my secret. All of the presents I get them because people say that that's the type of toy I'm supposed to have, even if it's not on my list. No matter how often I say, every time. I would like to have the right to actually use my name on classwork. I worry everyone will know my secret. I worry I won't be able to share all my likes and interests with anybody, which happens all the time. And I worry everyone will know my secret. I want to be able to tell my favorite teacher what my name is, and everyone will know my secret.
Thank you, that's your time. Paula Hare.
My name is Paula Hare. I'm a combat veteran. My brother died for this country. I am transgender. I am the real thing. I had my sex change at McGee Women's Hospital quite a few years back. I fought Michelle Bachmann in the state of Minnesota for LGBT rights, transgender rights, so I could be who I am. But what I hear here today isn't about really transgender rights. It's about a teacher giving another child a binder, which is wrong. Parents bring their children to school to learn, not for a teacher to play doctor. Now, if a child wants to, says they're transgender or whatever to a teacher, and wants to ask questions about it, that's a good thing. But for the teacher to come in between the child and the parent, that's a bad thing. Because then you don't have the parent-child relationship anymore. What you have is a teacher tearing a family apart and destroying it. So then you might as well take and have that people not get married, just have a kid, bring it to school, say, here, change its diaper, and we'll pay the bills, and you raise it. But you're not raising the child. You're teaching the child. Stick to teaching. Myself, I fought for transgender rights. I fought the blue and white cab company. I won, and transgenders, gays, lesbians, and the rest, drunks, people bring their bottles on the airplane, could ride in a taxi. But all I've heard here today isn't what this has been about. Like I said, it's been about a teacher giving a child, 11-year-old, a binder, playing doctor. Teachers need to stop playing doctor. Teach. When a secret is kept from a parent, my parents were drunks. I mean, drunks. I went to my parent, told them that I was a girl. I was beaten. So I understand what's going on here. I finally left my home and went in the military. Because they said they'd make a man out of me, but they didn't do that.
Well, that's your time. Thank you. That's your time. Thank you.
Thank you for listening to me.
The next person on our list is Arwen Funk, but I think I saw Arwen leave the room. Okay. That's the end of our speaker list. With that, and everybody's sigh of relief, I apologize, but I really do need to take a break. And so I'm asking for a point of privilege and to take a really brief can we do it in 5 minutes? Break?
Depends on how many people get in front of
Well, let's do it as quick as we can, ideally 5 minutes. Thank you so much. Taking a break. We will return to order. Thank you for the break. Okay. All right, so I also ate during the break this time instead of while I'm trying to run this meeting, so you're welcome. Okay, so we've heard our public comment. In our rules of order, I would bring us to the point where I will ask if there's any motions associated with this item.
I have a question of clarification for staff.
Okay.
The board policy didn't say anything about over 12 and older. Is that right? But I'm digging deeper and confirming on the administrative regulation. It does go into pretty significant detail on that. I mean, it says that it has an entire section of it devoted to students 12 years of age and older. So what's the relationship? If we approve one of the board policies, is this necessarily the administrative regulation that follows?
No, at this point, we would take input from the board and actually go back and develop a board policy. These are drafts. My guess would be that there would be recommendations for changes to the drafts, would bring them back to the board for a second reading and for adoption.
Okay.
That's the will of the board. And then after the board adopts a policy, we would adopt administrative regulations.
Okay. So in that vein, then, I would move the proposed draft 5145.4, the one that emphasizes, what is the phrase used, parents' rights? Parent inclusion. But I would change it so that it does not exclude 12 and older. I would write it so that it includes 12 and older, would be treated the same as 11 and younger. So I move that.
I second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. We can open the floor for discussion among board members.
Yeah, first, actually, I think it does call for a question of clarification from Mr. Gant. Would compelling counselor specifically be in direct violation of California law? Ask Mr. Gant, thanks.
Well, I hesitate to give legal advice on general terms. Normally, we give legal advice on specific cases. So first of all, I'll make that comment. What I can say is that there are legal protections for students that are 12 and older who seek counseling, school counseling, that allows them to express and claim a right to privacy and refuse consent for the topic of the subjects in the counseling from being disclosed. So arguably, depending on the circumstances, in other words, if there weren't overwhelming factors due to health or safety that required disclosure, for example, that could violate that student's rights under that education code section. If the topics of, for example, mental health care were at issue, if topics related to reproductive health advice was also in the mix, for a student that is 12 or older, that such disclosure could conceivably also raise serious legal concerns. And that's under those existing statutes. I would also say
Statutes
that,
being law.
Excuse me?
Statutes being law.
Yes.
Thank you.
Yes. The reason that well, I'll leave it at that and see if there's any further questions.
Thank you.
I guess I would just reconnoiter that we're just talking about informing parents about what is transpiring with their child in class. That's it. So no one's forcing a child to come out to their parent. They're already coming out in class and in school, so it is only fair in the relationship that we, the school district, want to have with parents, that parents would be at least informed of what is happening.
So what I understand is you respect information that's shared in council and privacy. However, once a child makes the decision to take action publicly at school, that's when the information should be available also to the parents.
And I think the child would have open eyes at that point too. They would be told that, you know, it's just not our policy to keep secrets from parents. And so if we're all gonna, in your classes, you know, start using your preferred pronoun, your preferred name, that's just not something that we can keep from parents. You know, I mean, who's ever called your child's teacher and had them strategically, you know, kind of keeping details from you about what happened in class? You know, that's not cool. That is the school community keeping a secret from a otherwise totally responsible parent. So basically intolerable.
So where do we draw the line? If, does it become our responsibility to decide if a student wears too much pink, that's worth reporting to parents? If a student wears a tutu? I mean, at what point does behavior that you deem abnormal become something that we have to force people to contact the kids? Where's the line?
You're projecting things onto me that I never said.
No,
I'm
I'm
perfectly
asking-
happy to draw the line at names and pronouns. Perfectly happy. So no problem. Well, no, I mean, we're a school district. We're a government agency. We have to make decisions. So, yeah, it is my line to draw. You know, I do not have to keep secrets from parents.
When I was a teacher, in this district, every year at the beginning of the year, the way I got to know my students was to, first of all, you all have experienced how much anxiety I have over saying names wrong. So my first day was to ask students if they had a name that was often mispronounced, and to share with me how to say it phonetically before I said it wrong so that I could take notes. The second question was always if there were students who went by a different name than what was probably on my roster. Very benign question, and I just would write that down, and I would call them that name. It wasn't my business why that student chose to be called that name. Sometimes it was a very simple, nickname, Matthew being called Matt, or whatever it might be. And I can think of circumstances where that student might have been questioning their gender, and that wasn't my business. That wasn't my business until the student decided to make it my business if they did. And usually that didn't even happen until I taught comprehensive sexual health at the end of their 7th grade year, as required by law. I would add that if this suggestion were to come to play, where a school is required to share with the household of a student that the student has expressed a need or a desire to explore alternative identity, then as a teacher, does that mean that I would have to make it my business to find out why a student wants to be called a different name, or to stay away from the conversation of pronouns in fear that I will have to report a student's pronouns to their household? Rather than being an inclusive classroom, it creates a system where we are forced as educators to execute a very restrictive environment. And I think that we heard a lot of input tonight and in our public comments and in previous public comments that this isn't a us versus them, a this or that issue. This really is getting to the heart of doing what it is that we are here to do, which is support students' growth. And that is our responsibility here, and to ensure that we're following the law.
Thank you. For anyone who has been, either because of a role in school, I was spent almost 30 years as a school support person for students. And I was a person who occasionally, a student shared something that was, hard for them, eating at them. Either they were gay or they thought they had been in a situation where they had been identified and they were about to be outed at school, and they were, in a state of suicidal ideation. And then as I moved along in years, I had a family member who, after 2.5 years of not being able to say, I'm she, not he, did disclose to me who she was. She had been 2.5 years struggling with that knowledge. And when she finally disclosed to me, her first request was to help with school. It was between junior high and high school. It was summer break. She wanted to start school as who she was. And she knew that all of the kids that she had just gone to junior high school with were going to be at the senior high school. It didn't matter. It was so important to her to be her that was all she could think of. And it was fortunately a Chico Unified School District school. So when she went to the school and said, call me, she, X, and they said, oh, okay, and it went in not as an official record, but as the student's request, so that when she got to class, the teachers identified her by her chosen identity. I still remember watching the transition of this person within weeks just blossom and become this, I had no idea what was going to happen. And I reached out to Stonewall because, I'm grandma and I don't know what I'm dealing with here. And I found family support groups, as you mentioned, other parents. Well, I wasn't the parent. This was not my child, who were going through similar things and shared experiences and shared, the family dynamics that fell apart, or, it was a lot of information that I had no idea I needed until I needed it. In this subject coming before the board, I heard a lot of communication came to me as a board member, and I heard from people who were still not able to disclose their authentic self. I also had another role in this community as a board member for the Torres Shelter. And as a board member there, I dealt with the number of LGBTQ youth and adults who were homeless because of the reasons that people have indicated. I know the pain. I've also seen the joy. And I also want to reiterate what one of the speakers said here tonight. I am not anti-parent. That's why I, before had the resolution that we tabled come up at any other point in this school district's history, it would not have been questioned. That's been our philosophy, is the kids that are successful are the ones that have the successful, strong parent support. I believe that. I also know, because of what my role was with the school district, that everybody doesn't have that kind of parent household waiting for them. And I also understand, if we're going to prevent the suicides, the drug addiction, we have to empower our youth. Now, having said that, I also am not in favor of taking parental rights away. I think parents need to know, number one, that an automatic disclosure isn't going to happen. So if they are truly interested in knowing their child, knowing what's going on, establish a relationship in your home, not only with your child, but with your environment. Don't make a comment about a news article that, what Texas just did, or what another, make your home a home of acceptance. I believe that my role as a board member is to protect our kiddos that may not yet have a way of protecting themselves. And to inform our parents that if they feel they need help, where to reach out to. My God, I needed help when my family member disclosed. It was like, oh, okay, now what do I do? We have a lot of parents, believe me, that are in the same spot. This is not something that we've come up through our society knowing how to deal with. We also have been sent so many negative messages about people that we don't understand, that we don't, we are not an inclusive society. I'm sorry, but we're not. We've discriminated against people because of color, because of sexual identity, because of disability, because of, any number of things. We just aren't an open, loving society. We have a lot of very open, loving people who are speaking out and saying, enough is enough. We are not going to perpetuate hate speech, hate activity. So when this comes to a vote, I will do, there are several things I'm concerned about. One is I don't think we have the policy on student privacy rights written quite where it should be. I'm also concerned because we are being sued, and that there are some legal parameters that we need to be aware of so that we are not financially risking hundreds of thousands of, we've already spent the $100,000, that was covered by our insurance. We're there now. Every penny that goes out the door now, it comes out of some classroom. So I want to be absolutely certain that whatever we do with 5145.4, we do it so we're not jeopardizing not only the health and safety of our kids, but the financial health of the school district, and also doing a big job of educating our parents and families to let them know these are issues, folks. If you don't feel comfortable that you know enough to have established the kind of relationship where you feel comfortable that your child will come to you, and that maybe they don't, and it's not your fault, but here's a way to work through finding a way to get that support with your child. That I would vote for. I'm not ready to vote yet on this.
Mr. Lando.
Thanks. First of all, really a huge thank you to everybody who came out to speak today. A lot of people took some really brave steps to come out and tell us about their personal experience, and that was awesome. And I'm sure to those who are watching at home or who were here and were not sure about whether it was safe to do so, seeing this community come out like this has been really reassuring, and it's powerful. It's awesome. Thank you. So this issue, we've all been thinking about it for, months now. And I keep thinking there's got to be some kind of a common ground. There's got to be some kind of a way where we can stop, because one group is talking about one thing and one group is talking about something different, and then they yell at each other. I heard a couple people mention today about like these false narratives going around, and I'm curious about that because I hear this repeated claim that we are, as a school district, engaged in some kind of act of coercion, that by acknowledging the truth that non-binary, trans, LGBTQ people live among us, we are somehow encouraging students to partake in that lifestyle and just like choose, right? They're gonna go, oh, you have to try this for a little bit. Yeah. And I wish we could figure out why that is such a persistent idea. And of course, first of all, it's clearly not true, right? Let's just get that out of there. No one is in a classroom telling anybody's student who they ought to be, all right? And it's such a ridiculous idea that it took me a while to wrap my head around having to need to say that out loud. I can't believe Okay, so that's what you said. We do need to do something about education because 95, 99, most of the people who spoke here today really, truly are doing their best by their kids and their community, and they want to love their kids well. So I think later we'll talk about agendizing some other options about how we can maybe build that partnership in a way that helps educate parents who might not know how to have those conversations well. I think that's something that we can do to strengthen that partnership in a real way. But the other thing I noticed as we had speakers, the speakers who asked for no change to be made were of a group who feared that they or people like them could be harmed. The people who spoke on the other side, by and large, were not going to be harmed if they got their way. And so you guys know I'm a history teacher, or I have been in the past. Anytime, and I think this is a really safe statement to make, anytime people with no skin in the game legislate something that affects other people, it turns out badly. Yes. Like that is just... So, in continuing to say things that don't need to be said, but apparently do, we do not believe parents are bad. There are parents on both sides of this issue, it turns out. There's not like one group of parents who get to claim the mantle of all parents, okay? We don't hate parents. We don't try to keep secrets from parents. We want parents involved in every possible safe way. 4 of us up here are or have been mandated reporters. We understand that there are times, rare times, but very real times, when informing a parent about something going on in a child's life at school is dangerous. We are legally responsible to have that knowledge and act on it appropriately. And this just seems to fly in the face of that. The number I keep coming back to is 7%, not 7%, sorry. I was doing some digging. 7 out of every 1,000 students in California have at some point a substantiated claim of neglect or abuse that has to be reported under CANRA. I mean, that's 7 is, you know, it's small, but it's real. Those are people who are being harmed. And I just don't understand how anybody can hear all this testimony that if you do this, people will be harmed and not be moved by that. We had an interesting, well, let me see. Sorry, let me collect my thoughts for a second. If we were to adopt a policy which required school staff to out students under any circumstances, and a student was harmed because of that, we would both likely be liable, and we would carry that with us forever. And that is not a thing that I'm willing to live with.
Rebecca, did you want to weigh in?
I guess we're all speaking tonight. Is that okay? Okay. I went ahead and wrote down some of my thoughts because I'm not as eloquent as all the experienced board members, so bear with me here as I read them. First of all, I'd like to express my appreciation for the outpouring of emails and messages that we have all received over the past couple of weeks. I read all of them, and I had the opportunity to personally respond to some of them. And one thing that is evident, regardless of what your position is on the matter, it appears that we all have the physical and emotional well-being of our students as our primary goal. I know that's my priority. I absolutely support a non-discrimination environment for all students, and in no way am I suggesting anything otherwise. In my profession, I clearly understand the purpose and the importance of confidentiality. And as many have already pointed out this evening, highly involved, loving, and supportive parents will likely already be in the loop and aware of feelings that are shared with counselors or teachers at school. But the scenario that I always just keep coming back to, and I've spent so many moments and nights awake thinking about this, is the scenario where a child of any age determines that they're going to take action at school and come out as a transgender individual, and they are choosing to keep that a secret from their family. I much more fear the potentially harmful scenario once this unsupportive parent discovers what everyone may already know. And I say once because I think it's not a matter of if, but it's a matter of once this happens. If teachers, staff, administrators, and friends on campus all know of the child's gender transition, it seems naive to assume that the child will be able to keep this secret from parents for very long. And I can only imagine the magnitude and frustrations of a less supportive, potentially abusive parent once they discover what everybody else already knows. I just think that there's possibly a strategy or a better practice where we could collaborate and the school could facilitate the communication with the parents and allow for a safe place where the child can share this information, perhaps for the first time with their parent. A place where both the child and parent can access support services to help with the transition. I know this already goes on at Chico Unified with children who agree to it, but I believe that this should be our standard and our policy for all students. Like all of us, I think my greatest concern is for the vulnerable child who has the less supportive family environment and the potentially harmful situation we are placing the child in when their secrets are discovered.
Do we have further board input at the moment? The motion on the floor is to adopt a new board policy that follows the parental inclusion model that we were presented with earlier, with the change that it would include students that are, I'm assuming you meant 17 years and younger, minor students.
Yes, I would throw out maybe, they're not wards of the state and also.
So that wasn't your original motion, so I don't know if you want to.
I mean, a ward of the state doesn't have any,
Oh, sure, I see what you're saying, caveats to that if they are not, if they're emancipated.
Yeah.
Okay. I don't think we need an amendment for that, though. I'm going to move to the vote.
For the question?
We don't need to do that, because then we'll have to vote on that.
Oh,
Yep.
okay, I thought you asked me to do
Nope,
that.
nope. I'm just walking through the process, making sure that everybody's being heard. And I'll just go ahead and, we'll do voice vote individually, starting with Mr. Tennis, since he made the motion.
Tennis, aye.
Dalby, nay.
Robinson, no.
Conkin, aye.
Lando, no.
So the motion fails, 3-2. 2-3? 3-2. Let's see if we have any additional options for motions. Is there another motion for the Member Robinson?
Yes, I would like to move that the board prepare a slightly modified new, not the administrative regulation, but the policy 51453, or is that the one that we've just voted on?
5145.3 is the current.
To clarify any,
Ms. Robinson, would you like us to put up we had one slide that had the 3 different choices?
That might be helpful.
yeah, the BP and AR 5145.4.
They're both 4.
Point 4.
They're both .4.
Different options of potential future.
So that's the original at the top. That's what we currently have in place. And then another option is the 5145.4, student privacy rights, or 5145.4, increased parental inclusion.
Yeah, no, it's the one on the left, board policy 5145.4. And I don't see that we need to make any significant changes, but there are some wording things that I believe, because they flow into an AR, that the district might bring back to us in the board policy. I'm not suggesting major change. I just want to make sure that whatever we do flows easily into the development of the AR that's going to implement it. And right now, I don't think that language does. Does that make sense?
No. So your motion is, sorry, I just want to clarify simply. So your motion is to approve The
board policy.
board policy 5145.4,
Four.
student privacy rights.
Yes,
With,
with direction to staff
to make changes.
to make minor changes to make it easier to develop the AR that goes with it if the board approves the policy.
Okay. I don't think we have a second.
No.
No.
We don't.
I'm going to make a motion, unless Mr. Orlando wanted to make a motion. I move that we retain the current policy, board policy 5145.3, unless or until, so we retain the current policy as it's written, unless or until we are provided with further direction from case law or legislative action.
I'll second that motion.
Member Robinson seconded my motion.
I'm going to make a substitute motion.
Okay, that's fine.
And that is that we approve some very close version of the draft, 5145.4, the increased parental inclusion, but leave it as it has been drafted for us without what I said before, which was to make it apply to 12 and older as well. This would just apply to 11 and under.
Okay.
My second,
This is permissible.
but it's not a friendly?
It's not a friendly, it's a substitute motion, so he's putting
Oh,
a second
I'm
motion
sorry.
on the table. That's okay.
Substitute motion?
Yep.
No.
I second.
Okay.
So according to what I was just reading, which you probably know this already, we just do mine real quick. And yeah.
Yep. Told you I super prepped for this meeting.
Should I make a big speech about this? or
I think you made several already
defer my
today. I
earlier
mean, if you have
comments?
more to say, we're here. Is there discussion on the second motion that's on the table to adopt 5145.4 parental inclusion at this time? No?
It was seconded.
It was seconded, yes, by Member Conkin. I was just wondering if there's discussion before we go to the vote. Are we ready to vote? Okay. I'll start with you again, since you made the motion.
Thank you. Tennis, aye.
Dalby, no.
Robinson, no?
Conkin, aye.
Lando, no.
So we'll return to our original motion on the table, which is to retain the current policy, 5145.3, as it's currently written, unless or until case law or legislative action provides further direction for changes. Any other discussion? Okay, well, since I made the motion, I'm going to start. So Dalby, aye.
Robinson, aye.
Conkin, nay.
Lando, aye.
Tennis, nay.
Thank you all so much for being here and staying through that. Your input needs to be heard over and over, and it is exhausting. And I am so sorry that you have to face that on a daily basis. And to our parents, who are also parents that are trans, or non-binary, or cis, or anything in between. We're all parents, right? And it is important that students are safe and feel that they are in an environment that is conducive for their learning and their growth in a positive way. And so I feel like this direction is right for us for right now, and we will continue to share our stories and to educate each other and to reach out and to connect and to emphasize the importance of a healthy home environment and developing those relationships with our kids to make sure they feel safe to talk to us about hard things. All right. With that, we're going to move to item number 8, which is board member request to agendize an item. Yes.
I would like to agendize a discussion about what sort of offerings we might be able to create to help parents learn how to have those conversations on. Stonewall is an amazing organization, and thank you so much for being here, by the way. But there are a bunch out there, but I know some people would really like to see something at the schools specifically. We have in the past run something like the All-Star Parent Program, which taught parenting skills and helped parents who maybe weren't sure what to do to navigate some of those things. It would be interesting to see if anybody would be willing to attend. So I'd just like to hear a proposal of something like that, what it might look like, or at least agendize the discussion about whether we want to do that. Step 1.
I'll second that. Thank you. So for clarification, the motion is to
agendize a discussion centered on the idea of parent education.
Okay.
And how to be better parents with partners. Partners with parents. I'm so tired.
How the district can
done.
improve our partnership with parents. How's that? Okay. All right. We'll start with Mr. Land. Oh, wait, sorry, discussion. There's a second. I'm sorry, discussion.
Sounds like a great idea.
I would agree.
Okay.
I support that.
Thank you. We'll start with Mr. Lando.
Lando, aye.
Tennis, aye.
Dalby, aye.
Robinson, aye.
Conk and I.
That's unanimous. Thank you. Are there additional items to request to agendize?
I have one.
Okay.
I was contacted this past week by a parent who's concerned because their child is in a class, an AP class actually, where they're aware that their fellow students are using artificial intelligence to write papers and so forth. And the parent actually reached out to staff and had a good conversation, a productive conversation with the principal, where it seems that people are already working on it.
Can you make a motion?
So I move that we put that on a future agenda for discussion. Just kind of be updates, an update.
Seconded.
So to clarify, we're, the action to take is to request information on an update on how artificial intelligence may be impacting our classrooms? Sorry if I changed your words.
No, that's
Okay,
right.
Okay,
Yeah.
just want to make sure we're clear.
Specifically with regards to the possibility of cheating.
Okay.
You know.
Thank you. And it's been seconded by Mr. Lando. I'll start with, any further discussion?
Sounds fascinating.
I'm into it. All right, there are some, it is creepy, by the way. Like, the artwork especially can be really weird. AI art. Okay, yep, getting really into the weeds here. We'll start Mr. Tennis.
Tennis, aye.
Dalby, aye.
Robinson, aye.
Conk and I.
Lando, aye.
All right. Any further items? I move to adjourn. Somebody second me. Thank you. Lando seconded. We're adjourned.